Blonding, by EndoplasmicPanda. Blonding, a time travel fic. Chapter 1. Minato Namikaze yawned. Paperwork. Why was there always so much damned paperwork? He sighed and stood up, grimacing at the piles that seemed to expand in every possible direction. No sense in trying to get any work done while I'm distracted like this, he mumbled to the empty office. Fumbling with a pen for an hour and a half was certainly not productive, even though it looked like he was working his way through the constant stream of mission reports and budget analyses at a decent pace. He needed a break. Looking around the room one last time, he had to admit that the space at the top of the Hokage Tower, the one reserved for him once he took office, still had a ways to go before he could properly call it his office. The building still smelled like paint, but that was a worthy price to pay in order to cover over the gaudy neutral colors that his predecessor had insisted on using to decorate and replace it with a calming, faded red. The third had claimed that the beige helped soothe him and helped him stay more productive, but from what Minato had seen of the old Sarutobi in action, he doubted it very much. It seemed like all the geezer ever did was smoke his pipe and write mediocre poetry. Minato smirked to himself. No wonder he wanted to pass off his hat so much. But no. He was willing to put up with the smell of the paint and the drywall and the lacquer and the new furniture because this was his office now. Not the old farts, not the Senjas, not the Uchihas, hell, not even his wife's. Although, he had to admit that the choice of color for the room was loosely inspired by her. He ran a tired hand through the blonde spikes that were stacked haphazardly atop his head like felled logs, smoothing them down momentarily before they shot back up into the air again like they were before, seemingly untouched. The inauguration had been a week ago, and he was still getting used to the fact that people were addressing him as Lord Fourth or Hokage-sama instead of his name, like normal. It would take a while to get acclimated to it, but it was just a simple little thing that he had caught himself fixating on from the very beginning. At least Kushina and Kakashi still called him by his name. That was all he needed, to be honest. He finally sharpened his unfocused eyes, and looked down at his overloaded desk with apprehension. The mountain of paperwork balanced on every available surface definitely hindered his resolve. He leaned over and started to shuffle a few of the loose leaves of paper around across his desktop, before he finally found what he was looking for: a small, bronze-wrapped photograph of the love of his life. He held it tenderly for a few moments, reminiscing on the fond memories of their youth, the day she came into his academy class and proudly announced that she would be the first female Hokage, and then promptly beat up the kids that told her otherwise the day she called him a girl, the first time, at least the time they ran into each other, literally, in front of a rather innocuous little ramen stand the moment he realized he seriously, really loved her, the day he came to her rescue when hidden. Lightning Ninja kidnapped her the day she realized that she seriously, really loved him. His heart fluttered a little bit in his chest just thinking about it. Kushina. Minato set the photograph atop of a precariously perched stack of Genin and Chunin mission reports, before turning his attention to the village behind his desk, framed beautifully behind an array of long, wide windows that wrapped all the way around the far side of the office. A swirl of leaves floated by as he stepped up to the one closest to his desk, which had the best view, in his opinion. The village hidden in the leaves, his village. The treetops danced in the late afternoon breeze, blitzing the earth beneath them in a beauty of lambent light and warmth. Rows upon rows of asymmetrically placed buildings and shops girdled the soft brown gravel streets below as they wound through the heart of the village, a glowing highway of bustling citizens, bored shinobi and playing children. He watched one particular group of them as they chased after a small red ball, weaving in and out of the legs of passerby as they hurried home for the evening. Some of the villagers shouted after them, waving a fist in the air, telling them to watch where they were going, but even Minato, from way up above them, could see the warm smile on their faces as they turned back around. The will of fire. He diverted his attention to the soft white cloth that stretched down his back and billowed out at his ankles. A cursory glance from this perspective would grant him only a flicker of red flame near the foot of the cloak, but he knew that it was much more than that. With a small snap, the clasp that held the coat around his neck was undone, and Minato gracefully removed it in one fluid motion. He would never tell anyone that he actually had been practicing this move in anticipation or anxiety for the 2 or so weeks leading up to his inauguration. The only person that knew about it was Kushina, but that was only because she barged into their bathroom while he was half naked one morning, doing it over and over again in front of the mirror. He blushed a little at that, as he held the coat in his hands and traced a few blood-red kanji that were carefully stitched into the back with a skill beyond his years. Fourth Hokage. He shivered just looking at the physical manifestation of his dream. He had wanted to be the one that people looked up to, the one that kept his people safe, since he was a child. The one that kept the hearth of fire within the hidden leaf flourishing and healthy. He smiled, and looked back down at the gaggle of children beneath him, still trying to go after their lost ball as it rolled and bounced and flipped through the air under the feet of the many villagers. His fingers continued to stroke the kanji for fire absent-mindedly as he did so, already lost in thought. The thought of children was certainly one that egged at the back of any mid-20s married couple's minds, and Minato and Kushina were no different. There had been many heated discussions regarding the matter, and it was one that Minato was hesitant towards in the beginning. But after Kushina's persistent nagging and prodding, he finally gave in to the tiny voice in the back of his mind that had been chomping at the bit to raise a proper family. He wouldn't give his children the same experience that he or Kushina had to endure throughout their childhoods. Not on his watch, as the Hokage of the Hidden Leaf. Just like he'd do his best to watch over each and every one of those children playing down at the foot of the tower. He frowned, and turned his attention back to the cloak that was sprawled out over his arms, and at the clenched fist that was now wrapped solidly around the fire kanji in a fervor of determination. He instantly let it go, for the sake of his coat, before he slyly threw it back over his shoulders and allowed it to settle behind him, not minding too much one way or another that a few pieces of paper on his desk fluttered to the floor from the air currents. Click. With the cape firmly back over his form, high collars flanking either side of his face in a rather exuberant fashion, he took a few steps towards his office door, determined to go out and see his village firsthand. The paperwork could wait. Hokage-sama. Hokage-sama. A young boy, one that couldn't have been more than 8 or 9 years old, came running up to Minato as he completed another slow walk along the less crowded paths in the village. He immediately jumped in front of the man and bowed his head deeply, a huge grin on his face. "Irika, please." "There's no need for that," Minato said with a warm smile, before he leaned down and ruffled the hair of the scar-faced child softly. Irika frowned indignantly, crossing his arms in front of his chest as he did so. "Hey! Cut it out! It's bad enough when my mom does it," he pouted, turning to the side to avoid looking at the blonde-haired man in the eye. Although he pursed his lips in a mischievous manner as he slowly turned his head and moved his eyes up the body of the fourth Hokage. Standard issue, black shinobi sandals. A pair of calves, each bandaged in a soft white gauze that wrapped under his shoes and up into his simple blue pants. The aforementioned blue pants. A brilliantly vibrant and surprisingly clean white cloak, adorned with an embroidered ring of fire that wrapped around the base of the cloth. A pair of battle-hardened, yet still kind and inviting, peach-colored hands, loosely set beneath 2 dark gray sleeves that wrapped up and underneath the cloak. A forest green jounin-level flak jacket, pockets and shoulder guards obscured by the cloak as well. A high-collared neck, one that led up to a pair of warm, loving, kind azure blue eyes. If a pair of eyes could smile, Minato's would be grinning from ear to ear. But it was more than that, they seemed to pierce his very being, and look into his soul, unadulterated, and warm the coils of his heart from the inside out. Irika's face immediately began to heat up in embarrassment as he felt the Hokage's gaze meet his, and he looked away immediately. Now, Irika, what's with the visual pat-down?" Minato softly chuckled, bending over and placing a hand on the boy's shoulder. "Is there something wrong?" "And no, I was just," Irika stuttered, trying to come up with a good excuse. Minato just laughed, a little harder this time, as he gripped the boy's shoulder in an effort to stabilize himself as he stood again. As soon as he was back on his feet again, he immediately released him, once again diverting Irika's gaze up to the man's eyes. "Would you like to grab something to eat?" "I'm starving, haven't eaten anything today," he said with another smile, before guiding Irika along beside him, not waiting for an answer. Irika looked up at Minato blithely as they walked, trying to think about what to talk about. The silence between them was definitely comfortable, but Irika still couldn't help but feel uneasy for taking up the time of such an important person in the village. Finally, his brain made a contact and he blurted out, "Wait, where are we going?" Minato patted him on the back and looked down at him with another grin. "It's a little ramen place that's just up ahead. I go there all the time." Sure enough, a small booth with a few kanji-adorned pieces of cloth in front came into view, and the pair of leaf citizens approached happily. Minato plopped down in the seat to the far left with a long, satisfied sigh, and Irika, not knowing how to proceed politely in the situation, followed suit with a gulp. He didn't want to step all over the man's kindness. "What'll it be, Hokage-sama?" Came the voice of an old man from behind the counter, holding a small noodle strainer in his hand as he turned and greeted the pair. He looked down at the boy and smiled warmly. "Oh, and who's this?" "My dinner guest for the evening," Minato smiled. "And I'll have the regular, Tucci." "Of course. Coming right up." Tucci raised the strainer in affirmation, before turning to Irika. "And how about yourself?" Irika spaced for a moment, trying to quickly remember the types of ramen that he knew of, or even the ones that he liked in particular. After what felt like an eternity, he blinked, and quickly said, I'll have the same." "All right," Tucci said with another smile, before beginning to turn around. 2 extra spicy flaming miso ramen bowls coming right up. "Wait, what?" Irika jumped, as the 2 men laughed and shook their heads. "I'm home." The door to the Namikaze residence clicked shut a moment later, as the soft sounds of sandals being removed rustled throughout the house. Then, suddenly, there was the rushing sound of a pair of feet on tile as they whipped around the corner from the kitchen and into the entryway. "Boof! Welcome home." Minato fell backwards onto the closed door, partially removed shoes flying through the air as Kushina practically tackled him with a bear hug. "Ow! Did you have to do that?" Minato whined a bit, rubbing the back of his head that had made contact with the door in an exaggerated manner. She socked him in the shoulder, before pulling him up by the collar of his flak jacket and into a brief kiss. "Welcome home," she said more softly, as she broke the kiss and helped him back up to his feet properly. "It's good to be home," he said completely truthfully. Kushina's eyes suddenly lit up like fireworks as realization clicked in her brain. "Oh! I almost forgot. Dinner is almost ready." Her eyes turned mischievous as she turned back towards the kitchen. "Hokage-sama." I get enough of that already at work," he pouted playfully, before following her in and sitting down at the table across from where Kushina was now brandishing a pot filled with steaming hot rice. For most people, the sight of the red-hot habanero wielding a weapon or something that could be misconstrued as a weapon was enough to send them packing. But Minato couldn't care less. All he could care about was food. Her food. He may have already eaten a bowl of ramen with Irika, the academy student, earlier that day. But nothing, not even a full stomach, would stop him from putting away several plates of his wife's delicious homemade cooking. It almost made the pain and suffering of paperwork throughout the day worth it almost. "Eat up," she said with a grin as she heaped a large pile of steaming vegetables and beef onto the pile of rice stacked up like a mountain amid his plate. "With pleasure," he said, breaking his chopsticks and beginning to eat. Several minutes of comfortable silence stretched between the two, as the two of them together decimated the pot of food on the stovetop before it could even think about getting cold. Minato ate with a respectable grace, while Kushina didn't. After a few more minutes of silent chewing, Kushina looked up from her messy place at the table and smiled over at her husband. "So, how was work today? Now that you're the big shot Hokage?" Her teasing was in jest when it came to him, unlike most of the people she interacted with. Minato paled at the thought of going grocery shopping with her. There was no doubt in his mind that she would curse out anyone and everyone that had the audacity of even thinking of getting in her way as she did her thing. He made the mistake of going into a 24-hour convenience store with her one night for some ice cream and nearly had to reattach the arm of the poor shopkeeper when Kushina learned they were all out of Rocky Road. He shook his head visibly, much to Kushina's confusion, as he grounded himself and smiled back at her. "You know I've only been the Hokage for a week now." It's been nothing but paperwork for the past lifetime, Minato grumbled that last bit, pouting again light-heartedly. He typically didn't act like this around other people, but Kushina tended to bring out this side of him, this side that even he himself wasn't sure existed after his participation in the Third Great Shinobi War a few years before, if you could call destroying an entire battalion of stone ninja single-handedly mere participation. Yeah, so? You're the Hokage now, she said with a warm admiration in her eyes. You had better do a damn good job keeping that seat warm, because once you get bored with it and go off to create some new fancy jutsu in all your spare time, I'm taking it for myself. She pounded her hand on the table, causing the plates and bowls to rattle all over the place, sending crumbs and pieces of rice flying through the air and onto the carpet. Hell yeah, you know. Minato couldn't help but laugh at his wife's crazy antics. She was the light of his life. Whatever emotional battery he consistently drained down while at work was always immediately recharged the instant he opened that door and smelled her lavender-scented hair from across the house. What's so funny? Now it was Kushina's turn to pout childishly. Although Minato had to admit that she far outclassed him on that front. He simply put on a mask of ignorance, looking over his shoulders behind him as if to find some third person, before turning around and looking back at her in shock. Who, me? He pointed to himself dumbly, barely constraining a cheeky grin before it grew across his face. He loved this girl. Kushina laughed this time, before leaning over the table and socking him again in the shoulder. Ow, hey! You deserved that one, you doofus, she said with a giggle, before settling back and patting her belly with one hand while stifling a burp with the other. Phew, I'm stuffed, she said with a grimace as the food settled in her stomach. Minato rolled his eyes with a smile and shook his head. You know, I'm starting to really wonder who wears the pants in this relationship. Kushina didn't bother to move, only looking his way and raising an eyebrow. You're figuring this out now? Then, she broke out in a fit of laughter that bounced off the walls of the kitchen and reverberated through Minato's heart. He couldn't help but join in. After the two of them calmed down, Kushina wiped the tears from her eyes and sighed. Ah, that was a good one. Suddenly, her eyes narrowed in indignation as she looked at the freezer with poorly suppressed curiosity. Say, do we have any ice cream? Minato immediately paled before gulping and shaking his head. I think you finished it off yesterday, he said sheepishly, rubbing the back of his head in nervousness. Kushina slumped back in her chair, crossing her arms and frowning like a child. Oh well. A few moments of comfortable silence hung in the air, while Minato shook his head and began to gather up their dishes and taking them to the sink. He took off his cloak carefully, draping it over the back of his chair, before donning a small, gray apron and getting to work on washing their plates and silverware. As the water hissed from the sink, Minato neglected to hear the chair behind him shift slightly, nor did he notice as his wife slowly walked up behind him. Naturally, then, he jumped when she wrapped her arms around his chest from behind, enveloping him in a tight hug. He immediately decompressed, releasing any of his nervousness from the sudden attack like a balloon in the wind. He flipped the faucet off and turned in her arms to hug her back properly, before looking down at her. There was no other word for it. She was just plain happy. Hey, Minato? Can I ask you a question? Her happiness evaporated immediately, giving way to nervousness. He could tell by the way she worded it, and the fact that she was being much more polite than usual, that this was a serious question, one that she had been chewing on all dinner long. Of course you can. What's got you bothered? He said with a smile, wiping the stray red hairs out of her face. Well, you know how we decided that we wanted to have children? She began slowly. A paleness creeped its way onto Minato's face, but she only laughed and lightly tapped him on the forehead with her palm. It's not that, you silly. We still have a ways to go before I'm even ready to be pregnant. You have nothing to be worried about. Minato couldn't help but let a small sigh escape from his lips. Becoming the fourth Hokage, and getting news that you were a father in the same week? That would just be too much. Kushina's continued question broke him out of his thoughts. Well, I was just wondering, she fidgeted a bit at his arms. what you would want to name the baby, if we had one. He blinked. That's what she was so worked up about asking me. What, is she afraid I'm going to name the kid after ramen or something? He started, obviously not sure how to answer the question. Kushina immediately jumped back, a look of guilt and embarrassment on her face. Don't worry. You don't have to answer it now, she said apprehensively, hands raised in front of her in a calming manner. Does she really think I'm going to get mad at her for asking? Minato gave one of his trademark smiles, one of the ones that could warm the cockles of even the devil's heart. He walked over and wrapped his arms around her in a quick embrace, before pulling away from her, hands on her shoulders. Why on earth did you think that I wouldn't want to answer that question? She twitched a little under his prying eyes. Their power was not lost on anyone, least of all Kushina. She could do little to resist their warm and tender gaze. Iwaswari Diawarigan nask me what I wanted to meet and didn't know wanted scary and her mouth went into overdrive, trying to spit out the string of words that her brain was producing at a speed that put the flying thunder god to shame. She kept going, and Minato just watched her as she went along, her eyes pressed shut. For being good at stuff like these, you know? And I'm just worried that I'm gonna pick a bad name and your child is gonna grow up being bullied or harassed and it'll be my foul. Her eyes shot open as Minato silenced her with a kiss, much to her surprise. She melted a little in his arms, before he moved back a bit and smiled at her. You don't have to be nervous. I won't get mad at you, I promise. I don't really have any ideas right now, he scratched the back of his head again sheepishly, but I'd love to hear what you had in mind. He phrased the last part of his question in an attempt to help curb her anxiety and self-doubt. From the sigh of relief and slight smile that appeared on her face, Minato internally sighed as well. Menma. Minato blinked. I beg your pardon? Now she looked agitated. Menma, you know. That's my name suggestion. She mumbled the last part, as if she didn't want to admit to even herself. Why was she so ashamed? What, like the ramen topping? It was well known that Kushina loved ramen. Minato was a fan as well, but nowhere close to the level of fanaticism that his wife had for Tucci and his humble stand. He thought about suggesting a name ramen related in jest, once the topic came up, just to make her laugh, but he wasn't expecting her to be seriously contemplating it. Nor was he expecting the question so soon. But it made sense, now that he thought about it. Kushina cringed, and Minato immediately realized that he had said that with a little more uncertainty than he had meant to. Boy, I bet she is beating herself up something fierce inside her mind right now. If you don't like it, you can just say I love it. Kushina blinked, and looked back up into her husband's smiling eyes. What? She mouthed in shock, her voice apparently not working. He leaned in to kiss her again, before giving her a big bear hug. I said I love it, silly. Menma is a great name. He could physically feel the anxiety leave her body and pass through him into the night sky. It was a strange feeling, but he quickly composed himself when he felt her completely relax in his arms, all of her worries, her doubts, her insecurities leaving with it. It was a magical feeling, and he couldn't help but squeeze her tighter with a smile. Thank you, Minato. He blushed a little at the absolute sincerity behind those words, and was about to pull away from her to look her in the eye, like he always did, when she returned the hug with just as much, if not more intensity than he did. Boof! Don't mention it suffocating me, he croaked from within her frightening strength, and she immediately released him. He took a few deep breaths, before grinning down at her sheepishly. We still have a while, you know. Neither of us are quite ready to be parents, so if you come up with something better before then we can talk about it further? She looked up at him inquiringly, seeking his approval, which he readily gave. Of course, he smiled. But Menma is great. For now, that's choice number 1. We can add more to the list when we think of them. Great! She exclaimed, jumping up and pecking him on the cheek, wrapping her arms around his neck. He pulled her in for another hug, before the two pulled apart once more. Minato turned to get back to the dishes, but a hand on his arm stopped him, and he turned to look at her again. She had a look in her eyes one the Minato knew too well. It was a look of hunger. Infatuation. His heart skipped a beat, and he nearly dropped a plate on the ground. What? He said dumbly, as she smiled at him seductively. Kushina leaned up to his ear quietly, and Minato just stood there like a scarecrow, not sure what to do. When he felt her hot breath on his ear, his own breath hitched, and he had to brace himself on the countertop in front of him. He could feel her smile as she began to speak. "Take me to go get ice cream. I want some damn Rocky Road." Minato sat in bed, lamp on, book open. It happened to be his favorite read, and he always went to sleep with its message implanted in his mind, in order to mentally prepare him for the next day's work. He turned a bit, pajamas rustling under the sheets, and looked over to where Kushina was resting beside him, a large and empty tub of ice cream lying on its side on her nightstand, dripping what was left of the chocolatey concoction all over. As if she knew he was watching her, she belched loudly in satisfaction, and tossed a gnawed-upon spoon into the empty bucket, causing it to rattle and fall to the floor, face down. "Damn, that was good," she said with a groan, stretching her back as she prepared to go to sleep. Minato only chuckled to himself, before returning to his book. This was his favorite part, after all. If there is peace in this world, I will find it. Minato stared at the pages of the book, lost in thought, as he scanned through. Suddenly, one particular paragraph, one that hadn't caught his eye particularly before, rang out to him like the call from an angel. Who are you? What is your name?" Minato put the book down. "Naruto." Kushina blinked, not quite asleep yet. "Huh?" she grumbled, before turning around to look her husband in the eye. What she saw was something she called his Hokage face. His eyes were narrowed at no one in particular, and his mouth was pursed closed in a line. He was concentrating on something, and from the looks of it, it was something big. "Naruto," he repeated, still looking at the wall. Finally, he broke the connection with the invisible person, and looked down at her. His eyes began to twinkle in the light, and he smiled so sincerely that it made Kushina's heart melt. Still, she was half asleep, and was exhausted. "Yeah, that's the character from that book that Jiraiya wrote, right? It wasn't bad at least, it was better than that pervy smut he's pumping out nowadays." She grumbled and sat up a bit, rubbing her eyes with a yawn. "Naruto," Minato whispered. And that's when something clicked in Kushina's brain, and she shot awake like a bullet. Her eyes drifted to her husband's, who was still eyeing her with a glimmer of hope. And happiness. "Naruto," she whispered back, wide-eyed. "Naruto." Minato shouted happily, wrapping his arms around Kushina. She started laughing, hugging Minato back tightly. He joined her shortly, and they just sat there, content with the world, as their laughter died down. "Naruto," she replied with a beaming smile, nestling under Minato's arm, before she felt something warm and heavy connect with her head, followed by the soft sounds of unconsciousness. She looked up at the blond man, careful not to disturb his rest. His head had fallen sideways onto her own when he fell asleep from pure exhaustion, his face mirroring her expression of utter peace. She eased away from him and forced him further down the bed into a proper sleeping position. With another warm grin, she leaned up against him and fell asleep as well. They had made their choice. Minato sniffled in boredom as his eyes swept over yet another budget proposal. This one was for the Academy's Taijutsu department. He shook his head and stamped it, asking himself how a department that is supposed to be training students how to use nothing but their bodies in combat could siphon so much money out of the city's coffers. With a sigh, he nonchalantly discarded the paper into the bin at the foot of his desk labeled out, before smoothly bringing his hand to the top of the massive stack to his right and looking over a genin mission report from 3 days ago. Minato understood the need to develop protocol and routine within the young fledgling ninja community, but still he could go without having to read and sign off on yet another cat retrieval mission. He scratched his eye with his free hand, pen perched above the signature line in the other. With an exasperated sigh, he willed it to move. Namikaze. He then dabbed his stamp in the ink pad, pen still in hand, and slammed it down over top. When he released it, the kanji 44 was emblazoned over his name in a bold red ink. Another piece of paper was disposed of via the outbox, and another unfiled mission report found its way onto his desk. Another signature. Another stamp. Another sigh. It continued like this for 3 hours, before the sweet embrace of death took Minato away from this world, or so he wished. Nope, the clock didn't lie. He had another 4 hours to go. With an audible groan, he slammed his head into his desk in the pinnacle of boredom. Maybe I can modify the Hiraishin to speed up time, he brainstormed in jest. To prove his point, he rolled his forehead around on the tabletop, mumbling obscenities under his breath and pulling at his hair with his hands. That damn monkey, you know, Minato, I never took you for a drunkard, came a gruff voice from across the room. The Hokage blinked, stilling the movement of his head. Is that who I think it is? He mumbled from his desk. The one and only. The man proclaimed proudly. The bold, the daring, the devilishly handsome, the gallant Toad Sage Minato was suddenly across the room, with his hand over his sensei's mouth and a frown on his face. Please, for the love of Kami, not now, he grumbled. I've had a really, really long day. I'll say, chuckled Jiraiya, as he pried the man's hand off of his face. He just smirked, and pointed to Minato's forehead. Minato raised an eyebrow, then brought his hand up to his face, where he plucked his pen from his tangled hair. He sweat dropped as he tossed it over his shoulder, where it landed with a soft tap in his pen jar on the corner of his desk. Jiraiya just rolled his eyes at the showmanship. Nice moves, but I didn't come all the way back to the Leaf Village just to watch you do parlor tricks, Hokage-sama. Ugh. Stop calling me that. Or, at least, stop calling me that in that patronizing way, Minato grumbled, already back at his desk in a flash of yellow and white. He leaned forward onto his desk, before rubbing his eyes again for good measure. I trust you have news to report, then? Jiraiya immediately hardened, before frowning and nodding at Minato. Yes. We have narrowed down where Orochimaru's currently holed up. It's in an abandoned bunker on the outskirts of town, past the city walls. I recommend sending an Umbu team out to take care of him. You're not volunteering to deal with him yourself? Minato responded, a faint hint of surprise in his eyes. Otherwise, however, his Hokage face was primed and ready. I thought it was implied, Jiraiya said, as he turned and walked over to the window behind Minato's desk. He, too, liked the view, just not the job that came with it. So he settled for the occasional visit every now and then. I'd be leading the Umbu team, of course. No. Jiraiya started at this, before turning with a raised brow at his pupil, who was still facing forwards at his desk. He hadn't moved at all. Might I ask why? As much as you think Orochimaru is your responsibility, I'm not so sure. He may have been the friend and rival that you strove to save from himself in the past, but the fact of the matter is that it's Sarutobi that needs to do this. Jiraiya's eyebrows threatened to shoot into orbit. That old geezer? Are you sure? Come now, Jiraiya, be nice, came a soothing voice from the office doorway. I thought I taught you better than that. Another eye roll from the iron white-haired man. Sensei. Might as well come in. Who said that was your say? Hiruzen smiled, shifting his pipe from side to side in amusement. Last I checked, this wasn't your office. He turned to Minato. How's the hat treating you, my friend? An exasperated look was his response. Hiruzen chuckled to himself as he closed the door behind him with a small click and strolled casually to the window that Jiraiya was occupying. Beautiful view, don't you think? He mused out loud. His reply was a nod from his student and a grunt of affirmation from his successor. They were obviously waiting for him to speak his mind on the matter at hand. The old Hokage was known for deliberating heavily on things before opening his mouth. They didn't call him the professor purely for his repertoire of ninjutsu alone, after all. After a few puffs from his pipe, he turned and looked at Minato, who had swiveled in his chair to observe the two older men with a raised eyebrow. I accept your proposal. Give me a team of Umbu and his location, and I'll set him straight. Minato nodded once, turning back to his desk to fumble through his papers. All right. I'm granting you full authority on this task. Do whatever it takes to stop Orochimaru. He tugged on a sheet of paper that was about halfway through one of his piles, holding it steady with his free hand until the paper came free. With a cursory glance, he nodded and handed it over to Hiruzen. He then locked eyes with the man and folded his arms in his lap professionally. I mean it. By any means necessary. Jiraiya tried to hide his discomfort in the statement by turning back to the window with crossed arms, but considering he was among two of the only people on the planet that knew Jiraiya better than he himself did, it was in vain. Sensei Minato began with a small smile. I know that you want to do this. Trust me, I understand it. If one of my teammates decided to become a missing nin on his own accord, I'd do everything in my power to get him back. We all would. Hiruzen nodded to this, turning to face his student. Do not worry, Jiraiya. I'll see to it myself that his actions are stopped, one way or another. He folded the paper that Minato gave him and stashed it away within the confines of his rolling robes. Jiraiya sighed and closed his eyes, arms still crossed. All right. I trust both of you. Just be careful, all right? I don't want to lose two members of my team at the same time. The old Hokage just chuckled at this, waving his hand through the air dismissively as he began to take his leave. Who do you take me for, Jiraiya? He stopped about halfway to the door, before turning his attention to the blond man sitting at his old desk. Have a good evening, Minato. The fourth smiled warmly and waved a little to the man as he turned and strolled out the door. Not long after, the brazen figure of his sensei began to walk towards the door as well. I'll see you around, Minato. Of course. Minato smiled slightly. He knew Jiraiya was peeved at him for pulling rank, but it had to be done. Hiruzen had specifically asked for Jiraiya not to be included in the task, and the blond man had almost immediately noted that the Toad Sage would not be happy about it. But the third had only smiled mischievously, stating that it would be a good opportunity for Minato to stretch his Hokage muscles and put his personal feelings aside for the good of the village. As much as it pained him to admit it, the old man was right. He was still wet behind the ears when it came to his job, and every piece of, mostly, harmless experience he could get, he should snatch up as quickly as he could. His smile faltered a little more as the man began to slip through the door. Then, he jumped, remembering something he was supposed to ask. Wait! Sensei? He called out, just as the man's white hair disappeared from view. For a moment of tense silence, Minato thought that Jiraiya had simply ignored him out of spite, and he sighed, sinking back into his chair. But then, the grinning mug of the legendary pervert manifested itself in the doorframe. Changed your mind? Minato deadpanned, shaking his head. What? No. I just wanted to ask you something. The Sannin frowned and grumbled, but made no sign of stopping his blonde student from continuing. Acknowledging Jiraiya's consent to continue, Minato smiled cheekily, and rubbed the back of his neck in embarrassment. Actually, I'd rather we talk about it over dinner. It involves Kushina as well. Would you be willing to come over at, say, 6-ish tonight? Jiraiya made a show of himself, vivaciously sighing, and slumping back against the door in exasperation. Do I have to? That seriously cuts into my research time. He cried, sliding to the floor in a defeated heap. You know as well as I do that you'll have more than just the bathhouse women to deal with if you blow Kushina off like I know you're thinking about doing, Minato quipped immediately, a small vengeful smile creeping onto his face. Jiraiya's expression paled to the point where his forehead and cheeks were completely intangible from the white hair that jetted every which way around his forehead protector. It was quite the sight seeing the fear in the legendary shinobi's eyes at the mention of Kushina's wrath. Then, he paled himself when he realized how much trouble he would be in if Jiraiya didn't show up. So Minato became ghostly white as well. I see you've realized that both of us are in a pickle, mumbled a wide-eyed Jiraiya. I guess I have no choice. Should I bring a bottle of wine or something? This snapped the Hokage out of his terror-induced trance, and he simply gave a warm chuckle. Oh, no, none of that. She's just making some sort of ramen dish. You know her and ramen. Jiraiya didn't skip a beat, although his pupils did dilate slightly. Right. So 2 bottles then? Minato sighed and slumped forward a bit. Yeah, that'd probably be a good idea. You know how she is with ramen. With an apprehensive gulp, Jiraiya slowly stood up, his legs shaking nearly imperceptibly, not that Minato didn't notice. Right. I guess I'll see you tonight then, he said with a sheepish grin, and he was simply gone in a flash of leaves and hormones. Pervert, mumbled Minato, as he rolled his eyes and began to forage through the mounds of paperwork that manifested themselves across his desk on a nearly minutely basis. Another insurmountable period of time passed, before the sun's harsher gaze began to bear down on Minato from behind the pained glass of his sterile red office. He really needed to do some redecorating. Everything looked too fresh, too new, and too uninviting. The only addition he had made in the last day to his drab workspace was a large round rug that was centered under the small, plain light fixture that fought off the darkness in the corners. Although this rug was, undoubtedly, special. He had spent the better part of 4 hours the previous day with ink-covered hands and arms, frantically scribbling away the formula for his most powerful and long-lasting Hiraishin seal on the bottom of it. If anything were to happen while he was away from the tower or hell, even the village, he could focus on the seal from a massive distance, much further than with his normal, hastily applied Hiraishin seals, and move to it instantaneously, with little to no difference in chakra draw. Well, not at that time, at least. He had pumped so much into the seal itself as to offset the costs later that Kushina had found him that morning, in his pajamas, passed out across it in sheer chakra exhaustion. It was embarrassing, to say the least, but it was certainly worth it. The Hokage office was now certifiably his main hub, and his most powerful transportation and offensive jutsu had to accommodate for it. He had thought about placing one in the living room of his home, but for the time being, a ring of 4 Hiraishin kunai could do the job and then some. Besides, he couldn't simply have 4 kunai jutting out of the floor of his office, where people would be no doubt flocking for mission assignments, emergency summons, or the like, now could he? With a sigh and a contented smirk, Minato realized that he was down to the last stack of paperwork on his desk. It was getting easier, that was certain. Now it seemed like he would be going home a mere 3 hours late, as opposed to the past week's 6 to 7. It was a wonderful change of pace, he'd be able to walk home while the sun was still somewhat up. That thought alone made Minato's heart soar, and he began to attack the stack of paper with renewed vigor. That was, of course, until he smelled something. Something familiar. What are Genma and his team doing now? Minato frowned, setting his pen down and looking upward. Ozone. The smell that his Hiraishin jutsu left behind when pumped with a rather significant amount of chakra. He remembered his first few attempts to get the hang of the space-time jutsu, and the smell alone still sent his body into Pavlov-induced nausea tremors. But he had compensated for that by refining the technique significantly, so much so, in fact, that by the time it was used in the Third Shinobi War, there simply was no smell whatsoever. Completely untraceable, and completely undetectable. He narrowed his eyes slightly at the rug in his office. Is the seal interfering with something that Genma's squad is practicing? He knew that his personal guard was working to refine their own performance of the jutsu, but that it was simply not coming along as well as they would have liked. But he immediately crossed that theory out when he saw the waves of heat began to permeate off of the ground, above his rug, distorting his view of the back wall and door ever so slightly. That was not right at all. He had never seen the Hiraishin do anything close to what it was doing now. Or, rather, what he thought it was doing. It could be something completely different, he suddenly thought. His eyes widened in fear momentarily, before he steeled himself once again. Did the stone figure it out? Did they find a weakness, a way to use the Hiraishin against me? Another blast of ozone stench attacked his nostrils, and he grimaced. The density in the office was becoming tangible, and the papers on his desk were starting to stir a little on their own accord. He could feel the waves of gravity hit his body, increasing ever so slightly as time went on. Minato grimaced and reached for his kunai pouch, preparing for the worst. Whatever it was that was happening, it was simply not natural, and most certainly not good. There was a blinding flash of light, and a brilliant burst of pure energy that blitzed away from the rug. An ear-splitting crack echoed through the room, deafening Minato significantly, and he flew backwards out of his chair and onto the ground in a confused stupor. He shook his head and tried to regain his senses as quickly as he could. Did a bolt of lightning just hit my office? The ring of tinnitus in his ears began to slow slightly, granting him more and more of his hearing each passing second. "Oh, you doing? You could have gotten yourself killed. I can't believe you. This is unbelievable. You're lucky we left when we did, because your mother is going to tear you a new one when she gets home. But I didn't do anything wrong." "Like hell you didn't. That technique, it's not simply for show, you know. There's a whole process behind it. Trying to use it incomplete like that is, no joke, and I'm totally serious when I say this, deadly. You know how long it took me to get right? A solid month. Hell, it took upwards of 3 years for the damn thing to be developed in the first place. You can't, and I mean can't, pull it off in just 1 week. Come on, Dad. You're being an asshole." Minato blinked. What the hell is going on? He groaned, and slowly regained his footing, using his desk as support as he did so. His mind subconsciously prompted him to summon his Umbu guard, but he stopped himself before flaring his chakra. He was the only one here, and it didn't make sense to put anyone else in harm's way if he could help it. He wasn't called the Yellow Flash simply for show. After another moment of head shaking, he blinked his eyes a few times in order to fight away the fuzzy aftereffects of the strange explosion that had happened not moments earlier. But his eyes shot open the instant he took an apprehensive look at the scene before him. Minato honestly had expected to see a massive hole in his office, leading down to the ground floor, and a massive fire beginning to flare up and around the place where his rug used to be. Instead, there were 2 blonde men standing atop its completely normal spot in his office. Well, one was a man, at least. The other was a boy, a genin, by the looks of it. And the man was righteously pissed. "Asshole?" he bellowed, gripping the hand of the boy just a little tighter, causing the kid to grimace slightly under the pressure. "I'm not the asshole here, Boruto." "What?" the boy crowed, fighting out of the man's grasp. "How can I be the asshole? You're the one that stopped my match prematurely like that." Now I have no chance. Minato raised a dumbfounded eyebrow at just what he was looking at, tuning out whatever it was that the boy was going on about at the time. It took him a moment to realize that he was, in fact, not hallucinating, and once he had solidified that crucial fact, he finally took the time to observe the situation properly. To the right of his desk, towards the middle of the room, was a boy. He wore a black, high-collared shirt, accented by a vibrant red lining that highlighted his white V-neck shirt and incredibly familiar blonde hair, which was shaped surprisingly like a large yellow leaf that had landed on his head. A black shinobi headband christened his forehead, although Minato couldn't tell what the insignia said. He assumed that it was one of the leaves, because his secretary wouldn't have allowed them up to his office if that weren't the case. Minato blinked again and rubbed his head with his hands. The theory that he had misjudged the chakra calculations for his seal and it had simply knocked him out while he was working was growing stronger in his mind all the while. That would mean that these 2 bickering shinobi were sent here to speak with him, and they had yet to notice that he was practically unconscious on the floor. Just how long had I been out? "You listen here, young man. I have the power to take that headband away from you for this. I'd watch your mouth if I were you, you know." Minato's eyes shifted to the left, which made him audibly gasp. It was like looking in the mirror. A tall, lean yet fit man stood with his arms crossed next to the boy, shooting him a glare that would surely be deadly if looks could kill. His frame was wrapped by an orange-black long-sleeved shirt that led down to a pair of basic black pants and high-brimmed sandals that went up to his calves. His blonde hair was cut somewhat short, but still leaving enough to show just how unruly it was, as it shot every which way haphazardly. But what surprised Minato the most about this mysterious newcomer was the fact that he, too, wore a short, yet impressive, white cloak. From the angle that Minato had on the man, he could see that it was also accented with flames along the bottom, and there was writing down the back, just like his. Minato stood there, flabbergasted, as the two shinobi, he assumed the one on the left was also a shinobi, just by the way he presented himself, bickered with one another unendingly. He said unconsciously, as his mouth opened and closed rapidly, trying to come to terms with what he was seeing. The boy suddenly twitched slightly, and turned to look him right in the eye, where he frowned, confusingly. Minato jumped. The boy had startlingly beautiful, electric blue eyes as well as a set of whiskers. No, they were just birthmarks, it seemed. But nonetheless, it was certainly an interesting physical characteristic. The man paid no attention to the boy's shifted gaze, instead, it made him angrier. Boruto. Hey, Boruto? Are you paying attention, damn it? Just what Minato watched in a form of mild apprehension as the man's eyes traced the newly identified Boruto's line of sight to himself. A pair of calculating, rage-filled, loving eyes locked onto his own, and immediately shot open. As did Minato's. They were exactly like his. The color, the size of the pupil, the way they sat on his face. Although, he had to say that the shape was different. Yet, still, it was oddly familiar. Minato's eyes shifted to the man's cheeks, where a similar set of whiskers sat upon his face. Father and son, he subconsciously concluded, not that the rest of his mind took heed. He watched in mild fascination as the man's face contorted into fear, worry, uneasiness, happiness, then anger. Then, he turned white as a ghost. Minato blinked, finally somewhat out of his trance. He repeated, clearing his throat, and sitting back down in his seat. Can I help you, gentlemen? Now it was the other man's turn to gape like a fish out of water. He took a step forward, stopped, then turned to look at the office he was standing in. Boruto, now slightly nervous at the man's antics, took a step back and watched him as he silently observed his surroundings. Dad? He said trepidatiously, eyes shifting from blond man to blond man. The part of Minato's brain that was responsible for deductive reasoning silently cheered in the recesses of his mind. The boy's father stopped immediately, before he turned to look at Minato again. His eyes glazed over slightly in confusion, then realization, or, at least, what Minato assumed was realization. He took a few protective steps towards his son, grappling Boruto's shoulder harshly, as he continued to look at Minato with fearful anger. Shit! He simply stated, before the pair disappeared in a swirl of leaves. Chapter 2. If there was a competition for the world's crappiest father, Boruto Uzumaki was content with the fact that he knew that his was at the top of the leaderboard. Hell, if he saw the 7th Hokage, the real 7th Hokage, for more than 20 minutes on any given day, it was a victory in his books. Why the hell was it so damn hard for his dad to make time for his own family? Granted, Boruto knew that he was the only one among his family that seemed to really care. His mother appeared to tolerate his perpetual absence, his sister pretty much did whatever their mother did, and Dad himself, well, he was a self-centered ass. Of course he'd side with himself. He was fighting an uphill battle. Why couldn't anyone see that the Hokage cared more about the damned village than his own flesh and blood? His own clan? Boruto grimaced at that word. He hated the concept of clan superiority. His best friend, Shikadai, tended to try and pull that card all the time to get out of doing things he was supposed to be doing. To the blonde-haired Uzumaki heir, he'd rather saw off his own right arm than take the mantle of his father once he finally kicked the bucket. His heart stopped for a second, as he stood in front of his bathroom mirror, toothbrush hanging lackadaisically out of his mouth, shirt somewhere under a pile of other miscellany behind him in his room. Did I really just wish my father was dead? He blinked once, then twice, then scowled at his reflection. That was cowardly. The man may have been tiresome, to borrow a phrase, but that was no reason to think something like that. He still loved his father, after all. Boruto's expression softened a little, as leaned forward a bit over his sink and spit the contents of his mouth into the now running water. After wiping his face with a towel, then rinsing and setting his toothbrush back in its rightful home, he made to leave his bathroom to start his day properly, when his golden reflection in the mirror drew his attention once again. He froze in his place, strangely transfixed at the boy that looked back at him. He never really cared too much one way or another how he looked. Girls weren't exactly anything to be scoffed at, and most tended to be more obsessed with him and clingy than he would like, so he basically just did the bare minimum and left it at that. Regardless, he raised a thin eyebrow at what he saw in front of him. His blonde mop of hair was still slightly damp from his morning shower, and a few drops of perspiration due to the humid air within the bathroom began to drip down his forehead, down his face. His eyes moved to the rest of his body, and he flexed a little bit in smug admiration. Being an actual genin apparently did have its perks after all. All that training hadn't been for nothing, it would seem. His eyes shifted from his arms to the small metal rod attached to a string around his neck. He softened considerably at that, remembering its history. He was wrong when he said that girls were annoying. Well, not all girls at least. There was one girl in his life that meant more to him than he'd ever care to admit, least of all to his parents. They'd just get all sappy and embarrassing. That was, of course, if his father was even around. Who knows, maybe he'd send a shadow clone to mock him. Regardless, his sister's craftsmanship, as crude as it may have been when she made the necklace, still warmed the cockles of his heart. She had only been 4 at the time, and he himself had been barely older, but Boruto had kept it ever since. He'd occasionally have to replace the string that tied the simple screw to his neck if he trained too hard or just wore it too much, and it poked him sometimes while he slept, but he didn't mind. It was a keepsake, a memento of a simpler time. A time when his father was still very much a part of their family. And once again, like always, his thoughts gravitated towards his dad. Why did that always happen? He slammed an angry fist down weakly onto his countertop, blue eyes darting up to their reflective copies before him. Very, very blue eyes. Granted, they were more electric blue than anything, thanks to the effects of his mother's white eyes mingled with his dad's cerulean, but they still did nothing but scream Naruto Uzumaki. The hair certainly didn't help. And neither did the set of 4 whisker marks that were etched across his cheeks indelibly. Absent-mindedly, he ran a small, blistered hand. He'd yet to develop calluses, considering he'd been a genin for 6 months, over his birthmarks absent-mindedly, tracing their outline faintly as they traveled across his face. He had been so mad, so angry not even 10 seconds ago, and yet now, he was calm. Very calm, in fact. It was a strange effect, one he didn't really understand. Maybe it was just because he was starting to sweat out his feelings, from being in the muggy bathroom for longer than he intended to. As if to confirm his hypothesis, he started to see the mirror in front of him fog over, a cue for him to get out and start his day. With a sigh, he bared his teeth at his rapidly blurring 2-dimensional counterpart, exposing a pair of surprisingly sharp canines that came down over the rest of his teeth ever so slightly, in an almost animalistic way. They were nowhere near as vulpine as his father's, but that didn't make him look slightly feral every time he got angry early in the morning, as one tended to do. He didn't really understand why he looked the way he did, or rather, why his father looked the way he did. After all, they weren't Inuzukas, were they? Regardless, Boruto smirked in the mirror, before inhaling sharply. "Let's do this," he called out to his reflection, the 2 Borutos pumping their fists in the air triumphantly. It looked ridiculous, considering he was still standing practically naked, in his shinobi pants, shirtless, shouting in his own house. He shrugged nonchalantly, and slammed the bathroom door open, a cloud of steam oozing out into the hallway in a very dramatic and theatrical way. Naturally, he struck a pose as he strolled out into his house, puffing out his chest and grinning impishly. "What are you doing, big brother?" came a small, confused voice to his left, causing him to jump and flinch unconsciously away from the previously unseen presence. "Naya. Himawari, where the heck did you come from?" he screeched, cheeks reddening in embarrassment. "I was waiting to use the restroom," she replied blithely, smiling as she did so. Apparently the awkwardness of the situation was lost to her, much to Boruto's eternal gratitude. Instead, she just pattered past him with a skip in her step, humming a small tune, her happy smile still on her face. Then, the door to the bathroom clicked shut behind him. Boruto blinked at what just happened, before the voice of his mother called his name from downstairs, unmistakably from the kitchen. "Boruto!" she sang, "You had better hurry up. Today's a big day." "I know, you know," he shouted back in irritation. Why did everyone feel the need to remind him of the obvious? He stomped down the wood-lined hallway, running a hand absent-mindedly along the beige-painted walls as he went. Their house was certainly nothing to be scoffed at. They lived in the same place as the Hokage, after all. Still, it was a relatively simple home, with a basic upstairs landing, met in the middle by the bathroom that he and his sister shared. Once you reached the top of the stairs, you had the choice of left or right. Left sent you down a smaller hallway to his parents' bedroom, right sent you first to Himawari's room, then to his own. He yawned nonchalantly as he twisted the doorknob to his sanctuary, then grimacing as the smell hit his nose. Week-old instant ramen bowls were littered on and around his desk, adorned magnificently by various quantities of garbage and dirty clothing, spread across the floor of his room like massive anthills. He expertly maneuvered around the piles with a bored expression, as if he was used to doing this kind of thing on a daily basis. Boruto's room was nothing more than that, really just a simple room with a bunch of posters clinging to the plain, beige-painted walls, a few small shelves holding various trinkets of his, a bookshelf next to his desk, a chair covered in some more sets of his clothes. Where the hell were all these shirts coming from anyways? Towards his door, a few more shelves crammed in the small space between where his desk and bed sat. His bed was completely disheveled, sheets were balled up and spread out like they had been stuck under an industrial-strength blender. Hanging off of his headboard, partially concealing the Uzumaki family crest that was etched into it, was his trademark black and red jacket, which he grabbed in one sweeping motion on his way to his desk. Pausing for a moment, Boruto frowned and turned around to look at the mess around him. Then he shrugged nonchalantly, bent over a bit, and began to rummage through the clothes pile closest to him. He brought a seemingly harmless white shirt up to his nose, before blanching and tossing it across the room. Yeah, not that one. Two more shirts were hurled across the room, before a garment finally passed his excruciatingly highbrow quality smell test. It was thrown over his light frame without a second thought, followed closely by the black jacket. Finally feeling dressed enough to go out and conquer the world, Boruto shifted a few things around on his desk, revealing a small mouse and keyboard. With the repeated mashing of buttons and a few loud bashings on the tower of his computer, as well as a few expletives sprinkled in, it roared to life in a fervor of electrical clicks and whirs, blasting Boruto's face with a bright white synthetic light. He went through his daily digital routine, poking about his calendar to make sure nothing too serious snuck up on him, then moving on to his Shinobi-assigned email account to see if any news or announcements had been made available overnight. He actually grew excited when he saw his father's work address positioned next to a new message, brightly blinking at the top of his screen, urging to be opened. So, he humored it. His hopeful smile turned to a scowl almost instantaneously. It was just a reminder of the schedule for the day's events, contingency plans in case something went wrong. His father had always been strangely paranoid around Chunin exam time, as well as a few smaller snippets of news attached to the end by the Hokage's secretary and assistants. It was your typical daily report, one that he, as well as every other active shinobi in the Leaf, got at the beginning of every day, without fail. It was to be expected. But still, he couldn't help but feel betrayed that he hadn't seen nor talked to his father since Konohamaru-sensei had handed them the Chunin exam application 6 days ago. He was happy, excited, hopeful that his dad would come home and take him out to dinner. Or maybe, just maybe, pat him on the back and tell him congratulations for being a member of the first rookie team in a few years to try for the illustrious rank of Chunin right out of the academy. A part of him had hoped that his father had done the absolute easiest thing he could have done in order to show some sort of sign he noticed, or cared. He had honestly hoped that the email was for him, and only for him some sort of praise or congratulations. Just something, anything. He roared to himself with fury, grabbing his keyboard and tossing it at the wall. It soared across his desk for a moment, before the cord caught and it clattered to his desktop with a massive crash. He was out the door before it even made contact. Had he stuck around for just 5 more minutes, Boruto would have gotten that email. The Honorable Seventh Hokage yawned, stretching his fingers behind his neck as he leaned back in his desk chair, checking the clock as he did so. With a few tired smacks of his lips, he leaned back up again and over his desk, the bags under his eyes seeming to grow with each passing moment. All this paperwork. All the time. It had only gotten worse after the economic and technological boom that happened shortly following the Fourth Shinobi War. He had for a brief period of time at least thought that the advent of the computer would alleviate most, if not all of his papery woes. Nope. Naruto Uzumaki ran a tired, bandaged hand through his short, yet spiky blonde hair. He still missed his forehead protector, even though he now wore something much more precious and symbolic. He shot a tired, yet admiring, glance at the white cloak that flowed from his shoulders, bunching up down his back as it was pinned to the chair by his exhausted frame. It was important to note, however, that Naruto Uzumaki never got tired well, not physically, at least. It seemed that whatever unseen deity that had granted him with the strength to fight for days, literally days, took his mental stamina as payment. Naruto rolled his eyes as he felt the strange, disconnected feeling of someone smirking from within his stomach. Yeah, I know what I said, he grumbled to his empty office, sliding open a drawer and pulling out a pen and a stamp. Don't be a smartass. With a very unmajestic yawn, he began to scribble away at a budget analysis that had wormed its way onto his desk. He drew swirls and doodles along the margins as he read, slowly drawing his quickly dwindling attention. Finally, after less than 30 seconds, he just muttered something incoherent but most likely very explicit, flipped the page to the back, and slammed his signature onto the blank at the back. Whatever. He'd just read it more closely later, right? His eyes shot open as they darted to the watch on his hand. Shit. He said with a grimace, slapping himself in the face. His hand lingered for a moment, before it slowly slid down his nose and mouth, dragging skin along as it went. With a groan, he began to forage around in one of the mountains of paper that covered his desk, the chairs in front of it, the surrounding floor. Hell, one even went all the way to the ceiling. Or so he thought, at least. It certainly felt like it did. Finally, he found what he was looking for: his laptop. It wasn't anything special, just enough for him to compile important notes and documents for the daily announcements memo he sent out at precisely 6 in the morning, every morning. It was currently 6:18. He looked through the short list of things he had noted the night before, or, rather, earlier this morning. He really didn't sleep much anymore. Naruto just shrugged his shoulders and reached around another pile of paperwork to the phone that was planted firmly in the far right corner of his desk. With the click of a button, the hollow sound of a woman screeched out of the speaker. Good morning, Lord Seventh. What do you need? Hello, Tasakit. He grinned embarrassingly, rubbing the back of his neck, even though no one was there to see it. Yeah, I may have forgotten to send the daily email out earlier today. Can you please put one together for me and get it out by 7? Today is a really important day, so I don't have much time to do it myself, unfortunately. There was a brief pause between when Naruto stopped speaking and Tasakit began again. The Hokage just sweat dropped as he could damn near feel the woman laughing on his behalf from downstairs. Then, after another few moments, the phone flickered again. No need to worry, Lord Seventh, I already took care of it. This surprised him. What, really? But I had a list of things that I wanted to already added, she said, beating him to it. I pulled it up before you got here. All your work files are on the network drive here for the tower, remember? The last part sounded rather exasperated, as if she had to constantly remind him of the fact. It seemed that it still didn't quite catch, as Naruto just raised an eyebrow and frowned. Yeah, that's what you said last time. Still doesn't mean I know what you're talking about. Silence. This made Naruto a little peeved. Hey, look, I may not know all the ins and outs of all this damn technology, but I can sure as hell kick some bad guy ass if I need to. That's all that matters in the end, you know? That's why I'm here. He paused, waiting a moment to cool himself down before he got too angry for something that wasn't really that important. Damn paperwork though, I have hardly any time to train nowadays, he mumbled to himself, hoping that the woman on the line hadn't heard her. More silence. Will that be all, Lord Seventh? Tasakite finally said, voice positively dripping with boredom. It took everything Naruto had to not go off on the girl. And apparently, she knew it, because she loved to push his buttons like this every time he went off on some sort of old man speech involving technology and ass-kicking. It was part of their routine, it felt like. Not that Naruto enjoyed it. He grumbled to himself, before flipping the phone off without responding. Then, he leaned back in his chair, looking up at the ceiling of his office in exasperation. Today was going to be a long day. It was the beginning of the Chunin exams. He had done them before 5 times, to be exact. Each time, they went off without a hitch, however, it was always the one time that he wouldn't be prepared that something bad would happen. It was like some sort of universal law. Regardless, there was much to be done. The Chunin applications had to be filed and organized, all the team rosters had to be handed in before the first test began that afternoon, and there was the perpetual tenseness that came only when dozens of foreign shinobi waltzed through the gates in order to try their hand at a flak jacket. Although, Naruto knew that these Chunin exams would be different, much different. For one, the inclusion of an only recently discovered hidden village, the village hidden by the sea, meant that the typically cheerful balance between the 5 great elemental nations and their smaller allies was somewhat disrupted by apprehension and worry. They had been found almost accidentally by an oceanography boat, on its way to study a very rare, very interesting chakra-emitting fish that migrated to the north, near the coast of the Land of Lightning every summer. After following the fish out, the research party had been astounded to find a league of shinobi, all separated from the rest of the world for generations, living self-sufficiently in a bubble of time forgotten. That may have been all well and good, but Naruto was nervous about the exams for one specific reason in particular: his 13-year-old son would be competing. Naruto's blood ran cold just thinking about it. It wasn't that he didn't have confidence in Boruto's strength, the opposite was true. Naruto had not been able to be the greatest father figure in the world for his son, but he at the very least took every measure possible to look out for him. That included looking over his files, and having lengthy conversations with his Jounin sensei, Konohamaru Sarutobi. Not to mention that he would occasionally send a shadow clone to their training sessions just to see how he was doing. Naruto managed to smile at that. From what he was able to tell, Boruto was an incredibly gifted shinobi. He seemed to have inherited the better parts of each of his parents' respective fighting and learning styles. For one, he was able to quickly and effortlessly combine Hinata's gentle fist style with his own haphazard, shadow clone-based style. Naruto smiled pained slightly, remembering the day he taught his son the shadow clone technique. Granted, he couldn't use the clones anywhere near as effectively as he himself could, but then again, nobody else could either. Nonetheless, Naruto was incredibly impressed by the fact that his son could pull off 2 perfect shadow clones at the age of 9, without any chakra control training or other developed skill. That day had been one of Naruto's favorites in recent years, along with several other wonderful moments. The day he got married. The day Boruto was born. The day Himawari was born. The day he took the hat from his sensei and became the 7th. They had gone out in the backyard during one of Naruto's rare week-long breaks from running diplomatic missions all across the 5 great elemental nations. That was back when Naruto was actually able to have meaningful conversation with his son, as well as just spend time with him in general. They were growing to be great friends, just him and Boruto. Dad. Hey, Dad. Teach me something cool. Naruto raised an eyebrow from his desk, setting down the huge scroll he had been perusing over for the past few hours. Yeah. Like what? Boruto stopped moving, and began to think long and hard from the doorway to his father's bedroom. It was kind of cute, Naruto had to admit, but it was also a bit unnerving. It was like looking at a mirror sometimes. Then, his face lit up like the sunset, and he gave a nice big smile. Oh. I know. How about shadow clones? You know, the ones that let you be in millions of places at once. Naruto let out a snicker at that. I can't be in millions of places at once. That's impossible, you know. Boruto just gave him an exasperated sigh. You know what I mean. Now come on. Are you gonna teach me or not? Naruto frowned a bit to himself, looking down at the scrolls that he had lying all over his room, over his bed, on his dresser, on the floor, stapled to the walls. Well, he wasn't getting anywhere with this today anyway. He turned and stood up suddenly, giving his son a foxy grin. All right, fine. Meet me outside in the backyard in 5 minutes. And then, he poofed out of existence. Boruto's eyes widened considerably. Whoa! Wait a minute, was that a shadow clone that entire time? His look of surprise turned into excitement instantaneously. That was awesome. This is gonna be sweet. Far away, within the confines of a rather innocuous little ramen stand, the original Naruto jumped out of his seat as he recalled the memories of his clone that had just dispelled. Damn clones, signing me up for crap I didn't want to sign up for, he grumbled, as he slapped some change down on the counter and walked out from underneath the stand. Still, he had a small grin on his face as he began to sprint back to his house. His training and relaxation could wait, just this once. Boruto could barely contain his excitement as he bounded back and forth from foot to foot. A real jutsu. Not just some dumb leaf-holding exercise. But more than that, he was gonna get to hang out with his dad. The coolest guy in all of the Leaf. Everyone thought so. Every time Boruto heard the people of the village sing his praises, he would beam with pride. Yep, that's my dad, he would loudly proclaim. His father was a massive enigma. Whenever he'd ask people why they loved him so much, most would just sigh contentedly and tell him to ask his father himself if he wanted to know. Even his own mother, when prodded, said to wait until he was older to ask his father. His dad could be doing anything else, but instead he would be teaching him something new. And totally cool. Maybe now he could find out why his dad was such a badass, or, at least, why everyone thought he was. His jumpiness nearly doubled as he began to vibrate in anticipation. Are you trying to tire yourself out before we even start? Came a humored voice from behind him. Whoa! How'd you get there so fast? Ancient ninja secret, Naruto shrugged, smiling amusedly down at his son. His grin turned mischievous. What was it I came down here for again? I don't really remember. Boruto's eyes just widened, then he glared up at his father angrily. You mean you already forgot? He complained exasperatedly, already fearing the worst. You said you were gonna teach me the shadow clone jutsu. Naruto kept up his act. I said I was gonna watch you pull weeds? That doesn't sound very nice of me. He turned on his feet a little, his bandaged arm on his side, the other scratching his head exaggeratedly, as if lost in thought. No, I don't think that was it. Boruto jumped back in front of his father angrily, fists clenched at his sides. Shadow clones. You were gonna teach me shadow clones? Play with toads? Naruto said with a raised eyebrow, mouth still betraying his act. Well, I mean, that's a bit weird, but it's definitely something I can arrange. Shadow clones. Shadow clones. Shadow clones? Naruto said incredulously. Why didn't you just say so? Naruto could almost see the red-hot steam coming out of his son's ears. He really was a hothead, just like his dad. It was strangely endearing to torture his son like that. At the ridiculousness of it all, Naruto burst out laughing, having to hold his sides to keep from doubling over. Ha ha. You totally bought it. That was great. Boruto yelled in frustration, and began to pound Naruto's chest repeatedly with his fists. This, at least, seemed to pull Naruto out of his humor-induced trance, and he simply wiped a tear from his eye as he ruffled his son's hair. Sensing another outburst, Naruto decided to change the subject. Alright then, so let's learn the shadow clone jutsu, yeah? It was like someone flipped a switch in Boruto's mind. His eyes lit up like light bulbs, and he began to jump around again. Yeah. Alright then. First things first. I need to see how much chakra you have right now. Have you figured out how to use it yet? Boruto scoffed. Duh, we learned that last year. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and rolled his eyes exaggeratedly, as if offended by the whole thing. Naruto rolled his eyes too. Well fine, mister, I know everything about everything. Flare it up for me for a sec so I can check something. At this, Boruto's eyebrows furrowed in confusion. Huh? What does this have to do with the shadow clone jutsu? His father's gaze became a little more serious, which he immediately noted, and began to listen intently. I need to make sure you won't die using it. At this, Boruto froze. WH. What? Die? He glared at his father in irritation. You never said anything about that. You never asked, Naruto deadpanned with another shrug. Boruto's eyes widened, and his gaze fogged over considerably, as though he was lost in thought. Then, he locked eyes with his father, a look of fear residing within their blue confines. You wouldn't let that happen, would you, Dad? Naruto rapped him on the head a few times lightly with his fist. Duh. Why do you think I'm asking you to do this, you know? That helped ease the tension in the air a little bit, but Naruto could still tell that his son was pretty nervous now. Still, Boruto moved an inexperienced hand up to his chest in a half-ram seal, and began to focus, his eyes squinted shut adorably in concentration. After a moment, a bright blue glow began to flow off of his skin like he was a brilliant cerulean star in the sky, and Naruto scrutinized the aura for a moment before he placed a hand on Boruto's shoulder, breaking him out of his focus. All right. Looks like you'll be able to use it after all. Boruto's eyes lit up at that. Do you mean it? I can be in tons of places at once like you? Naruto cringed a little. Not exactly. I happen to have more chakra than you do. A lot more. You have more than usual, which is probably because you're my son, but you probably won't be able to make any more than one right now. Maybe 2 or 3 after some more training and time, but I dunno. He shrugged nonchalantly. Hey, most jounin can't make more than 2 or 3 anyways. The fact that you can make one at 9 is seriously awesome. Naruto gave him a thumbs up. That seemed to make Boruto feel better, but only slightly. Then, he blinked when he realized what his father had said. Wait, why do you have so much chakra? If you're such a super cool ninja, how can you make so many shadow clones? Naruto's sweat dropped. You definitely get your brains from your mother, he thought to himself. Then, he remembered that he was asked a question, a situation that typically warranted a reply. Naruto said, obviously grasping for straws. Your father is very special, came a soft voice from behind the 2 blondies. They both jumped a bit, startled by the intrusion, but recovered immediately when they realized it was simply Hinata. And when they realized she was carrying a tray with 2 tall glasses of lemonade, she was heartily accepted into the conversation. Special? What does that mean? Boruto pressed, now looking at his mother intently. Well, now she seemed to be at a loss for words. She sighed with a small smile, and handed each Uzumaki a glass of lemonade, slinging the now empty tray under her arm. Then, she turned to look at her husband, who was now holding his glass anxiously, seemingly very nervous as to what she was about to say. Your father, she began again, is very special. As for why, that is something that we want to wait until you are older to discuss. She trailed off again, before looking into the deep blue eyes of her best friend. It's something that your father wants to wait a while on. It's no big deal, we just want you to be responsible with the information. The eyes seemed to speak back to her, as if to say, thank you. Why are you talking about Dad like he isn't here? Boruto suddenly said, looking from parent to parent. Why can't he explain this himself? I just want to make sure I don't accidentally say anything I'll regret later, his father said dumbly, scratching the back of his neck with a nervous smile. Then, he bent over and put a hand on his son's shoulder. Don't worry. I promise I'll tell you everything. Just not right now, okay? Boruto didn't seem all that happy about the situation, but he didn't question it any further. After all, he was going to get the information someday anyways. He could wait, right? All right. Naruto suddenly shot up to his feet, pumping a bandaged hand into the air in celebration. Let's learn the shadow clone jutsu. Oh. Is that what you two are doing out here? Hinata said suddenly, a bit of worry in her voice. Naruto, he sent her a look that said, don't worry, I've got this under control. Don't worry, Mom. Boruto chirped, giving her a big hug. Dad already checked my chakra and he said I can make one clone. His excitement quickly faded as he began to truly parse that information. His growing pout was quickly extinguished by a quick peck on his cheek from his mother, and he grinned cheekily in response. Cut it out, Mom. He said in embarrassment, before prying away from her and standing indignantly between his two parents. All right then, I trust your father, she said with a small smile, before sitting up and planting a kiss on her husband's cheek too. This earned her a blush, which she subconsciously returned. Naruto blinked. One of his sentry clones, the ones he had hidden by the front gates at all times, had just dispelled. The hidden sea ninja were here. He rubbed his eyes with a loud, drawn-out yawn. With another tired glance at the room filled with paperwork, he sighed and moved his left hand into a one-handed seal. Shadow Clone Jutsu. The room was enveloped in a layer of smoke and steam as 24 chakra constructs materialized inside his cramped office. It took a few moments for the air conditioning system to work its magic, before 20 grouchy Hokages scowled at their creator. The original Naruto just shrugged dumbly. What? I have a big day. Shikamaru can eat my foot if he thinks I'm gonna sit and do all this paperwork on my own. He scowled at that. Why the hell was his senior advisor such a stickler when it came to paperwork? He vaguely recalled a conversation where the not quite as lazy as he used to be Nara had made some sort of argument for the fact that the people issuing the paperwork wouldn't want anyone other than the Hokage's eyes looking over their precious little office viruses. That just didn't make sense to him, but he couldn't respond in kind at the time. He scowled. Damn smartass Naras, he grumbled, and the 20 clones all nodded and murmured in agreement. Then, he looked back at the clock. Shit. Okay, fine. So, here's the plan. He gave a cheeky grin to his clones, who all raised a collective eyebrow, arms crossed indignantly. Naruto pointed at the mounds of paperwork that surrounded his desk like some sort of sacrificial offering, and gave a really big grin. So, I'm gonna go get the guests situated, while you, he made a pointed glance at the clone army, get this office cleaned up. And don't just cram it all under the rug like last time. He added at the end with a glare. 2 or 3 clones pouted at that. Look, you're all me, so I know how little you want to do this. But it's gotta be done. We worked super hard for this job. This is just part of it, you know? He gave a thumbs up at his assembly of indentured servants. This seemed to take them by storm, and they all lit up like bolts of lightning. All right. Let's file the crap out of this paperwork. One of the clones cheered, and the others joined in. The original was out the door before the clones could realize just what they had gotten themselves into. Would you cut it out? Sarada complained, watching as her teammate went through his kunai pouch for the seemingly 100th time that afternoon. What? I have to be prepared, you know. Who the hell knows what we're gonna have to do when we walk in there? Boruto shot back. Sarada just rolled her eyes. You're an idiot sometimes, you know? You probably would have only needed to check your stuff, oh, I don't know, twice, not every 20 seconds for the last 2 hours. Well, it's not my fault that Konohamaru-sensei is late. The blondie whined, pouting while he crammed his kunai and various other accoutrements back into their respective places on his person. Why the hell are you so cranky anyways? I was barely making any noise. Maybe not, the Uchiha admitted with a frown. But after 2 hours, she hissed that last part in emphasis, it was starting to whittle away at my sanity. Do you have please stop bickering, came the exasperated groan of their third teammate from underneath a nearby tree. The 3 of them were standing around the infamous training ground 3. 3 stumps stood closest to the large expanse of river that split the grounds into 2 sizable portions, girdled on all sides by massive walls of foliage. Underneath one of these trees sat Mitsuki, the strange, pale-faced, heritage-less ninja that had weaseled his way onto Boruto and Sarada's team. He may have been a strange individual on a personal level, but even Boruto had to admit that he was an exceptional ninja. Underneath a similar tree, not too far away, sat the 2 genin lauded for being the most brilliant minds of their generation. Sarada Uchiha was leaning against the trunk of the tree with her sleeved arms crossed in disgruntlement, bright red sleeveless blouse bunching up underneath her hands as she did so. She was about to launch another verbal attack on her moderately flustered teammate when the sound of shinobi sandals running into the clearing caused them to jump up in anticipation. The flustered, heavily panting figure of their sensei bolted into view, and they all turned and growled at him. Well, Boruto and Sarada did, at least. Mitsuki just kind of sat there nonchalantly. "You're late," Boruto shouted, pointing an angry finger at Konohamaru. The Sarutobi Jounin just gave an uneasy chuckle and shrugged, as he caught his breath, arms on his knees as he keeled over a bit. "Ugh, yeah, sorry about that, come on. We're not gonna be let into the first exam if you keep delaying us like this," Boruto roared, jetting off out of the clearing. Sarada, while more reserved and understanding, also took her leave in a huff. Konohamaru just shrugged as Mitsuki gave him an impassive look as he strolled by, before he turned around and began to follow his team back into town. "Wait up, you guys. I'm sorry I'm late, okay? Just hang on a second, would you?" That slowed Boruto down, at least. "What?" he shouted back behind him in exasperation as he rounded the corner and walked back into the training ground impatiently. Sarada turned on her heels as well and shot a glare at her sensei, although she, at least, didn't say anything. Mitsuki had barely moved from his place under the tree. "If you guys leave now, I won't be able to give you your entrance paperwork, and you'll just fail right off the bat anyways," Konohamaru said with cheeky grin, eyes shifting from student to student as he made his way over. "Well, why didn't you say so?" Boruto said, rolling his eyes, and jogging back to his sensei in a huff. "Because I just got here," he deadpanned. "Yeah, why were you 2 hours late, sensei?" Sarada said with a raised eyebrow, as she walked up and stood next to Boruto, who now had his arms crossed and a frown on his face. "Oh. I was talking to," he rubbed his hand through his hair apprehensively. "Someone about something important. You'll see soon." He reached into his jounin jacket and procured 3 sets of papers, one of which was quickly snatched from his hands by a rather vivacious blondie. The other 2 were handed out as Boruto pored over the paperwork, making sure that everything was right, that he was really going to be entering the exams, and that his dad wasn't going to pull some sort of omnipotent overprotective crap like he was afraid of. As the 3 genin read their papers curiously, Konohamaru simply leaned back on the tree that his students had been occupying until just recently, finally getting a break for the first time that day. With a sigh, he rubbed his eyes and grumbled something incoherent. To Boruto's untrained ear, it sounded like a string of expletives with the word Naruto thrown in a few times. The Uzumaki slammed his stapled stack of paper back into place and raised a fist in the air. "All right. Let's do this," he called enthusiastically, before rolling his eyes again and turning to look at Konohamaru. "Unless there's something else you have to give us first," he said indignantly. "Actually, yes, there is something else I have to give you," Konohamaru said with a small smile, before he simply closed his eyes and leaned his head back onto the tree trunk, hands now in pockets. "Good luck out there. I have the utmost faith in all 3 of you." Boruto just blinked, before he smirked confidently. "Come on, sensei, we would expect nothing less." He crammed the wad of paper into the side of his shinobi boot, grabbed his 2 teammates' hands, and bolted off towards the academy to begin the first test. Konohamaru shook his head with a smirk, eyes still closed. "Those kids," he said to himself, as their silhouettes disappeared behind a line of trees. "How was I supposed to know that was a genjutsu?" "Because, you imbecile, it was a test. You weren't supposed to be able to tell it was a genjutsu without a second glance." Then how did you figure it out so fast, huh? Because I did give it a second glance. Boruto rolled his eyes, but gave a small smile. Thank Kami he had Sarada on his team. Otherwise, they'd still be down there rabbling about with a bunch of subpar genin. Well, hey, thanks for giving it a second glance, then, he said quietly, so that only she could hear. Sarada just kept walking beside her teammates as they made their way down the long, winding wooden hallways of their old stomping grounds, the Shinobi Academy. Still, she rolled her eyes with a smile, shaking her head, as she heard her teammate thank her. PSHHT, whatever, she said humbly, blowing off the compliment. Just promise to make up for it in the second test. What about the first test? Boruto mumbled with a pout. I can read a book too, you know. It'll be easy. You realize that Sarada's lecturing was cut short by their arrival at their destination, the large lecture hall at the back of the building. Normally, she would have continued verbally berating him long after entering wherever it was they were going, much to Boruto's chagrin, but they were startled when a blast of chakra and a bright yellow-orange light flashed in front of them the moment they got within 10 feet of the door. The three genin blinked at first, trying to figure out what just happened, when they realized that the seventh Hokage himself was now standing there, a huge grin on his face, arms on his sides, his ever-present white cape billowing behind him in some unseen wind. Then, Boruto scowled, and made to keep walking through the door anyways. Whoa! Easy there, big guy. Naruto joked, placing a hand on his son's shoulder, holding him in place. He looked down at the boy confusedly, before his grin flattened a bit at the expression Boruto had on his face. Boruto just growled slightly to himself, refusing to make eye contact with his dad. Go the hell away. Unless you intend to actually show up for real, don't bother talking to me. Boruto. Sarada chided from behind him, obviously out of her trance from the Hokage appearing so suddenly like that. Don't talk to the seventh like that. He's not just the seventh. Boruto spat with much more venom in his voice than normal. This shocked Sarada. Normally, her bombastic blonde teammate was loud and prideful, but he did it because he wanted to. He wasn't actually mean, or annoying, or any of that. Boruto just acted like that around the ones he felt the most comfortable with. But this Sarada raised an eyebrow. At first, she had been incredibly jealous of her teammate for being the son of the most popular and, according to rumor, the most powerful ninja alive, all other nations withstanding. But every time she brought it up, her teammate would immediately skulk and brood about something that obviously was going on between the two blondes. Now, seeing them interact this way in the flesh, it was painfully apparent. What do you mean? She tested gently, her gaze not wavering. If he was having family problems, she'd get the bottom of things, damn it. There was an awkward silence in the quiet hallway, where the four shinobi looked at one another tensely. Then he's my dad too, you know, he mumbled quietly to himself, voice cracking in emotion towards the end. A pained look of understanding flashed across the Hokage's face, but was gone as suddenly as it had appeared. Instead, he leaned down and gave Boruto a small, genuinely warm smile. Yes, I am your dad. And you're my son. My only son. He gently squeezed his son's shoulder, as if to confirm what he was saying as truth and not just simple conjecture. After seeing Boruto turn away slightly, as if to try and escape his presence, Naruto sighed. Hey. I just wanted to come by and wish you luck on your exams today, and over the rest of the month. You have no idea how proud I am of you, or just how much you mean to me. It's kind of crazy, actually. He let out a small laugh, rubbing the back of his neck with his free hand in nervousness. He was never the best at the whole dad thing. Especially now that he was the father of a rather boisterous teenager. Then again, was anyone particularly good at it? Then, his eyes flashed in acknowledgement as he recalled what Boruto had said to him the moment he had arrived. And if you're worried that I'm a shadow clone, he pulled a kunai out of Boruto's pouch and slit his palm with it without a second thought, blood dripping to the worn wooden floors of the academy. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the gasp he heard from Sarada, and the oomph he got from Boruto. Then, he smirked. That proof enough for you? Boruto seemed to soften a little at this, even stealing a glance at his father's face for a split second, as if to truly confirm that this man was his father, tried and true. But he just as quickly turned away again, as if he was afraid to know the answer. "Why are you here?" It wasn't phrased as a question. Naruto said dumbly, not entirely sure what his son meant. Didn't he just explain himself? Sensing the Hokage's confusion, Boruto scoffed and tore away from his dad's grasp, crossing his arms and taking a few steps back. "Don't you have some sort of Hokage shit to deal with?" He spat, still avoiding eye contact. Naruto gaped, wide-eyed at the way his son had just addressed him. He thought that Boruto would be happy to see him properly for the first time in a few days, and for such an important event. Hell, it wasn't every day that the Hokage came to meet your genin team for nothing more than a social call. Naruto sighed, and ran a tired hand through his blonde hair. The bags under his eyes, as well as the wrinkles that had begun to frame his nose across his face, seemed to darken considerably. It was then that Sarada realized just how much stress and trouble the Hokage went through. It wasn't just a flashy job that let one sit atop a golden throne and fling orders down to the people from the perspective of the mountain carvings. If anything, it made her even more determined to take the job later in life. She narrowed her eyes in silent determination, a slim grin breaking out across her face as she thought of her dream. The current Hokage, however, was too occupied with trying to think to notice. "Well," he said dumbly, grasping at straws. "I guess I should just be honest with you, then. My Jounin sensei, the 6th, did this for me at the beginning of my first Chunin exams. It really helped me come to terms with who I was, who I wanted to become, and where I wanted to be in the future." He paused briefly, leaning back against the wall next to the door that led into the lecture hall, eye-opening, to say the least. He let a small smile grace his lips at that, as his eyes faded out of focus, as if in silence reminiscence. Which was broken by the low, trembling voice of his son. "You mean to say," Boruto started, his anger starting to get the best of him, "that you're only here because you want to fulfill some sort of tradition?" "No, that's not it. I wanted shut the hell up." Naruto and Sarada froze in surprise. Even Mitsuki raised an eyebrow at the outburst, from his position a few feet back. The blond boy had his hands clenched at his sides, eyes seething in rage. He was shaking uncontrollably, as if he was jumping back and forth across the line between crying and screaming in anger. "It's bad enough that you don't give a damn about me. I can take that hell, I can understand it." But Boruto's eyes began to water, as he broke eye contact with his flabbergasted father, body slumping a bit due to the rapid change in emotion. "The fact you do it to Mom and Himawari is unforgivable. They trust you, love you, defend you at every corner. But still you just don't seem to get it." A small tear leaked out of the corner of his eye, which he was quick to try and subtly bat away with his sleeve, sniffling slightly as he did so. Then, he turned on his heel and slammed through the door, entering the lecture hall in an explosion of wood-on-wood contact as the door bounced off the wall and closed behind him in a crash. Sarada just stood there like a statue, gaping like a fish. What the hell just happened? The 7th didn't seem to be faring much better. His eyes darkened considerably, as if he was under considerable emotional pain. Sarada was beginning to think that he was. Just what was the man sacrificing for the good of the village? He turned to leave robotically, mouth turned down in a small, sad frown. As he began to walk away, he remembered that he wasn't alone, and turned to offer one last statement to his son's teammates. His eyes were glistening a little in the dimly lit hallway. "Good luck." And with that, he left at a slow and steady pace. The walk home was one of the longest that he had ever taken. The harsh midday sun shone down on him like some sort of sick joke as he meandered his way slowly through the paved roads of the Leaf, only giving small smiles and reciprocating bows to all the citizens that offered him greetings as he went along. Naruto Uzumaki was having an existential crisis, and the world around him seemed to be nothing but a faded blur that he was forced to occupy, like a puppet chained to the earth by some cruel, omnipotent god. His hands fidgeted from within his pockets, his white cloak nipping him in the heels as walked. It was the only reminder he had that he was even moving, rather, it was the only reminder that was actually registering in his brain. As he passed by the Hokage tower, he subconsciously summoned a shadow clone behind him, who appeared in a puff of smoke. He figured that Shikamaru would have a fit if he found out that he was skipping out on his job without a reason. So, he was taking the rest of the day off. Luckily, the clone he had sent to meet the hidden sea contingent upon their arrival was created before he had spoken to his son. At that thought, the conversation he had just had with Boruto came flooding back into his mind unwarranted. He blinked a few times in confusion as he replayed the events of their conversation back, feet moving on autopilot as he thought. Naruto had honestly meant everything that he said. He loved his son and his daughter, and his wife unconditionally. That much was very often mentioned. But still those words hurt. Naruto couldn't tell what it was about them that was the most damaging, but he had walked out of the academy feeling more emotionally broken than he had in a very, very long time. Hell, this was almost Jiraiya's death bad. If only he had some sort of quantifiable scale he could set his soul upon. His mind wandered back to the conversations he had held with Nagato, Kakashi, and even Tsunade later on down the line. The things they had told him. The messages they had given. Still, none of it made sense, at least, not in this context. He brought his hands up to his hair and pulled exasperatedly, letting out a grumbled sigh of annoyance as he did so. Several villages raised their eyebrows at their expressive Hokage internally berating himself as he walked past, but they didn't mention anything. If Naruto was actually there, he would have thanked them for their silence. Instead, he was locked in a fierce internal struggle in his mind, as varying thoughts and feelings battled for supremacy within him. Yet, he couldn't for the life of him figure out what it was he was fretting so much over. Then, his eyes widened considerably, pupils shrinking to the size of dust. He slammed on the brakes midway down the alleyway, nearly colliding with a few citizens as they tried to rush behind and around him through the daily paths their lives took them down. As if a flip was switched, it finally dawned on him. And instead of soothing his aching heart, it only tore it up more. He was confused, he was sad, he was angry, he was effectively lost in his way at the moment. There was only one person that he could talk to right now, one person that he needed to talk to. Chapter 3. The confused look on Minato's face didn't recede for the entirety of his walk home that evening, nor did it falter when he was glomped by his wife upon walking through the door. "Welcome home. What's your problem?" Minato broke out of his thoughts to look down at the confused and worried ball of red hair that was staring back at him. Kushina was always quite good at reading me, he thought in mild exasperation. This finally broke him out of his spell, and he gave an apprehensive smile in return, rubbing the back of his neck, as he always did. She just stared expectantly. Well, it's a long story," he said with a sheepish grin, finally returning the hug that Kushina had been forcing for those several awkward moments of disconnect. "I'll say," came a third voice from the kitchen. Then, a moment later, an infamous mop of white hair poked its way around the corner into the hallway. "It has to be, considering you're late to your own dinner party." Jiraiya's eyes glossed over as he took in the sight before him, Kushina clinging to Minato, and Minato simply giving her a small hug in return, a slightly embarrassed cringe gracing his face when he saw his sensei ogling over them from the doorway. "You had better not be peeping," Kushina suddenly said with a deafening calmness, voice still muffled by Minato's clothes. Other than that, she didn't move a muscle. The Toad Sage's eyes lit up like firecrackers, and he immediately backed away in a frenzied fervor. "And no. No way. Well, not this time, at least." "Not this time?" Minato muttered, raising an eyebrow. Kushina looked up at him with a sinister grin. "Don't worry, honey, I took care of it." A series of sounds could be heard from the kitchen table that sounded suspiciously like whimpers. "Kushina," Minato chided in amusement, "don't beat up Jiraiya-sensei." "Beat up? Why, no one can simply beat up the legendary lady wooing, jutsu-throwing Toad Sage Jiraiya." Sure. Kushina shouted back across the house with an eye roll, voice dripping with sarcasm. Now, let's all get along here," the fourth said with his trademark smile, moving to take his shoes off and properly enter the home. "Oh. Yes." Kushina clapped her hands together in excitement, jumping back to the kitchen, a bit more enthusiasm in her step than normal. Right, ramen, Minato internalized with a chuckle. It was a somewhat special occasion, so, naturally, Kushina had decided to embellish in the moment as much as possible and make her favorite food. Not that Minato could complain. He was starving. And after the day he'd had, it had only just recently hit him how hungry he actually was. When his midsection butted in with a well-timed gurgle, he figured enough was enough, and padded into the kitchen, slowly taking off his coat and hanging it on his chair at the kitchen table, just as he always did. This time, however, was slightly different considering the fact that the massive frame of his sensei was propped up in the seat to his left, leaning over the back of the chair nonchalantly, shooting a disarming grin at anyone who would care to take it. Kushina was slaving away, in front of the stovetop, several decently sized pots bubbling away. Sitting on the table, wrapped in bright red ribbons, were 3 reasonably sized bottles of wine. Minato chuckled a little at that. Good call with the 3rd bottle, he whispered loudly with a smile, so that Kushina could still hear him. Hey! A little wine won't make up for missing one of my legendary dinners, you know. She shot over her shoulder at the duo. Minato just rolled his eyes teasingly. Yes, dear. Of course, dear. There was the sound of an exasperated groan from the Hokage's left. Why is it that you get to antagonize her, but I don't? Jiraiya pouted, crossing his arms like an indignant child. Because, sensei, Kushina cooed, stepping away from her work, wrapping her arms around her husband's waist as she pulled him in for a hug. He at least had the decency to put a ring on it first. Jiraiya's face went beet red, then he pointed an insulted finger at the couple, who were barely containing their snickering. Was that a thinly veiled insult to my research? Because I'll have you know, Kushina? Minato interrupted with a worried smile on his face, pointing over his wife's shoulder. Is that supposed to be happening? Kushina frowned in confusion, blinked, and turned around to see several of the pots on the stovetop bursting into massive balls of fire. Shit. Shit, you know. As his wife began to violently attack the flames with a few saturated towels, Minato just suppressed his laughter and slid into his seat at the table, subconsciously grabbing the glass of water that Kushina had left for him when she set it for dinner. Jiraiya watched him with humored fascination as he took a rather innocuous swig, smacked his lips a little, and set the glass back on the table again. His mind began to wander. Trouble in paradise? Minato winced. Now that he thought of it, both Kushina and Jiraiya could read him like an open book. Was it really that obvious? Yes, Jiraiya said, closing his eyes contentedly, leaning back in his chair as he did so. It is that obvious. With an exasperated eye roll, Minato sighed, and laced his fingers together, setting them down gently on the placemat in front of him. Actually, something happened today. Jiraiya just cocked an eyebrow, nothing more. Minato took this as his sign to continue, and did so, frowning as he thought back to the events of the past few hours. It was strange, to say the least, he began. I was working in my office, finishing up whatever little paperwork I had left to do before I could come home to meet you here, sensei. He gave an apologetic smile to the sage, who just batted it off with a wave of his hand. Whatever. If you actually had a reason behind being late, unlike that good-for-nothing student of yours, then it's fine. He then continued to stare expectantly. Minato sighed, running a hand through his hair, before leaning back in his chair in a rather un-Minato-like slump. I don't know. It was just strange. He scratched his neck as he brought it back down to his lap in one slow movement. I was working in my office, when suddenly there was this massive explosion, and I'm blown out of my chair. Turns out it was that modified Hiratian seal I was telling you about last week, sensei. He sheepishly looked the man in the eye. I might actually need your help on this one. As far as I could tell, the seal is perfect, and I'm not saying that just to brag. But I spent the last 2 hours straight going over it with a fine-toothed comb, and that shouldn't have happened. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. Blown out of your chair? He repeated in surprise. Then, he burst out laughing. Oh ho ho, I wish I could have been there to see that. Minato Namikaze, Fourth Hokage of the Hidden Leaf, the world-renowned yellow flash blown out of his desk chair like a ragdoll by his own jutsu. He snorted a little, before procuring a small silver flask from his dark green kimono in one fluid motion, taking a hearty swig. I bet whoever was in there with you at the time must have laughed their asses off. That's just it, Minato stated emotionlessly, and Jiraiya's laugh died down as he watched the serious look on his student's face bloom like a weed. There wasn't anyone in the room with me when it went off, but he sighed again, leaning back over the table, bags clearly visible under his eyes. But there were two shinobi standing in the middle of my office when I came to, bickering about something. From the exasperation seeping through the Hokage's words, Jiraiya could tell that whatever it was they were discussing, it must have been remarkably trivial. The Toad Sage humphed in acknowledgement, shrugging his shoulders. Who knows? Your secretary probably let them up and you just so happened to be unconscious at the time. He raised his flask in a mock toast. Just thank Cammy that they didn't see you lying on the ground, ass over tea kettle. For none but I should be granted that privilege. The flask was finished off at that. No, sensei, Minato said, shaking his head, a small frown starting to take root. I can usually tell how long I've been out for. I'm certain it was for only a split second, if at all. I would have noticed a shunshin, or hell even a haration. But this, he put his hands over his eyes and groaned slightly, rubbing out the sleepiness that was proliferating behind his clouded lids. Jiraiya snorted slightly, setting the flask down on the table as the smoking figure of Kushina finally managed to win her battle of wills against fire. Couldn't they have just taken the stairs? Or walked in the door? Then, something clicked in the Toad Sage's head. Wait a minute, is that why you're so late? You stayed at the office just to check on that flimsy seal, didn't you? It works fine, Minato mumbled behind his hands, still rubbing furiously. And I checked with my secretary. She didn't let anyone in that entire morning, just like I asked her to. And all the privacy and border seals I placed when I moved up there were undisturbed. He narrowed his eyes. There's something strange going on. Jiraiya leaned back in his chair again, the wood creaking under his sighs as he did so. Well, did you at least ask the shinobi how they got in so fast? The Hokage simply shook his head. One of them shunshined the other out once they noticed I was staring at them. I didn't get the chance to say more than one word to them before they left. Stage fright? Smirked the Sanmin from his chair, watching in abject fascination as Kushina began to curse and swear at the ruined pot of ramen on the counter. A single, faint chuckle was the Hokage's response. Then, who knows? Minato set his palms back on the table in a heap, obviously worked up over this. Look, kid, Jiraiya pressed, leaning forward a bit as well. It was probably just a coincidence. I wouldn't worry about it. Sensei, Minato prompted with a furrow of his brow, you of all people should know that coincidences don't occur in our line of work. I think that you were even the one that taught me that. He's right, you know, Kushina butted in from across the kitchen, happily humming as she set aside some new, less burnt noodles to be boiled. Sensing where this was going, Jiraiya sighed, and shook his head. All right, fine, I'll look into this. What did these two random shinobi look like? Minato's lip twitched upward for a moment, before he steeled himself and recalled everything that he had seen those few moments between passing out and being alone in his office yet again. Well, he began, raising an eyebrow in contemplation, one was just a child. Probably no older than 13 or 14. The other was an older man, most likely in his late 30s. Minato suddenly found it rather difficult to continue. They had blonde hair. Really, really blonde hair. He looked up at Jiraiya apprehensively. How blonde are we talking here? Jiraiya said plainly, mentally committing the description to memory. Minato just raised an eyebrow and pointed to his own messy mop of yellow blonde hair. This prompted a surprised reaction from his sensei, as he expected. I see, he said after thinking for a moment, before waving his hand in a gesture intended to allow Minato to continue. The kid had a pair of incredibly electric blue eyes. Like sapphires. I never thought you a poet, Minato. The man just shrugged noncommittally and continued. The man's eyes were almost exactly the same color as mine. Almost an exact match. I thought I was looking in a mirror at first. Granted, they were much larger and rounder in general, but the color it was unmistakable. A heavy silence settled in the air around the kitchen table, as Kushina continued to tend to her cooking nearby, the occasional sound of metal clanking or a pot of water being stirred being the only sound that echoed throughout their decent-sized kitchen. Finally, Minato spoke again. But most notably, probably, was the fact that they each had a set of rather strange birthmarks on their faces. I thought scars at first, but in the short amount of their conversation I heard, the young boy called the man his father, so I'm assuming it's hereditary. What about the scars? Jiraiya pressed. If he was going to track down these two men, he was going to need a decent picture in his mind. And considering facial markings of this type, it would be exponentially easier to pull off if he had a good idea as to what he was supposed to be looking for. Minato started for a moment, before sighing. They looked like whisker marks. It was the strangest thing. The man had 3 on each cheek, the boy had 2. He ran his hands through his hair one more time, disturbing the rather fragile equilibrium that kept his seemingly gravity-defying hair in place for just a moment, before the hair's own laws of physics kicked back in and it returned to its original shape. I honestly don't know what to make of this. They were definitely strange characters, that's for sure. Jiraiya couldn't help but find himself rather interested in the development all of a sudden. He leaned forward more in his chair, eyes narrowed, until he was practically putting most of his weight on the table between them. What else? Anything strange? Well, the kid was rather rude to his father, Minato remembered easily, counting off things on his fingers as he went. And the father was mad about something. I think it was something training-related. As if the boy was cheating or incorrectly performing a jutsu or something like that. Then, he snapped his fingers, a spark igniting in his eyes as he recalled a rather vital piece of information from the brief exchange in his office. Oh. That's right. The name of the boy is Boruto. Maybe check around to see if he's a new genin, or perhaps a genin from another village here for the Chunin exams next week? Jiraiya was seemingly broken from his trance, giving an exaggerated sigh. Oh, come on Minato, do I have to do all the work? He pouted, bottom lip wobbling in a rather ridiculous display of discontent. Minato shook his head with a very small smile on his face. No. Don't worry, I intend to investigate this further myself as well. It's not every day that people magically appear in my office. His face hardened again suddenly, ready to finish his report. One more thing. I did try to pursue them, but the instant they shoo-shined away, I couldn't sense them at all anymore. Not even with what little sage mode chakra I used. His eyes narrowed in thought. Whoever the man was, he had an insane amount of power, if he was able to execute a perfect shunshin over such a ridiculous distance. Either that, Jiraiya added with a raise of his thumb passively, a frown etched across his face, or they shunshine to somewhere sealed in the village. Considering we're the only 2 seal masters here, and I didn't sense any of my seal triggers go off the last 12 hours or so, I'd say it would have to be somewhere that neither of us is aware of. His eyes gained a rather vivacious gleam. This case was suddenly becoming rather interesting indeed. If that's the case, Minato said, paling slightly, then there's even more of a reason to figure out who those 2 were. If there's someone working on the inside, planning some sort of attack, he didn't need to finish that thought for its implications to hit home hard. Jiraiya shook his head. All right, Minato, I'll see what I can do. If they're still in the village, I'll find them. This is a big deal, potentially a matter of village security. If those 2 are up to something, I'll stop it. The Hokage managed a weak, exhausted, starving smile at that. Thanks, Sensei. I knew I could count on you. The Toad Sage scoffed at the praise. Oh, please. You're just lucky I didn't have to be back on the road for another few days. At this moment, Kushina decided to make her grand entrance. She threw herself down in her chair like a sack of potatoes, smiling all the way. Her face was covered in black soot, and her clothes were singed here and there. "Sue," she pressed, "how's it going?" Kushina, are you sure you want to be over here chatting with us when you're cooking?" Minato asked nervously, giving a subtle glance at the burns in her clothes. "Oh, pshh, she said with the wave of her hand. "I've been done for the past minute or two. Just waiting for you two to stop your super serious conversation and come back to the real world." She raised her fingers in a set of mock air quotes for the latter part. As if in anticipation, Minato's stomach let out a rather gurgled cry for help. Kushina just threw her head back in laughter, looking somewhat ridiculous. "Oh man, you skipped lunch again, didn't you?" The sad, pained expression on the Hokage's face was enough of an answer in itself. You're in a good mood today," Jiraiya said to Kushina with a small smile, watching the exchange passively. The redhead just shook her head with a grin, turning to look at her husband sensei happily. "Ramen," was all she said, a dangerous glint of crazed excitement bubbling behind her violet eyes. Jiraiya's sweat dropped. Yeah. You too, and your ramen." Minato just raised a slight eyebrow. "Have you had Kushina's ramen?" As if on cue, a large steaming bowl of the aforementioned substance was plopped down in front of each man, as well as one for the chef herself. "All right, you two, eat up," the Jinchuriki announced with a beaming smile, plopping herself down across from her husband and not even waiting for herself to completely come in contact with the chair before attacking her bowl with a disturbing vigor. Minato, at least, was able to restrain himself, while Jiraiya simply sipped at it curiously, shrugging now and then in contentment. The three ate their meal in silence, considering not much could be heard over the dull roar of a Category V tornado ripping through Ramondale. Now, then, Jiraiya burped politely into his hand, leaning back in his chair with a subtle smile on his face. "I know you too. You didn't just invite me over to wine me and dine me. And considering that the events of your day," he gave a pointed glance at Minato, "didn't transpire until after you invited me, I have a hunch that it wasn't that either." "How very astute of you, sensei," Minato said with a small smile, not betraying his sarcasm in the slightest. "Actually, it wasn't just me that wanted to talk to you." Kushina finished wiping the carnage off of her face with her napkin in a rather unbefitting, dainty manner, and smiled at her husband. She brought her hand across the table, and he took it in his, smiling back, as they both turned to look at Jiraiya's rapidly paling face. "Okay, I don't know what's going on, but it's kinda creeping me out," he mumbled in slight worry. "Relax, silly," Kushina said, rolling her eyes. "It's not that big of a deal." "Well, not really that big of a deal, you know." Minato sent Kushina a look, one that simply asked, "Do you want to start, or should I?" She seemed to prefer the latter. Minato squeezed her hand supportively, as he began to speak. "Well, sensei, as you know, we're planning on starting a family one day." "Uh-oh," the toad sage grinned. "Did you two finally procreate? Too bad I wasn't there to shut your hole." Kushina bellowed at the top of her lungs, face beet red. "Neither of us are ready for kids yet, okay?" Kushina? Why don't you let me do the talking?" Minato asked with a polite smile, a bead of sweat beginning to pool across his forehead. Not bothering to wait for her answer, he turned back to his sensei. "No, we're not quite there yet. But we know we do want kids someday. So, consider this as a sort of preemptive decision." Jiraiya just raised an eyebrow. "Preemptive decision?" he parroted in confusion. Minato sighed, and smiled. "Well, Kushina and I would like permission to use the name from one of your books." The toad sage blinked. "That's what this is all about." Then, he burst into laughter. The Namikaze and the Uzumaki each raised an eyebrow at the eruption, then shared a quick glance between the two of them in the sort of unspoken language that married couples were infamous for. After Jiraiya wiped away the tears with the flick of his hand, he leaned forward on the table a bit, sighing in contentment as he did so, nonchalantly looking back and forth between the couple. Then, he waggled his eyebrows at Kushina, and broke out into a cheeky grin. "One of my books, eh?" Which one? Make out tactics? Make out paradise? Oh. Is it one of my short stories, where I go into rather intimate detail about no? No. Minato sighed with a frustrated huff, running a hand through his hair once more. None of that. No, I'm talking about your first book, sensei. Jiraiya raised a condescending eyebrow. Pfft, that old thing? It's pretty good, you know, quipped Kushina, as she crossed her arms in front of her with a shrug, leaning back in her chair in a relaxed slump. Why the hell didn't it sell as well as the rest of your crap? Jiraiya reciprocated the shrug smoothly, a cheeky grin on his face. What can I say? Smut sells. His smile became much more warm and serious, and he simply nodded once. Regardless, go for it. I don't care one way or another. It'll be an honor. Then, he leaned in curiously, looking at his student with narrowed, beady eyes. So he whispered with a grin, which name did you pick? Gah. Don't look at us like that. It's creepy. Groaned Kushina exasperatedly, standing up in a huff and gathering the dishes. Honestly, Minato, I don't know how you put up with him half the time. She just rolled her eyes and walked off for a moment, gently setting the used bowls in the empty sink, then returned to the table with a topped-off glass of water. Minato just let out a long, deep sigh at the ridiculousness of the people he surrounded himself with. Then, he remembered that Jiraiya had asked them a question, and folded his hands over one another, leaning forward onto the table slightly with a small smile. Naruto. He looked his sensei in the eye, who merrily smirked in affirmation. You know, that name's got a lot of pedigree. Well, at least its origin does. I hope that your little Naruto lives up to expectations. Minato gave his first honest, energetic smile of the evening. He looked back over at his wife affectionately, who gave a small smile back, and they locked hands once again across the top of the table. With parents like us, the Hokage beamed, our Naruto's bound to be something else. Dad? Dad. NNGH, stop yellin', Boruto dad. Wake up. What the hell is going on? Boruto began to shake his father's barely conscious form as he laid across the floor in what the younger Uzumaki could only assume was some sort of cave structure. It was dark, it was wet, it was cold, it was quiet, it was terrifying, if he was honest. It was surprisingly dark in the expanseless cave, although not completely pitch black. He could make out silhouettes and figures in the dark, but that was the extent of it. Just him and his suddenly very pale and sweaty father, who was collapsed on the ground, not unlike the piles of rocks that littered the rather decently sized cavern they were inhabiting. A panic began to settle in his gut, a feeling that he had honestly never felt before. Well, not to this extent, perhaps. But it was all so new, so fresh, so gut-wrenchingly horrid. He began to pound on his father's chest weakly, eyes wide in the darkness, breaths coming out in short and pained gasps. Dad, please, Naruto groaned on the floor, curling into a shivering ball underneath the pelting from his son's fists. With an exasperated shout, Boruto turned and kicked his father in the gut before turning and frantically looking around the dark cave for signs of life, an exit, anything. But from what he could see, they were completely trapped. And he had no way to know which way to start to dig, if it came to that. Boruto blinked in the darkness, and shot back around to look at the groaning figure of his father shaking on the floor, eyes pressed shut like vices. Dad? He asked again worriedly, and he let out a sigh of relief when the seventh Hokage relaxed a bit upon hearing his voice. Boruto the man grunted in pain, attempting to sit up from the rocky floor. What the hell's going on? I was about to ask you the same thing. The boy panicked, quickly sitting down over his father, waiting for him to get up and explain just what the hell they were doing inside of some creepy-ass cave. Naruto let out a rather pained groan as he attempted to sit up, before nearly collapsing back onto the ground. He would have, too, were it not for Boruto grabbing him and holding him steady. Dad? Dad? What the hell is going on? He shook, watching as his father's face grimaced in pain from the action. Not so rough, Boruto, Naruto hissed, face cringing in different directions. I don't know what's happening, but my chakra system's all out of whack. He struggled to spit out the last few words, and began to clutch at his stomach as he did so. Yeah, definitely not good. After a few tense moments where Naruto simply sat there shaking, and Boruto was merrily glad his father was awake again. Dad? Boruto pressed again, worried that the deafening silence they were drenched in signaled his father's slip back into unconsciousness. Naruto's eyes suddenly shot open, and they darted all across the cavern, the floor, the ceiling, the form of his own slumped body lying underneath him, his son's terrified expression on his face. Boruto reeled in shock at what he saw. What the hell, he stuttered, jumping to his feet as he stared at the place on his father's face that had always housed a pair of loving, emotional, powerful blue eyes. Now, however, they were blood red. Instead of the usual black pupil floating amicably across a sea of cerulean, there were two onyx slits running vertically through crimson irises, which were still darting across their strange environment with a confused gleam. And they were glowing. Finally, they settled on him, and Boruto had to resist the urge to flinch, run away, and hide. The eyes immediately widened when they saw the amount of fear that he was leaking like a running faucet. Boruto? Naruto asked faintly, moving to get up, before he groaned in pain, and doubled over himself with a wheeze. He raised his head to meet his son's eyes once again, who hadn't moved an inch. Dad, your eyes. Naruto blinked, granting the boy some brief respite from the terrifying aura those things were oozing. What about them? They're red, he muttered quietly, as if afraid that speaking too loud would end his life. Naruto blinked, and then cringed again, this time with a barely suppressed groan. Makes sense, he grunted out, and Boruto just blinked. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Where the hell are we? Naruto suddenly asked, interrupting Boruto's shaken train of thought. This isn't where I shunshined us at all. Wait, so you did send us here? Boruto asked, a familiar frown creeping its way back onto his face. Naruto just grimaced again, although the Uzumaki heir couldn't tell this time whether it was out of pain or out of annoyance. He got his answer pretty quickly, however. No, I didn't. What the hell did I literally just say? Naruto winced when he saw his son shrink back from him at that. Sorry, he muttered, turning his gaze to the floor of the cavern once again. I get a little mean when I'm in pain like this. Boruto grunted in affirmation, still refusing to meet his father's gaze. Naruto made to stand up, and actually managed to accomplish it, albeit shakily. He leaned an arm across the far wall of the cave, and closed his eyes again in concentration, beads of cold sweat running down his body. Why the hell is this happening? He muttered to himself angrily, before slowly opening his eyes to check on his son. Are you okay? He asked a little embarrassedly. Sorry, I didn't ask earlier. A little preoccupied at the moment, in case you couldn't tell. I'm fine, Boruto mumbled, crossing his arms over his chest with the raise of his eyebrow. What the heck is wrong with you, though? Naruto gave a single hollow laugh, before sliding back down the wall into a sitting position, a feeble hand held gingerly over his gut. Wish I knew, he said with a pained smile. Something's wrong with my chakra exhaustion? Boruto asked tensely. Naruto shook his head slowly, still looking off vaguely at nowhere in particular. No more like chakra overabundance my body can't handle then, he snapped to attention, his vulpine eyes widening to their maximum potential, and he began to breathe shakily. What the hell? Why are all 9 of you? Boruto raised an eyebrow, but quickly yelped in shock when his father's eyes shot up into his skull, and he slumped forward in unconsciousness. Dad? 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 Drip. Damn, Kurama, this place looks like shit. Would you shut your damn mouth? It's a hell of a lot better than what any of you had, that's for sure. At least I can move. Drip. Humph. Well, you're the idiot that decided to stay locked up. Gore, would you two cut it out? Drip. The great 9-tailed demon fox grumbled something incoherent in discontent. Damn raccoons, he muttered, slumping against the wall. He took a cursory glance at his surroundings and had to admit that the massive sand priest was at least partially right. His current home was certainly a far cry from the lush and fruitful forests he remembered living in during his roaming days. The dark and gloomy sewage system that his former jailer had for a mind left a lot to be desired. He raised a paw out of the gooey layer of watery substance that coated the floor of his home with a scowl, and flicked off whatever residual moisture that had rooted itself in his fur with a quick shake, before sighing and looking around the rest of the room. The cavernous cellar was certainly roomy enough, that was for sure. The entrance to the room, the one that Naruto came and went from, most likely to head to the other parts of his subconscious, was lit in a somewhat bright, sourceless, ethereal glow, but that was it. Whatever little amount of light that trickled out of the haze only went so far into Kurama's side of the cage, basking most of the expansive room in a dark, depressing shadow. About 100 feet from the small, human-sized hallway that stood at the head of the sewage hall hung a pair of massive, golden gates, open now, of course. Their massive forms laid pinned against the walls of his cage, somewhat signifying freedom. Kurama sighed. He knew, deep down, that all he had to do was force a little against his container's body to be released, but that wasn't something he was willing to do anymore. Maybe once before, in the past, but not now. Certainly not after they had coexisted together, as friends, as comrades, for so long. Hell, what had it been now, 20 years? The fox rolled its eyes in thought. He was a massive chakra construct with a consciousness attached almost as an afterthought. He had no true perception of time. Well, no perception for a time change as minute as 20 measly years. But still, his only human friend, clutched onto those figures with an iron grip. They meant something to him, so, in respect, they meant something to Kurama as well. It was only fitting. Still, the nine-tailed fox contemplated busting out of his host the hard way, for no other reason than to punish him for whatever absolutely ridiculous stunt he had pulled this time. With a sigh, he turned his attention further into the dark bowels of his home, and was met with the angry glares of 8 other pairs of eyes. He had known that some of his siblings' chakra resided within Naruto as a sign of good faith, of trust, but that was the extent of it. It sure as hell wasn't enough to constitute the sealing of their entire beings into the boy, along with him. But still, there they stood, angrily fuming at their loss of freedom once again. The 8-tails shook its head in exasperation. Look, if you two are going to fight all day, then wait until after we've figured out what the hell is going on, would you? I want to get back to B, that is, if he's still okay. Yeah, just what the hell is going on here? Kurama. What did you do? Roared Son Goku in indignation, bashing on the ground with his massive ape-like fists, sending blasts of water into the faces of his fellow tailed beasts. Knock it off. Kurama. Answer the damn question. Look, I didn't do anything. I should be asking all of you the same thing. What the hell are you doing in my Jinchuriki? Sensing an exponential rise in tension, Gyuki stepped in once again. Look, it's obvious none of us understand what's going on, so why bother beating each other up over it? Humph, the fox grumbled, and was echoed by his other riled-up siblings. But the 8-tailed ox Topus wasn't quite finished. Kurama, why don't you summon Naruto? He can help explain this. Shikaku waggled his lone tail in agitation. Hey, yeah. This has that brat's name written all over it. Fine, whatever, the QB mumbled, turning around and looking at the empty doorway at the end of the hall. Looks like he finally realizes you lot are here, too. Might as well pull him down here anyways. As if on cue, the orange-clad form of the 7th Hokage stumbled through the entryway with the same grace and poise as Tsunade walking home from a bar on a typical Tuesday afternoon. He rubbed his head and grumbled something to himself in indignation, before turning to look at his personal tailed beast with a scowl. Could you have at least waited until I finished talking to my son first? He deadpanned. The fox simply bared its teeth and narrowed its eyes. No. Naruto rolled his eyes. Fine, whatever, he muttered, moving into the rest of the room and settling down in the middle, near where the massive latch of the gate seal used to sit within the room. It was at this point that his vision adjusted, and he caught sight of 8 more furious figures residing amid the darkness. He blinked, and leaned in closer, as if worried this was some sort of dream. Shit, he muttered, wide-eyed. I was honestly hoping I was wrong when I sensed all of you in here. I guess it makes sense then. You guess what makes sense, boy? Bellowed the four tails angrily. I don't have the time or patience to deal with your lip service. Just tell us what the hell is going on and get us out of here. Naruto's sweat dropped. Hey, here happens to be me, he said with a pout. It's not that bad, right, Kurama? He turned to the fox expectantly, who merrily shrugged noncommittally and padded off a bit until he was standing next to his kin. Jerk, Naruto sulked, rolling his eyes. Then, he turned his attention to the other tailed beasts. Regardless, I have no idea what's happening. I was kind of hoping that you had some idea, because I'm honestly stumped. He rubbed the back of his neck in anxiety, a frown deepening on his face. Usually, I have Shikamaru to help me work my way through things like this, he muttered, narrowing his eyes at the watery floor he was standing on. Then, his eyes shot open, and he fell to the floor in a pained heap, gasping for breath. Looks like you're about to reach critical mass, smirked the nine tails, crossing his arms. Serves you right for cluttering up the place. Clutter? Are you calling the rest of us clutter? Roared Shikaku, leaping in front of Kurama with a deafening crash. Naruto ignored them as they began to bicker amongst one another once again, mainly because his hearing had been reduced to a dull, ringing ache, as his vision began to spin and blur dangerously. The only thing he was able to make out before being ripped back out of his own mind into the real world was the crimson-red water that was beginning to pool around his body and the sewage sludge, tainted by his own blood, leaking from his mouth. Not good, he muttered, flickering back into consciousness. The cold sweat had gotten significantly worse, and his shaking now looked more like spasms. Suddenly, the voice of his companion began to echo in his skull. Look, I don't want you to die as much as you don't want you to die, so I suggest you do something and fast. Naruto grimaced or frowned, one of the two. Yeah, and what do you suggest I do? The Bijou just snorted from within his mind. Hell if I should know. What do you humans usually do when you have too much chakra? Naruto deadpanned. It's not exactly a common issue. But I'm assuming that I have to do something really big and really chakra taxing in order to balance everything out. Or he raised an eyebrow in concentration. No, I suppose that wouldn't work. I can't just pump it out into nature using some sort of bastardized sage mode, why not? I don't know, Kurama, okay? Cut me some slack, it's hard to think when you're about to explode from the inside out. Then, he frowned. Which reminds me. Are your siblings still there? Unfortunately, mumbled Son Goku with a hint of indignation. Naruto sighed, and winced as another bolt of chakra was sent through his system, disrupting his already fragile balance even further. Guys, I'm gonna have to ask for a big favor. He could feel several of the Bijou within his gut out of spite, but luckily, the ever-level-headed eight tails broke in before any of the other, more condescending tailed beasts could get a word in edgewise. As long as you promise to get us out of here quickly, I'm open to anything, Naruto. Naruto smiled for the first time that evening, albeit small. Thanks, Gyuki. I appreciate it. What the hell are you listening to the brat for? Bumbled Shikaku. For all we know, this could all be his fault. Something makes me seriously doubt that for some reason. Call it intuition. There was a brief pause, before several of the other beasts gave their input after a moment of contemplation. I trust Naruto, as well as Gyuki, Shikaku. I say we give whatever it is he has in mind a chance, purred the two tails. Why not? Chomei buzzed blithely. Isaba simply grunted in agreement, shortly followed by the others. Son Goku simply sighed from within Naruto's head. It seems that once again I am trusting you blindly, Naruto. You had better not mess this up. Naruto sighed quietly to himself in relief. All right. Look, the fact that you're all here and not exactly sealed in me means that all of your chakra is flooding my system and I can't handle it. I have to jettison most of it. Otherwise, I'm gonna pop if you can call popping detonating with the strength of several hundred-tailed beast bombs and leveling 3/4 of the continent. You want us to just give up all of our chakra? Right now? Yeah. I need to channel it non-destructively out of my system. And if I am going to figure out how to fix whatever the hell is happening, I need time. If you guys end up staying for longer than expected, then you can slowly start to trickle more of your chakra into my system. I'm sure you all know how that works. Another round of grunts was his answer. All right, brat, fine. Just don't drain us dry. Naruto smirked. If you all reduce your levels to as low as you can go, and Kurama gets rid of half of his, I should be able to cope with it. It'll still hurt like hell the first few days, but I can handle it. You want me to reduce my power to half of its full potential, just for these fools? Roared the Nine-Tails in fury, causing Naruto to cringe once more, this time in discomfort from having his mind shake and rattle under the beast's might. Naruto scowled. Look, I don't like this as much as you do. But if I'm gonna live through this, and if you don't want to end up taking the next few dozen years reforming somewhere, we've got to cut corners. Then, he sighed. I'm sorry, but this is the only way for the time being. At least you can replenish your chakra later. Naruto could practically feel the beast smirking inside his head. Whatever. I suppose that it's a small price to pay so that the likes of you doesn't pop under our tremendous might. Our tremendous might? Why, Kurama, that's the nicest thing you've ever said to us. Once again, Naruto could feel the strange conjoined feeling of the two-tailed cat Matatabi holding in her laughter, as the face of the great demon fox glowered at her. Refocusing his attention, he opted to try and figure out just where exactly he was, and how to get out. And quickly. He had barely minutes left, it felt like. Frantically looking around the cave, he saw his son sitting next to him, seemingly asleep, head leaning against the back of the stone facade in a scene of almost perfect peace. With what little physical energy had left that was not going to quelling his overloaded chakra coils, Naruto leaned over and prodded his son as gently as he could in the shoulder. The boy shot to attention immediately, lightning blue eyes darting across the darkness, before finally grimacing as they settled on Naruto's own. Hey, muttered Naruto hoarsely, still clutching the clothes nearest to where his seal used to be. Hi. Boruto said, narrowing his eyebrows. Finally up again? Up again? Questioned Naruto quietly, raising an eyebrow. Boruto just sighed, partially in exhaustion, partially in frustration. Yeah, you were out for, 3 hours, woke up for 3 minutes, and then were out again for another 20. Naruto blinked. 3 hours? Another train of thought was violently derailed when a flicker of blood-red chakra oozed out of his pores aggressively, lighting the dark cave up like a midsummer sunset. Boruto jumped to his feet and immediately backed away, holding a kunai to his chest protectively. What the hell are you? He glowered, staring down at what appeared to be his father, writhing on the ground. Boruto don't have much time left, he grimaced. Then an idea. Can you shunshin? The boy blinked, the grip on his knife loosening ever so slightly. Yeah? How far? Boruto just raised a confused eyebrow. Why are you asking me? Just answer the damn question. Quaking a bit, eyes like saucers, Boruto managed to blurt out an answer. I can go a few hundred feet, but that's it. I don't have nearly enough chakra. Naruto grimaced in affirmation, panting slightly. Good, can you do hand seals and move other people? The blonde-haired boy just nodded tersely, suddenly fearing for his life. Then, his father gestured for him to come closer. Boruto's heart began to pound in his throat. The energy that Naruto was emitting was terrifyingly toxic. It caused his entire being to seize up in terror, and yet, he still had the roaring inclination in the back of his head to turn tails and run. Still, something forced his legs to move to his father's side, who only smiled painfully at the expression that Boruto had on his face. Don't be afraid, he sputtered out, before extending his hand towards the boy. Can you take us to Valley of End? He doubled over again in pain, letting out a strangled groan. What? The Valley of the End? Isn't that, 100 miles away? And a massive crater? Naruto just shook his head, physical exhaustion from holding everything in beginning to take hold. Don't worry about distance, I can supply chakra. You just have to do the actual jutsu chakra control shit right now. The Hokage shook his outstretched arm in the air expectantly, although Boruto couldn't tell if it was deliberate act or another spasmodic shake. Trepidatiously, Boruto took his father's cold, clammy hand. And immediately doubled over in pain as he felt his own chakra network be brimmed with a massive amount of energy. Wincing slightly, he opened his eyes to see that he was shrouded in some sort of red chakra shroud. It flickered around him like bubbling, boiling water, lapping at his clothes and skin like ocean waves. It was warm, almost too warm, but Boruto was too busy reeling from the internal pressure to notice. Boruto, do the jutsu, Naruto hissed through clenched teeth, still holding his son's arm carefully, watching in worry at the expressions the boy was making from having that much chakra flood his system so suddenly. With a gasping grunt, the boy nodded and immediately began to focus on the location he had only heard about in textbooks and stories from his friends. Still, he had a pretty vague idea as to where to go. Boruto shouted in pain, then in effort shortly after. Shunshin no jutsu. And the duo were gone in a flash of wind and leaves. Immediately after arriving, both Uzumaki collapsed onto the stone latticework that towered over a large lake, mounted to two massive cliff faces. Boruto clutched at his gut in pain as the demonic chakra, at least, what he could only assume was demonic chakra, receded from his system. He took a deep breath as the pain receded, and turned to look around at where he was. Boruto raised an eyebrow at what he saw. The forests of the Land of Fire girdled the massive valley like a soft blanket, showering the entire region in a warm, endearing green glow, even as the sun set on the horizon. The two of them were standing well. One was standing, at least atop the heads what looked to be two massive statues, carved into the cliff face itself. The sun was beginning to dip below the tree-line in the distance, casting massive shadows across the landscape and basking the entire continent in a tranquil sea of light orange hues. Humph, Boruto heard a grunt to his side, and saw that his father was smiling, one eye slammed shut in a wince. This place brings back memories. Boruto ignored his father's musings to gape at his appearance. Naruto was pale, deathly pale. Almost as pale as his academy friend, Inogen. While a normal coloring for some, Naruto typically had sun-kissed skin that glowed in the sunlight. Not now, however. The orange color of his long-sleeve, collared shirt seemed almost too bright in contrast with the ghostly whiteness of its wearer. But that wasn't all. Now, Boruto could finally see. And his dad looked bad. Really bad. His whisker marks, the ones typically identical to his own, were jagged, deep gashes across his face now, and they were much, much more feral-looking than before. His eyes were just as frightening in the waning daylight as they were in the darkness of the cave, although they weren't specifically looking at him anymore, which made Boruto shudder with relief. His father's hair was matted and doused with his own sweat, sticking out in all directions haphazardly, rather, much more haphazardly than normal. His clothes were all wrinkled and askew across his narrow frame, and flickered now and then in the wind currents that rushed through the valley below and up and over the two stone figures. Then, Naruto noticed something. Wait, what? He gaped, realizing where they were standing. Wasn't this place destroyed? Boruto asked with a frown on his face, walking up to his father's side, who was now wide-eyed and blubbering. Why isn't it destroyed? Naruto stammered, shaking his head in confusion. What the hell is going on here? First, some asshole is impersonating my father in my own office, then they're all here, and now he doubled over once again in pain, shattering whatever little concentration he was able to hold on the outside world. Naruto clenched his teeth together sickeningly, and the boy realized that his canines had sharpened and grown to be much, much more vulpine than normal. Get back. Get to the other side of the valley. This is gonna be big. And bright. I don't want you to get hurt. The Uzumaki boy simply blinked once, then nodded determinedly at the seriousness in his father's eyes, jumping away quickly. Almost as soon as Boruto cleared the two massive stone heads of the founders of their village, Naruto let out a roaring scream, holding his hands above his head in some sort of strange stance. Boruto raised an eyebrow. Is that the Rasengan? What's he doing that for? His first question was answered when a small blue ball of chakra manifested itself above his father's fingertips. That much was apparent even from several hundred feet away, as Boruto settled in atop a tree down the waterfall and across the valley from the massive statues. It was almost a beautiful sight, he had to admit. Then, the blue sphere began to expand and flicker a vibrant red shade. It grew and grew and grew until it was nearly as large in diameter as Boruto himself. He blinked at the sight, honestly surprised that his father was that adept at the legendary jutsu. Sure, he knew that his dad had developed different variations of the technique, but the extent of his advances was still a mystery to the genin. Whatever doubts that had lingered in the back of Boruto's mind were instantly shattered when the density of the ball began to blacken, darker and darker, until it was nearly the color of ink. Then, the top portion of the sphere flickered and fluctuated. And the entire valley exploded. Ugh! Boruto slammed his arm into his eyes to prevent any lasting damage from the dark orange-red burst of pure chakra that was spewing out into the heavens, thicker than lava, brighter than the sun. It was so bright, in fact, that the entire forest and everything in its vicinity turned a vibrant, blinding white. Even with his hands over his eyes, and his lids smashed shut in pain, Boruto was still seeing stars. They dug into his retina like shovels, picking away, ever so slowly at his sanity. Then, the shockwave hit. Trees were uprooted, water was instantly vaporized, the air stunk of petrified ozone. Boruto himself was flung into the air like a rag doll, and it took all of his strength and training in order to right himself midair and seek out an appropriate landing site nearly a quarter-mile away from where he was standing only moments before. With a stifled oof and a sickening crunch, Boruto smashed into the trees across the forest like a meteorite, breaking branches and tree trunks and, most likely, bones as he did so. Finally he stopped his graceless plummet back to earth in a tangled mess of tattered clothing and ruptured skin. He laid there for a few moments, before letting out a low groan of pain and moving to begin getting up. Ow! He shook his head a bit in agitation, trying to shake the spots burned into his retina away for the moment, before remembering just how he ended up here. His father. His father had done that. Boruto couldn't help but gape as he cringed and turned to look back at the place that his father was still occupying a good 500 yards away. The light was still insurmountably bright, and Boruto had to strain carefully past his outstretched hand silhouette in order to just barely make out the form of the Seventh Hokage underneath a massive beam of red energy that was pulsing into the sky like a beacon to the gods. Naruto's clothes were beginning to singe and burn. That much was obvious, even from so far away, but still he endured, standing steadfast atop the crumbling visage of Hashirama Senju. Then, with all the pizzazz of the flicking of a light switch, the beam of energy died off after what seemed like hours of perpetuation. It faded from the width of the entire valley, to simply that of the statue it was being released above, to that of Naruto's own size until it was simply just a flickering pinprick, splashed across the slowly darkening sky. Then, it was gone, and the quiet whispers of the forest began to return. With a stifled grunt, Boruto made to stand, only to cry out in pain when his right leg buckled over itself in a grotesque fashion. Definitely broken, he cringed, falling backwards again, and clutching his thigh in discomfort. Then, there was a flicker of light and smoke before him, and the dilapidated form of Boruto's father materialized in front of him. Boruto? He panicked immediately, after seeing the state of his son. Are you okay? I told you to get far enough back. He rubbed the back of his neck sadly. Granted, that was much bigger than what I was expecting, but it's all over now. He turned his attention back to the boy, and Boruto realized that his father's eyes had returned to their cobalt shade, steeped in concern. I'm fine, he grumbled, but the grimace on his face when he moved his lower leg betrayed his voice, causing it to crack under the strain. Naruto shook his head and immediately began to root around the crash site for a small, yet thick length of branch to secure Boruto's leg with. After finding a suitable candidate, he bent over and gently placed it parallel to Boruto's limp leg. That'll work, he breathed to himself, before frantically looking around for something to tie it off with. His eyes settled on his bandaged right arm. Without a second thought, the creamy white bandages were unraveled from his eggshell-colored right hand in an instant, and he began to wrap the gauze securely around his son's leg both above and below the point of fracture. Boruto just watched in abject fascination as his father did the one thing that he had never seen him do before: take the bandages off of his right arm. For as long as he could remember, that hand was always covered, all the way up to the shoulder. It was simply one of the unique enigmas of his father that shrouded him in superstition. But when the wrappings were undone, Boruto was honestly surprised at what he saw. The arm was nearly pure white, almost like the color of fresh milk. Well, at least the parts of the arm that weren't riddled in strange markings and tattoos, that is. Boruto hissed in pain, breaking his train of thought, as his father tied off the last of the bandages carefully and attempted to help him to his feet. He would have to use his father as support for the other side of his body until he could be seen by a proper medic. For what it's worth, I'm sorry, Naruto said quietly. I never intended to hurt you. I don't plan to ever have to do that again. Boruto just blinked in confusion, before replying just as quietly. What just happened? He paused for a moment, deep in thought, before continuing. He glanced up at the steeled face of his father, concern in his gaze. Your eyes back in the cave. Naruto stopped moving entirely, turning to look at his son with a deadly serious look. You mean you don't know? Naruto said with an eyebrow raise, placing his normal hand on his son's shoulder, comfortingly. When Boruto shook his head apprehensively, Naruto only sighed and closed his eyes. I suppose I have some explaining to do. Come on, it's a long way home, and we need to figure out what's going on, he said with a small twitch of the lips. Then, he turned back to the horizon, narrowing his eyes. I have a sneaking suspicion that we're currently in the middle of a foothold situation. He looked back down at his shell-shocked son, squeezing his shoulder slightly in a sign of support. And as of right now, we can only trust each other. You know, Sensei, you never were that good at gambling. Humph. Yeah. At least I'm a million times better than Tsunade. Minato gave a small smile at that. Yes, I suppose you're right. Kushina yawned sleepily, stretching her arms over her head as she sat on the couch in their living room next to her husband, feet tucked under herself comfortably. I want some tea, she announced to no one in particular, before looking across the coffee table at the Toad Sage's white-haired figure planted squarely in the middle of a comfortable upholstered recliner, a few playing cards perched in his outstretched hand, the other on his chin in contemplation. Want some? He looked up at the Uzumaki woman, and nodded in appreciation. Yes please, if you wouldn't mind. Minato smiled as his wife stood up again, wobbled on her sleepy legs, before stumbling to the kitchen, a hand planted over her mouth in an effort to stifle the loud yawn that was trying to break out. When she disappeared in the kitchen, Jiraiya sighed and yawned himself, setting his cards face down on the neutral ground that was the coffee table. So, when do you want to start? Minato didn't need to ask what it was he was talking about, because he himself had been asking the same question all night. I don't know, honestly. They could be anywhere by now. There's no way that we could find them now, unless we employ every single umbu in our ranks for the job. And there's no telling who exactly is behind all of this, Jiraiya hinted enigmatically. But Minato knew all too well who the sage was referring to. For all our sakes, I certainly hope it's not him. I don't think Hiruzen-sama could handle putting both his student and his best friend down within 2 weeks of me taking his job. The fourth simply let out a dry chuckle, tossing his own cards back on the table. He's supposed to be retired, not an assassin. Regardless, diverted Jiraiya, we have to be open to any and all possibilities. Whatever is happening is most likely occurring in conjunction with the Chunin exams the next few weeks, and we just so happened to catch 2 of their less particular agents before they could do any real damage. Jiraiya smirked. Well, unless you call you falling on your ass real damage. Minato smiled defeatedly. Yeah. It wasn't as grandiose as you're making it out to be. Oh, I'm sure, the pervert winked, crossing his arms. After a few moments of comfortable silence, where both shinobi rested their eyes and delved deep into their own thoughts, Kushina came waltzing back into the room with a platter, complete with steaming kettle, 3 small cups, and a tiny jar of milk and sugar. Then, suddenly, they all froze. Minato's eyes launched open as far as they could go, whereas Jiraiya just narrowed his and leaned back up in his chair. Kushina, however, collapsed to the floor, hot tea spilling across the floor and her clothes. She didn't make a sound. Kushina? Kushina! Minato yelped, flipping to his feet with a quickness not seen since the war. He was beside her before she even completely folded over herself, clutching her stomach ferociously. Slowly, the woman's eyes opened, her pupils completely dilated as they darted across the room, before finally settling on her own hands, gripping at the tea-soaked clothes wrapped around her midsection. She gaped for a moment, simply staring in horror, before slowly shifting her gaze to look at her worried husband. It's gone, she stammered, before her eyes rolled back into her head, and she passed out. Chapter 4. Hinata Uzumaki set her pen down with a small sigh, shaking her head at the fleeting thoughts that flew through her mind as she sat at their dining room table, papers spread all across its surface like some sort of hastily procured tablecloth. She let out a small yawn, before pushing the chair back away from her, standing as she did so. It made no sense to sit and try and work when nothing was happening. Sometimes, she wished she was a more creative person. If she told anyone that, they'd immediately launch into a massive diatribe defending the contrary, referencing her cooking skill, knitting ability, and general kind-heartedness as sources. But Hinata couldn't shake the feeling that it was more like a court hearing any time she told anyone her deeper insecurities, so she simply tended to keep quiet about it until pressured to do so. Usually, it was Sakura that was doing the pressuring. After the end of the Fourth Shinobi War, the pink-haired Kunoichi had taken a strong liking to Hinata for some reason, a reason that took Hinata years to finally figure out. There was no ulterior motive or master plan. The girl had simply wanted to be her friend, and genuinely cared about her. Her and Naruto. She smiled brightly at the thought, gathering the papers together in a large bunch in her hands and cramming the pen inside the small pocket on her light jacket. With a sweeping motion, she moved from the dining room of their house into the kitchen, setting the papers down on the countertop with a small thump. She glided across the room and began to rummage around in the pantry towards the far end of the kitchen for a light snack. As she took out a jar of grape jelly and some wheat bread from within the pantry's confines, she heard the subtle click of their front door unlocking, swinging open, then softly closing with a thud. That's odd, she thought with a frown. Boruto should be taking the first test of the Chunin exams right now, Himawari should still be at school, and Naruto's at work. Who in the world? Instantly, she became alert, quietly setting her food on the small dinette in the middle of the room, before activating her Byakugan silently. It never hurt to be overly cautious even if there was a contingent of Umbu hiding in the shadows around their front lawn. Her husband was the Hokage, she was always at risk of being a political bargaining chip. But being a Hyuga by birth, Hinata knew all about the risk that came along with living in a ninja village such as the Leaf. She had to admit that things had gotten exponentially better since the earlier days of her life, where she was constantly at risk of being kidnapped by rival villages or missing nin. Luckily, after the events of the Fourth Great Ninja War, there were no more rival villages and the world was at peace. That didn't mean there still weren't missing nin running about, however. She blinked, focusing her eyesight through the walls of her home until a figure appeared. She let out a sigh of relief when she recognized the intruder's chakra signature. A big smile graced her face as she rounded the corner, about to envelop her husband in a big hug, just like she always did. Hinata had long ago promised to Naruto and herself that she would never let him come home to an empty house ever again. She had quite a few late nights, but she made do. It was worth it just to see the look on his face every time, without fail. Except for this time. Instead of the huge goofy smile that he would normally sport, his face was masked in shadows and self-doubt. Across the middle was a small smile, obviously worn in a pitiful attempt to hide whatever problem he was dealing with. But she could easily tell by the sunken look in his eyes that this was no ordinary, Ichiraku stopped serving extra large bowls on Sundays problem. She floundered a bit in the doorway between kitchen and living room. Then, her motherly instincts kicked in. Naruto? You're home early. What's wrong? Naruto's facade cracked as she watched, his eyes fogging up. He just stood there, barely a foot inside his own home, shoes off, hair disheveled and askew, as if he had been tousling with it in frustration. His clothes were as they always were, hastily thrown on in his morning rush out the door. But, what startled her the most was that he was no longer wearing his white, flamed cloak. Instead, it was slung over his arm gingerly, and he was obviously trying to avoid thinking about it. Hinata watched as his grip on the garment slowly slipped, before it tumbled down to the ground before him in a careless heap, completely disregarded. In a split second, he was across the room and wrapping her in a huge hug, causing her to jump and blush at the forwardness of it all. Soon enough, she reciprocated the hug accordingly, wrapping her arms around his waist as he buried his face into her neck. "Hinata," he started with a hoarse whisper, "I'm so sorry." The woman blinked in surprise, then raised an eyebrow slightly. With a gentle tug, she pulled him away from her so that she could look him in the eye properly. "What on earth do you have to be sorry for?" Naruto grimaced slightly and sighed, turning his attention away from his wife's silver eyes, opting instead to look at the ground behind her. "I spoke to Boruto today," he said quietly, barely above a whisper. Hinata immediately tensed. She knew the way her son felt about his father. No matter what she said or did to try and prove to the boy that his father was a good person, he always became indignant and conspiratorial, claiming that she was simply defending him blindly because of who he was, not who he should be. He'd spent many of his nights in his room as punishment for those particular outbursts. She sighed slightly, and pulled him back in for another hug. "What did he do this time?" she said with a bit of pained humor in her voice, trying to ease the tenseness in her husband's body. Feeling him relax a little in her arms, she smiled a bit to herself, squeezing him just a bit tighter. "Hinata," Naruto whispered, hugging her back gently. His bottom lip quivered a bit, before he bit down on it in an attempt to ground himself. I don't think I can do this anymore." Hinata blinked. "What are you? I can't do this. Leave you and the kids alone all time. Put the village before you. Force you to raise our children alone." His voice began to waver towards the end, and it took him a few moments to speak his last few words, as if he was fighting an internal battle of wills. Hinata pulled out of his embrace quickly, but gently. She grabbed him by the shoulders, which was a bit difficult, considering she was a decent bit shorter than he was, and forced him to look her in the eye. "What are you saying, Naruto?" she said with a small frown. He flinched again, before sighing and resigning himself to his fate. "I am thinking about stepping down, Hinata." She took a step back from him, eyeing him curiously. Then, she gave a soft, kind smile. "Who are you, and what have you done with my Naruto?" she said softly, shaking her head. The real Naruto would never say something like that. The Hokage sighed and ran his bandaged hand through his hair, taking a step forward and leaning to the side, resting his shoulder on the frame of the entryway to their kitchen. After fidgeting with his hair a bit, he put his hands into his pockets with a frown, looking down at the ground in apprehension. I'm serious, Hinata. If my job is affecting you as much as Boruto says it is, Naruto." He jumped at her interruption, and nervously raised his head to look Hinata in the eyes. He was honestly surprised when he saw the look of gentle firmness swirling around in their pupilless haze. She walked towards him again, this time taking him by the arms, gently pulling his hands out of his pockets. With one fluid motion, she wrapped his fingers around her own, and pressed their hands together. "Come with me." Then, she tugged, and he had no other choice but to follow her in slight surprise as she led him back into their living room, then behind the sofa set towards the large sliding glass door that went out to their patio. With a brief release in order to open the latch and slide the door open, Hinata kept her hands in her husband's, or, rather, her husband's hands in hers as they stepped outside into the afternoon sun to look out onto the village before them. Naruto smiled painfully at the sight, already seeing where this was going. "Hinata, Naruto," she chided softly, turning him and herself to look out onto the beautiful summer days that had wrapped itself around the leaf like a warm wool blanket. The heat was refreshing, intoxicating, invigorating. The treetops nearest to their home flickered a bit in the slight breeze, slightly rustling Hinata's hair as she stood next to him, taking in the sights as well. They may have lived in their home for many years at this point, but the view never ceased to amaze them. A cloud shifted in the sky, shining sunshine down on the massive array of tall, glass and metal skyscrapers that speckled across the top of the Hokage monument, reflecting light across the village and into Naruto's eyes. Progress. All he had to do was take a good, long look at the 7 faces carved along the face of the massive rocky structure to see it for himself. All along the paths that ran up and down the village linearly, people moved about their lives in silent contentment. They, at least, understood the peacefulness and ease of life that they were experiencing from the efforts of the shinobi forces that worked tirelessly to protect and serve the people of the Leaf. A force that was headed by him. "Do you see it now?" Hinata said finally, turning to look at her husband with a kind smile. They were still holding hands, Naruto's prosthetic right locked in her left. Her black and blue hair danced across her face in the breeze, which she effortlessly tamed by moving her free hand across it in one swift, repetitious movement. "This village, everything you see, everything you hear, all of it," she squeezed his hand a little more to accentuate her next few words, "is because of you, Naruto. We wouldn't be here if it weren't for you." This evoked a small smile on the corner of Naruto's lips, as he turned his head and gave a thankful smile in return. "Now, I know how challenging being the leader of a hidden village must be." "I have some idea, I live with one now," Hinata said with a small giggle, turning and resting her head on his arm, looking back out onto the village. She moved her other hand to wrap around his as well, pulling him closer. "It's understandable that you're away for most of the day. Or most of the week. It's a worthy price to pay for being the luckiest woman alive. Or being the children of the best father a boy or girl could ask for." She sighed contentedly, eyes flickering from building to building as she spoke, passively taking in the sights and sounds of their home. Then, she shifted her head on his shoulder, looking up at him. Noticing her movements, Naruto turned as well, locking eyes with her, which made her smile. "I understand if you feel like you're not here enough. But please, don't let Boruto push your buttons like that. He's just been very stressed recently and needs to unwind. I think the Chunin exams have played part in that. He's a complicated boy, not unlike you when we were kids." She bumped her forehead against his arm playfully, making him smile back. He sighed and squeezed her hand, rubbing his thumb over her fingers gingerly. "I know. He's basically a carbon copy of me, you know. And Himawari's you, down to the hair and everything." He grinned at that. She giggled. "Yes. But she sometimes says or does some things that really makes me think that there's more of you in her than we think." Naruto blanched, recalling the incident on the day of his inauguration. "Yeah, don't remind me." This made her laugh, as she leaned further into her husband's side. They sat like this for an untold length of time, during which Naruto physically unwound like a corkscrew, relaxing in the embrace of his wife. Then, he felt Hinata move away from him, and he was being whisked away once again, back into the house. "Where are we going now?" he said with a confused grin, not exactly sure what was going on. No response as they re-entered the kitchen. She led him over to the counter on the far side of the room, closest to the pantry and various food items that were thrown about, universal evidence of children. He raised a confused eyebrow at that, looking at his wife's figure as she slowly detached from him and moved fluidly across the kitchen to a neat stack of papers perched at the end of one of the large marble countertops. Naruto grimaced at the sight. "Paperwork," he shuddered mentally, opting to instead look in the other direction in mock disinterest on the off chance that Hinata was trying to unload some of her shinobi forms onto him. As he took note of a rather interesting pattern in the wallpaper, Naruto heard the sound of papers rustling as Hinata gathered them up in her arms. His blood ran cold at the thought. Then, suddenly, she was holding his hand again. He blinked and turned to look at her apprehensively, with a slight tinge of worry on his brow. Seeing her husband so distraught over a simple stack of papers made her giggle a little to herself, before she carefully pressed the papers to her chest with her free hand, locking them in place. Then, she began to guide him back into the living room. When Hinata took a seat on their couch gently, pulling Naruto along with her, he simply followed suit with a frown, still not entirely sure where this was going. It wasn't until the stack of paper was detached from her grasp that he noticed they were not, in fact, paperwork. Instead, what he saw was page after page of painstakingly handwritten notes. Hinata's very careful and fluid script flowed across the paper like a soft glow, looking more like art than handwriting. He supposed that in a way it was art. Calligraphy was indeed a beautiful and difficult craft. He turned to look her in the eye to commend her on her skill, when Naruto noticed a slight blush on Hinata's face, something that she rarely did now that they had been married, by each other's side, for nearly 2 decades. He took it as a sign of contention, and gripped her hand slightly tighter, causing her to look up and meet his eyes as well. "What's wrong?" Well, she trailed off, mouth tilting up slightly in an embarrassed smile. She sorted through the first few pages of her pile, before setting the rest aside and handing one sheet in particular to her curious husband. His eyes widened as he scanned through its contents. "I had been wanting to do something like this for a while now," she said quietly, as he read, mouth becoming slightly ajar as he got further and further down the page. "Hinata," he said with awe clearly present in his voice, as he looked back and forth from the paper and his wife. This must have taken you months?" She giggled again, resting her hand on his knee. "You know, I've had a lot more time on my hands now that Himawari's gone off to the academy. I've been mostly by myself during the day the past few weeks. I figured I might as well try it out and see if I was any good at it. After all, there's only so many scarves I can knit before I get carpal tunnel." She gave a mock grimace as she shook her hand slightly in emphasis, before smiling and handing her husband the next paper in line when she noticed he was nearing the end of the first. But how he mumbled, still dumbfounded, flipping to the next page after completing the other. "I went through some of Lord Jiraiya's old notes," she started, then flinched when she saw Naruto's eyes shoot up to her, paleness spreading across his face. She patted his knee with a smile, continuing. "No, not those notes, silly. Just some of his general scribbles that he made while he was writing his novels. That's all." "Hinata," Naruto said, finally setting the papers down gingerly on the coffee table beside them, taking the hand that was previously resting on his knee into his hands gently, looking her deep in the eyes. "This is incredible. All of this," he gave a pointed nod towards the decently sized stack of papers sitting beside her, "is incredible." He gave a sheepish grin. "You never cease to amaze me, you know?" She blushed a little more vigorously at the compliment and the absolute sincerity that was behind it. "I just figured that future generations would want to hear your story." "Our story." "The story of the leaf." He smiled brightly at that. "Although I will admit that there's a bit of us in there as well," she said embarrassedly, looking away slightly. "When we were younger, our first Chunin exams, that sort of thing." The blush on her face deepened a bit. "I figured I'd have the most experience in that, considering I stalked you for pretty much our entire childhood years." She mumbled that last part, but Naruto still laughed and shook his head. He leaned in and planted a kiss on her lips, still smiling, as he squeezed her hand a little tighter. "Trust me, Hinata, if I wasn't such a bonehead, you wouldn't have had to have stalked me at all." Hinata locked eyes with her husband, a playful gleam bubbling up from their silvery depths. "Bonehead? I haven't the slightest idea what you mean," she said barely above a whisper, a sly smile creeping across her face. He pulled her into a quick hug, causing her to yelp and giggle in surprise. "Oh, now you're gonna get it." He grinned, before he started tickling her all over. As their laughter and yelling and mirth died down, Hinata sighed and began to gather up the scattered pieces of her biography. Naruto simply watched her in mild amusement, finally content in the fact that he knew he was making the right decision. Then, he remembered something. Hinata?" Naruto started with a weak smile. "I don't want to crush your spirits or anything," but he rubbed the back of his neck apprehensively, watching as his wife turned confusedly back around, arms still full, to look at him again. Surprisingly, Hinata spoke first. "You mean the law?" She smiled and shook her head a little. "Don't worry about that. I don't plan on breaking your first Hokage law, Naruto." She disappeared behind the entryway of the kitchen for a moment, leaving Naruto in slightly less nervous silence, before returning empty-handed and gently setting herself down in the seat directly next to him on the couch. Then, she gave a strange, knowing smile. Almost patronizing, if he didn't know Hinata any better. Although, I still have no idea to this day why you refuse to let people know that you're a Jinchuriki. Or to divulge exactly what happened during the Fourth War. Most ninja already know about it anyways. Naruto sighed and shrugged. Yeah, I know. But he ran his prosthetic hand through his hair, letting the golden strips of metaphorical sunlight dance across his fingertips. Well, think of it this way. Do you remember how the Third made a law, back when we were kids, that made it illegal for people to discuss karma or anything like that? When Hinata gave a cursory nod, he continued. Well, pretty much all the ninja knew at that point just what I was. It was done primarily to try and give me a normal childhood, by not telling any of the kids of our generation exactly what I am. Children aren't really all that understanding of stuff like that. He gave his wife one of his trademark gigawatt smiles. So, I figured that once Hima and Boruto were born, I'd protect them from getting bullied and treated like crap because of who I am. It's definitely not fair to them. Then, his gaze hardened, and he moved his hand from the top of his head to Hinata's knee. That's not all of it, though, you know. He turned away from her and gave another smaller grin, lost in thought, seemingly. I don't want people to treat me any differently because of who I am or what I did during the war. I want people to see me for who I am, not for what I've done in the past. To get their own impressions of me. He turned back to look at Hinata, eyes twinkling with mirth. I guess I never really liked those types of people, you know? Hinata just smiled, putting her hand on her husband's. But Boruto and Himawari are old enough now to understand that you're not a demon. She shifted her eyes down to Naruto's navel and gave a polite bow. My apologies if I offended you, Kurama. This made the Hokage laugh. Ha! Well, he's not any saint, that's for sure. Then, his laugh turned to a grimace, as if he was under verbal assault from his nine-tailed compatriot, and he pouted. Well, fine, be that way, jerk. Hinata couldn't help but giggle in response to her husband's antics. Be nice, Kurama, she chided gently, poking Naruto in the stomach, before tucking herself in the nook underneath his arm, which he used to pull her closer into an awkward backwards hug. But they didn't care if it was awkward. They had each other. And a big demon fox. But that was beside the point. Naruto, Hinata suddenly asked gently, not moving at all under her husband's arm. The blonde blinked, and looked down at the top of his wife's head, who was currently looking off into space from her comfortable position underneath his arm. Yeah. Can you promise me something? Naruto gave a confused frown, raised an eyebrow, and shrugged. Sure. You know me and promises. He felt Hinata smile from the crook of his arm. Promise me that you won't give up your dream. Naruto's eyes widened. Hinata, I'm serious, Naruto. You've wanted to be Hokage since before I even spoke more than a sentence to you. It's been your life's ambition, your life's work, and you've finally accomplished it. She felt him tense up around her, his arm squeezing her ever so closer, as if he was afraid she was going to jump away and leave him alone on that couch. Hinata. This time, he was much firmer, yet gentler. The blonde sighed, and shifted himself on the couch to give his wife ample room to turn on her bottom to look him head-on. When she did so, he put his hands on her shoulders, and gave her one of the most loving, tender smiles she had ever seen him wear. Hinata, you're right. I've wanted to be Hokage since I could walk, basically. But he sighed again, tilting his head down a bit, so his eyes were doused in the shadow of his tired, fatigued face. But dreams change. Now it was Hinata's turn to be surprised. Naruto? He paused for a second, a small smile blossoming across his face. Do you know why I always wanted to be the Hokage? Hinata frowned slightly in thought. She knew the answer, but figured it'd be best if she let her husband talk. It seemed he was thinking along the same lines, mostly. I wanted to be the Hokage since day one, because I wanted to be accepted. To love. To be loved. His eyes shifted up to hers, full of fire. Hinata, do you remember the day when Nagato attacked the village? Her eyes widened at the sudden change of topic, but she nodded nonetheless. Do you remember the way everyone treated me when Kakashi carried me back into the village on his back? He gave an embarrassed grin, and took a hand off of one of his wife's shoulders to rub the back of his neck in trepidation. Actually, I think you were still unconscious, or in the hospital, or Sam Sakura told me. Yes, Hinata smiled gently, shifting herself on the couch once again and leaning up against her husband, rubbing the hand that still rested on her shoulder. Hinata, that was the day I became Hokage. That came as a surprise to the brunette. She wasn't exactly sure where he was going with this, but it was certainly a very Naruto conclusion to draw from something looking underneath the underneath. That day, I was acknowledged. I wasn't treated like some sort of freak in my own village. People actually smiled at me when they passed me on the street. It was he gave a single chuckle. It was weird. Hinata laughed a little at that. I'm sure it was. But you deserved it. His hand went up to his neck again. Yeah, well, anyways, he took a deep breath, as if to signal the change in atmosphere again. Hinata, that day was the day I achieved my dream. I got what I wanted. Sure, getting the actual hat and the big chair and assistant and all that paperwork, he shuddered involuntarily, and whatnot was great, but it was just justification of what I had already accomplished. And then he paused for a moment, leaving their sunlit living room blanketed in a comfortable silence, before Naruto spoke once more. And then, your sister was kidnapped by Tonari. Hinata was taken aback, no doubt. She tensed up slightly as he spoke. Then, she let out a single, soft chuckle. That reminds me, I wonder how he's doing. We should invite him over for tea sometime. This made Naruto laugh, and he pulled his wife in for a big hug. Haha, yeah, we should. I'll send him a letter or something. Hell, maybe I'll invite him to the Chunin exams. Oh, that would be lovely. But anyways, right, sorry, please continue. Then Hanabi was kidnapped? Naruto smiled and nodded, remembering where he left off. Right, then Hanabi was kidnapped. And that's when I realized that I had a new dream. A new lifelong ambition. One that I kinda combined with my old one, you know. Hinata raised an eyebrow in confusion, and turned to look her husband face to face. His blue eyes were practically drenched in admiration, and almost grateful sheen coated them like fresh paint. He was looking at her with so much gratitude, so much happiness, so much satisfaction. Love. She felt her cheeks begin to warm up under his scrutiny, and that made him smile, before he pulled her in for another brutally strong hug. Hinata, he mumbled through her hair. It smelled like lavender and honey like always, he noted. Hinata, you're that dream. You, and Boruto, and Himawari. The three of you are my whole world. She began to feel her eyes tear up, whatever moisture they summoned to the surface of her lids being quickly absorbed by the soft, warm glow of the shirt her face was pressed against. Naruto, I mean it, he reiterated, separating himself from her with a gentle tug, before wiping the tears that were running down her face with his sleeve affectionately. I know you do, she said softly, giving him a soft smile. She just couldn't bring herself to look him in the eye again, because then she'd start crying for sure. He grinned back at her, before leaning forward and planting a soft kiss on her forehead. You bet your ass I do, he laughed. She leaned forward and bopped him on the chest with her forehead playfully. Potty mouth. Hey, it's not my fault, it's true. He complained, barely restraining his laughter. They sat there for a few minutes, just enjoying each other's company. Then, after calming down and relaxing a bit, Naruto sighed again and rubbed Hinata on the back. So now do you see my predicament? She blinked. What do you mean? He frowned a little, turning his gaze away from her own. I mean whether I should pick the hat, or my wife and kids. Naruto. Naruto's eyes shifted back over to Hinata's. Who says you can't have both? He blinked. Well, it's just that I've been trying the past few months and nothing I do seems to be working. Hinata shook her head with a smile. I know, silly. But you're the Hokage. Delegate. Put Shikamaru to work for once. Naruto's eyes widened. What are you talking about? He works more than I do, most of the time. The Hyuga woman just raised an eyebrow. Have you ever actually gone into his office when he's working? She raised her hands up in mock quotes to accentuate the last word. Naruto frowned. Well, no, I'm always busy working myself. Hinata brought a hand to her mouth to try and cover her laughter. Well, I suggest you don't do it from after lunch to around 6 p.m. He gets grumpy if you wake him up from his afternoon nap. Afternoon nap? Naruto bellowed, standing up suddenly in rage. Rather than move out of her enraged husband's way, Hinata just laughed more. Gore Naruto, calm down. He still does lots of work for the village, you know that. But you have to remember that he's also Shikamaru. He will always be Shikamaru. But that asshole basically forbid me from using shadow clones to finish my paperwork. Says it has something to do with integrity in the eyes of the daimyo and his advising staff, Naruto complained, mocking his assistant's lazy drawl, plopping back down onto the couch in an angry heap next to his thoroughly amused wife. At that, Hinata raised an eyebrow. He's not letting you use shadow clones? But that's one of your biggest strengths. I bet if you had them do all the work, you could be home by lunchtime every day. The man's eyes lit up. You mean it? I could be done that early? Hinata only smiled. Well, it certainly makes sense, doesn't it? That only made Naruto's eyes flash in brutish determination. You know what? I'm the damn Hokage. I can do my job however the hell I want to. He raised a fist to the air in victory. Come tomorrow, I'm gonna do things my way, and I'm gonna make Shikamaru file it all away until the sun comes up next week. Then, I can finally start to make up these last few years with you, Boruto. See? What did I tell you? Easy as pie. Yeah, Mitsuki stated with an eye roll. Don't get ahead of yourself so easily. Oh, police, Boruto scoffed, waving his hand in a conceited manner. If the next test is anything like the last one, we'll be done by dinner time. I'm gonna have to find a spot in my closet for my Chunin vest. Sarada rolled her eyes as her teammate's voice tapered off and thought, knowing all too well that when he said spot in my closet, he actually meant spot on the floor in my room. She had to admit that the first test of the Chunin exams was relatively simple, compared to what she'd heard about in the past. But still, it was reasonably difficult, for one reason over most. She still couldn't shake that nagging feeling in the back of her head that was urging her to do something to help her blonde-haired teammate. With a resigned sigh, she simply fell in line behind Boruto, while Mitsuki brought up the rear with a lazy gait. The loud-mouthed Uzumaki was putting on an air of contentment and ease as he walked, arms wrapped lackadaisically behind his neck, a bored expression mounted on his features like a simple henge. To Sarada, it was nothing more than that. She had been around the boy for long enough to see through his own personal barriers, and it was painfully obvious that he was in sincere emotional pain. A small sigh of relief escaped her lips. At least, through that, she knew that there was a chance that whatever relationship problems that Boruto was having with the seventh, his father weren't irreparable. There was a chance. Channeling her inner Haruno, Sarada vowed that she'd do whatever the hell she could to try and bring the two hard-headed blondes back together. As she was about to open her mouth, Boruto beat her to it. All right guys, let's get this second test over with. I want to sleep in my own bed tonight. With a sweat drop, Sarada rolled her eyes at the rather vivacious volume Boruto used for his proclamation. The slew of other genin candidates that were following them in a haste to the training grounds on the outskirts of town all narrowed their eyes at the Uzumaki's bombastic attitude, and Sarada knew that they'd be paying for his words sooner rather than later. Would you can it? She hollered, whacking him in the back of the head with the back of her hand. He flew forward in a grunt of surprise and angst, face planting rather comedically in the dirt with an OOF. Sarada heard snickering from all around her, and gave a bit of a mischievous grin. Now that she had put her teammate back in his place, she had solidified their standing amongst the other genin present. They all knew now, whether they were aware of it or not, that Sarada had things under control, and that she could keep Boruto in check if need be. Essentially, it was just a simple power ploy, one that was misfortunate for the blondie. No one ever said that Sarada couldn't channel her inner Uchiha as well. Hell, it was in her name. Brushing aside the simple political maneuver, and the grumbles of pain and anger that she heard bubbling up from the confines of her teammate, she took the lead, charging forward towards the legendary Forest of Death. She rolled her eyes. Anything named that threateningly, especially by someone as jolly as that dango-eating jounin, could only be construed as pompous. For some reason, a rather poignant memory from one of the rare interactions with her father came to mind. "Hey, Dad. Can you train me today?" Come on. Please. Daewad. Sasuke Uchiha rolled his visible eye, the other shrouded by the long, dark strands of his jet black hair, as he sat on the couch in their living room, reading a small scroll quietly. "Fine, I suppose I don't have to be off for a few hours anyways." A pink-haired face materialized in the doorway to the kitchen, a rather pointed glare painted across it like an advertisement on a billboard. "What do you mean, don't have to be off for a few hours? What happened to I have to leave as soon as dinner is ready?" Any ninja worth their weight in salt could have seen the way Sasuke's eye widened like a bursting dam. Sarada, however, was not quite among their ranks yet. "I'm going to go train with Sarada," the Uchiha stated suddenly, turning away from his fuming wife. Sarada blinked in realization, not understanding what her father had done at the time. Wait a minute, was he avoiding her? She couldn't help but let out a small giggle at the thought. He, Sasuke Uchiha, was afraid of her mother. "So, where are we gonna go?" She was running alongside her tall, lanky father's form as they strolled through the streets of the Leaf, slowly making their way towards the outer part of city. He didn't answer for a few moments, seemingly lost in thought, and Sarada was about to open her mouth to ask the question again when his husky voice broke out over the dwindling sounds of the bustling city behind them, and nearly blended in perfectly with the slowly growing hum of the forest. "We're going to an old training ground of mine." Sarada blinked in confusion, before shrugging and following after her father blithely. She was honestly just happy that she was getting to spend time with her dad. When they were completely enveloped by the thick underbrush of the wilderness that wrapped around the Leaf like an ethereal goddess, the tree-line began to recede, granting visage to a massive chain-link fence that stretched in either direction for what seemed like miles. "Where are we?" she muttered to herself. "The Forest of Death. Training Ground 44. Get in line by teams, maggots." Sarada blinked. They had already arrived? How long had she been out of it? Suddenly, the entirety of her view was obstructed by a massive blonde wall, speckled in the middle by two large, disgruntled, electric blue eyes. "Oi! Sarada!" Boruto bellowed, snapping his fingers in front of her patronizingly. "Snap out of I wham! Would you kindly shut the hell up?" The blonde nursed his throbbing temple with a pout, sprawled out on the floor yet again. "Aw, come on, the second test hasn't even started yet and I'm injured. What have I told you about getting in my personal space?" She grumbled with an eye roll, taking her glasses off to clean them with the hem of her dress. A few moisture-sodden breaths later, the glasses were wiped clean and placed back upon the bridge of her nose. "I was just trying to make sure you were okay, you know," Boruto muttered back, lip raised in boyish indignation. "Whatever. Can we just get started now?" "I was about to say the exact same thing," came the booming voice of the no-named jounin that was running the second tests. "Now, as you all know, there is the very real possibility of death or significant bodily injury, everyone understand? Good. Then line up over here, and grab your liability waiver and a scroll." Boruto jumped, having obviously drifted off in a dazed stupor after the boring jounin woman began to drawl on and on about rules and regulations and safety and the like. He already knew all of this. That's why he was going to be taking part in the exams in the first place. With a grumble and a sigh of resignation, Boruto followed his teammates to the small folding table set up next to the rather imposing gateway in the chain-link fence that surrounded Training Ground 44. Sure, he'd heard about the place many times, whether it be in random historical documents that he found himself reading out of mind-numbing boredom while still enrolled in the academy, or after hearing other shinobi talking about it fondly, in some sort of demented reverence. He rolled his eyes and crossed his arms. Whatever. As long as he could get in and get out, and get back to his normal life, he could literally not care less. A training ground was a training ground, right? Are you ready to go? He heard Sarada inquire from beside him, obviously conversing with their third teammate. After hearing him grunt in affirmation, Boruto squinted in anticipation for the violent, patronizing verbal assault from his female comrade that was sure to follow. Boruto. He raised an eyebrow in shock, eyelid fluttering open in trepidation. Huh? Sarada was standing next to him, a concerned glint in her eyes. It kinda creeped him out. Boruto, she started again, sighing and turning away a bit. I don't know what's going on with you at home, but look, he stated emotionlessly, just stay out of it, okay? My dad's a douche, but that doesn't mean you should have to drag yourself into it to try and get him to listen. Cammy knows I've already tried that. Sarada sighed, obviously expecting the lack of endorsement for her moral support. Boruto, I just don't want you to grow up hating your dad. He's not that bad? Boruto suddenly yelled, attracting the confused and curious attention of several other genin that were also standing around, waiting for the test to properly start. He narrowed his eyes and glowered at Sarada. Look, Sarada, you don't know a damn thing about that asshole. Hell, he's never around enough for me to know anymore either. Just mind your own business. I agree with Sarada. Both Boruto and the Uchiha blinked in surprise at the sudden statement brought forward by their less than chatty third teammate. What do you mean, you agree with her? Boruto said exasperatedly, shaking his head with an eye roll. What's there to agree with? I agree with the fact that you need to quit being an asshole yourself and actually thinking about what things must be like for Lord Seventh as well, Mitsuki easily retorted with a sly smile. Sarada. He turned to the kunoichi. You saw the look on Lord Seventh's face too, right? The one he had on when Princess over here decided to storm off? He jutted a thumb over his shoulder, pointing to the now fuming blonde. Princess? I'll show you, Princess. Boruto bellowed, charging for his teammate recklessly. With a sigh, Mitsuki suddenly wrapped his hands around the boy's wrists, holding him in place, even though he was still a solid 6 feet away. That doesn't even make sense, he replied dryly, turning to face his captive, arms contorting and bending inhumanly as he did so. Sarada grimaced. She never did like it when she saw her teammate use his Kekkei Genkai regardless of the implications or benefits it could hold in battle. With a shake of her head, she cleared her thoughts and summoned the mental capacity to answer Mitsuki's question. Yeah, I did. She turned to face Boruto as well. He was heartbroken, Boruto. You crushed him. Boruto seemed to stop his annoyed struggling underneath the death grip Mitsuki had him in for just a moment, locking eyes with Sarada. Then, he snarled. You know what? Good. I don't care. I'm glad he's sad. That asshole deserves it. He's finally getting what's coming to him. Sarada was about to open her mouth to retort when the bellowing voice of the Jonin in charge echoed across the clearing. All right, everyone. The test will begin in 20. Everyone get in your positions. Mitsuki reluctantly released his hold on the angry blonde and meandered his way over toward their gate, the entrance to the Forest of Death, and, by association, the next portion of the Chunin exams. The Uchiha shot the Uzumaki a glare that practically screamed, "This isn't over yet," and pulled a well-kept kunai from the pouch on her leg in preparation. With a huff, Boruto lined up with his colleagues, also now brandishing a kunai of his own. Fine, whatever, let's just get this over with, he grumbled, as the horn blew and the gates blew down in one synchronized sweep. Chapter 5. There wasn't much that set an entire ninja village on high alert, all at once. There was the occasional chakra disturbance from miles away that would tickle at the back of the minds of most active-duty shinobi from time to time, sure, but even those events were few and far between. The village hidden in the leaves existed in a sort of peaceful indifference to the goings-on of the faraway world, and it liked to keep things that way. It was no wonder, then, that when a chakra beacon 3 times brighter than the sun began to blossom on the horizon and slammed into the consciousness of every chakra-capable individual in the city with the ferocity of a bludgeoning tool, all hell broke loose. Up and down the streets, villagers dropped their bags and gaped, pointing shaky fingers to the beam of pure red power that blitzed into the receding daylight, dancing with the twilight mist like an omnipotent god. The children simply blinked and stared, the adults began to quiver in fear, and the shinobi began to sweat in anxiety. And their Hokage was nowhere to be found. Screaming began to echo throughout the more populated districts of the Leaf as a shockwave of pure energy washed over them like a storm front, blasting cups and dishes off of tabletops, knocking shutters about like ragdolls, sending dust and debris into the air in a haze of confusion and fear. Mothers shielded their children as the dust cloud swept across the village like a sickness, coating everything in a layer of soot. Then came the tremors. China and glassware, pots and pans could be heard rattling amongst one another from the kitchen of nearly every home in the village, and the buildings creaked and groaned under the stress. People rushed about frantically, as if to flee from some sort of assailant, and the younger civilians began to cry in fear and worry, chasing after their family members as they all collectively stumbled towards the safe houses nestled in the mountainside, as protocol dictated. Atop the Jounin headquarters, several shinobi began to amass in blurs of speed and wind and leaves. First to arrive was the Umbu, then the special Jounin, then anyone else that wasn't currently occupied with herding the general civilian populace into the emergency shelters. One eye in particular looked upon the panicked village with a form of stoic apprehension, his teeth mashing together in worry underneath a simple navy blue mask. He watched as one family began to scramble towards the Hokage monument, currently bathed in the sickening blood red of the manifested power over the horizon to the northeast. Kakashi's lone eye narrowed as he studied the scarlet-soaked mug of his sensei, whose own stone eyes seemed to gleam in untold wisdom and strength, reflected back to the village he oversaw. He clenched his fists together by his sides, nearly reaching for his umbu mask as he fumed in silent consternation, preparing to lunge into battle with whatever that was on the horizon. "Where the hell are you, Minato-sensei?" The energy beam pulsed again slightly on the skyline, and the copy ninja grimaced and braced himself for its eventual effect on the village, which was set to arrive at any moment. Another ripple of condensed air currents rocketed across the hidden leaf, sending dust skywards once more and forcing most of the shinobi on the roof to secure themselves with chakra, lest they topple over in the quaking. A few gasps and grunts of displeasure echoed behind him as a large, rather tall building in the center of town began to shudder and groan. Kakashi eyed it passively as he recovered himself, the structure collapsing downwards onto itself in a mighty roar of wooden beams, connecting with concrete underpinnings. A dust cloud reached out into the night sky like a child grasping for its mother, as the last remnants of the structure vanished into a pile of rubble. "What the hell is doing all of this?" Someone called from behind him, and a murmur of questioning agreement began to float across the ranks of the shinobi forces that were gathered in wait for their leader. Then, someone voiced the question that they were all asking. "Where's the Hokage?" "Minato must be attending to the matter personally," came a rather familiar, soft, soothing voice from the rear, and the gathered assembly shifted on their feet to turn and face the source of the voice in its entirety. There, standing in his full battle gear, adamantine staff in hand, was the venerable third Hokage, his eyes burrowing holes in the beam of light that was flashing vehemently on the horizon. Without shifting his gaze in the slightest, Hiruzen simply frowned in contemplation. Judging from location on the horizon, as well as the time delay between the fluctuations in the beam and its subsequent effects on the village, I would say that it is currently originating from approximately 100 miles away northeast of here. He reached into a pocket and pulled out his unlit pipe, settling it between his teeth in a form of thoughtful meditation, narrowing his eyes in deliberation. "And there's only one place that I know of that's about 100 miles northeast of the village. The Valley of the End." "That's what I was thinking too." The village's forces let out a collective sigh of relief when they recognized the long, flowing white hair of the legendary Toad Sannin, as he materialized in a whisper of the wind. Hiruzen just gave a small smile, shifting his gaze to his student with a slow blink of his eyes. "Jiraiya. I take it Minato is with you, then? I'm right here. A vibrant golden flash of light danced across the surface of the Jounin headquarters, revealing the white cloaked form of the Fourth Hokage, crouched low on the rooftop, two special kunai in hand, his clothes dancing in an unseen wind. Jiraiya crossed his arms with a frown, and turned to look at his pupil with a glimmer of worry behind his eyes. There was a pregnant pause before his curiosity got the better of him, and he couldn't help but ask the question that had been egging at the back of his mind since the trio had departed the Fourth's home, Kushina limp in her husband's arms. How is she, Minato? The Fourth slowly stood from his position on the rooftop, his hostile and protective aura dwarfing the rest of the ninja like the sun overshadows a match. Turning a bit, he connected his cold, calculating blue eyes with his sensei's. A sad, human expression was hidden in there, visible exclusively to someone like Jiraiya, tucked behind the oppressive shinobi that the world knew only as the Yellow Flash. She's in bad shape. Stable, for now at least, but in bad shape. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow, before he began to mentally connect the dots. He nodded in acceptance, taking a step forward so he could ask a question without the others hearing. Where is she now? He whispered hoarsely, putting his hands behind his back, his staff perched between them amicably. Minato frowned, his eyes narrowing ever so slightly as he began to passively scrutinize his surroundings, observing the light damage that the city had underwent during his absence. Judging by the way he began to grip his kunai, he didn't like what he saw. I took her to the hospital, one of the lower wards, he said quietly, readjusting his fingers across the cork surface of his tri-kunai's handles in anxiety. Jiraiya nodded, frowning slightly at the obvious concern his student was trying to mask for the sake of the village. It was valiant, that much was obvious, but bottling one's emotions especially in regards to a loved one was a very ill-advised course of action. Especially in their line of work. Look, Minato, we can take care of this. You can go back to Kushin no. Jiraiya blinked at the harshness in Minato's words, as the man simply cracked his neck in preparation for what was to come, standing tall once again. Kushina wouldn't allow that. She would want me to do everything in my power to defend this village while I still can. Sitting in there fretting over something I have no control over would do no good for the village, or for my wife. The Toad Sage nodded in reluctant agreement, before crossing his arms in front of himself again and standing directly to the left of the Fourth Hokage. The third took up his place to Minato's right, and the rest of the forces fell in line accordingly. All right, Jiraiya finally said, after they sat in silence, observing the flickering crimson light that illuminated the city like a second, blood-red sun. What's the plan, Minato? The man stood shock still, only his blonde hair now orange in the strange lighting flickering across his face dramatically in the rough breeze that whipped over the rooftops. Then, he narrowed his blue eyes even further, a deep frown nesting itself on his face. There are no coincidences in our line of work, sensei, he muttered suddenly, grinding his teeth together in thought. Jiraiya blinked, recalling their conversation from earlier. Then, it hit him. Right, so you think it's their doing, he surmised with a small nod. Minato murmured in agreement. Yeah. I'll bet anything that those two have something to do with this. What exactly are you two going on about? Hiruzen casually asked with the raise of an eyebrow. Care to fill me in, Minato? The Fourth Hokage narrowed his eyes and turned his attention back to the horizon, his face hardened and primed. They're after the Nine Tails. Jiraiya actually stumbled a bit, eyebrows cresting his hairline in absolute shock. Minato, it makes sense, he stated emotionlessly, twirling one of his kunai with his finger misconstrued as an exhibition of power to some, but a well-known nervous tic to the eyes of the Sannin. They came here to stage an extraction of the Kyuubi, and exploited my curiosity of seals, especially those of my own creation, in order to buy enough time to sneak into my home and do something to Kushina. The words flew out like speeding kunai, threatening to stab any of those who were in the way, his killing intent spiking astronomically. The gathered shinobi that hadn't already given the three legendary men a wide berth took another few steps back, watching in silent apprehension. Jiraiya was flabbergasted. Sure, that hypothesis had been filed away somewhere in the deep recesses of his own mind, but he labeled it as preposterous and moved on to the next theory. Minato, you can't possibly think that they're after the Nine-Tails sensei, Minato interrupted fiercely, a hint of desperation in his voice. I checked the seal. He began to spin the kunai faster, clenching the other with his free hand so tightly that fingernail indentations began to carve away at the porous texture of the handle. It's empty. Hiruzen blinked in shock, eyes going wide in worry. Minato, surely you don't mean yes, I do, he said quietly, still facing outwards. I checked it myself. The seal is completely intact, but he sighed in contemplation, before continuing. But it's as if the beast was never there. There's not an ounce of it inside of her whatsoever. The old Sarutobi narrowed his eyes, clenching at his pipe with his molars. And what is to become of Kushina, now that she is without her burden? Silence was his answer, which greatly unnerved the two men. On the horizon, the beam of red chakra began to flicker and shrink, wobbling slightly as it ascended into the heavens, piercing the tumultuous clouds with the precision of a scalpel. All three men refocused their attention to the construct, as did every other ninja on the rooftop. So Jiraiya began to sputter, a seemingly permanent scowl etched across his face. Does that mean that whatever is generating that beam is the Nine-Tails? Hiruzen completed, tensing slightly at the revelation. Minato murmured in affirmation. I strongly believe so, yes. My best guess is that the beast is proving too much to handle, and it's fighting back. Well, good for it, then. Jiraiya shrugged sarcastically, and crossed his arms. And where do you think it's going to come once it's done picking its teeth clean with their bones? As if on cue, the bolt of light was snuffed out of existence at, ostensibly, the snap of a finger, leaving the blackened sky untouched once again, granting visual passage to the nightly amalgamation of twinkling starlight. The sudden recession of the red light caused the entire village to seemingly flinch at once as it was thrown back into blinding darkness. Everything was eerily quiet for several long, anxiety-riddled heartbeats. Only the whistle of the wind across the forest could be heard. Then, Minato snarled. Jiraiya. Take the umbu and begin to secure the northeastern wall. He turned with a fierce look in his eye to the right, and gave a pointed glance at a scarred jounin standing amicably amidst a sea of shell-shocked faces. Shikaku. You and the other jounin come up with a defensive strategy in the event of a large-scale attack from a tailed beast. Minimize casualties. Take any sensor-type ninja you can find and keep watch over the northern forests for any signs of activity. Minato turned and looked Kakashi straight in the eye, shocking the silver-haired jounin with his seriousness. Kakashi, I need you to round up all the Chunin, as well as the Uchiha police, and assist in the evacuation. The teen nodded with a hard expression on his face, before he clasped the umbu mask in his hand and slid it over his face. Minato tossed his kunai in the air, and immediately began to bolt through a series of fairly recognizable hand seals. The special knives completed their arc in the air, and began to curve back down to the ground as Minato bit his thumb and slammed his hands on the rooftop below him. Summoning Jutsu. 3 plumes of smoke masked Minato's acrobatic recovery of his ninja tools, spinning a bit in place as he did so in a fluid, almost beautiful motion. As the white screen dispersed, 3 messenger toads looked around at their surroundings in surprise, before turning their attention to the fourth and bowing slightly. Minato-sama, they echoed simultaneously. The Hokage shrugged off the honorific and got straight to business, mildly noting the surprised faces of the shinobi standing around him. I need one of you each to go with a team of ninja. Alert me immediately of any updates to their situations. He pointed at Jiraiya and Kakashi and Shikaku in quick succession, then immediately turned to the third as Ninja and Toda-like began to jump into gear and fly off in all directions. Lord Third, Minato turned to the aged man with narrowed eyes, I'd like for you to come with me. Hiruzen narrowed his own eyes in return and merrily nodded, sheathing his staff on his back and walking up to Minato sagely, bandana strands flickering in the heightened wind. They vanished in a yellow flash. Dad? Dad? Dad. Kami, what? Boruto rolled his eyes and scoffed, scowling at his father, who had turned around with the intent to throttle him. What the hell are you doing? You haven't said a word since we left that huge-ass crater you made. Boruto made a face, and raised an eyebrow at his father, pointing an accusing finger at him with his free hand, the other being wrapped around the shoulder of one of his father's esteemed shadow clones as they slowly meandered their way back to the leaf. Hey, yeah, that's right. You said you were gonna explain this shit to me. What the hell's going on? Watch your mouth. Naruto frowned, turning back to the long and winding dirt pathway with a frown. Your mom's gonna kill me when she hears you talking like that, you know. Boruto would have crossed his arms in a huff, if one wasn't currently wrapped around the shoulder of his father as he hobbled along, legs still broken. Yeah, that'll be what mom kills you for. The Hokage turned and grimaced at the sight of his son's gimp leg. We'll just say that it was Naruto raised an eyebrow in contemplation as he ran through his repertoire of acceptable excuses. A good 5 seconds passed, before. Aha! He exclaimed finally with the snap of his fingers, a brilliant smile lighting up his still quite sunken face. We'll just say it was a training accident. I took you out as punishment for trying to use the Rasengan during the finals, and worked you a bit too hard. He wrapped his pale white right hand around his neck in sheepishness, letting out a few apprehensive chuckles. Then, he visibly deflated. Who am I kidding? That still pins me as the bad guy. Yeah, pins you, huh? Nothing. Naruto rolled his eyes and turned back to the front, eyeing the shadows in the pitch-black night. Yeah. Look, we need to stay alert. He peeled his eyes and looked out on the horizon again. I don't exactly know what's going on, but something isn't right, that's for sure. Oh really? Boruto scoffed. What was your first clue? He narrowly avoided the clone's free hand swinging up off of his back into the nape of his neck, which earned the Naruto doppelganger a rather endearing scowl. Don't be a smartass, Naruto mumbled, running a tired hand through his hair in exasperation. Kami, are you always this bad? Or am I just now realizing it? Probably the second one, you two-timing piece of crap. Naruto hit the brakes hard. He turned on his feet with a fire in his eyes that Boruto had honestly never seen before, and yelped when he was lifted up by his collar to the same eye level as his father. Time stood still. Don't you ever, Naruto bit out through clenched teeth, staring down his son with a ferocity that sent shivers down the boy's spine, ever accuse me of being unfaithful to your mother. He narrowed his eyes and leaned in slightly closer. Do I make myself clear? Boruto gulped and nodded frantically, eyes wider than dinner plates. He was set back on the ground gently, and his father just sighed and shook his head. The Uzumaki heir let out a breath he wasn't aware he was holding, and looked at the ground in sudden trepidation. That's not what I meant, but whatever. Naruto raised an eyebrow as he turned on his heel and began walking again, the boy and his clone assistant following behind closely. What did you mean, then? Forget it, he mumbled, suddenly less inclined to speak. The Hokage gave a cursory glance over his shoulder as he walked forward, but shrugged and didn't press the matter. They walked in silence for another few minutes, during which Boruto just passively listened to the symphonic sounds of the forest's nightlife all around him, moonlight casting their shadows down the path before them. Then, suddenly, his father began to talk again, this time much softer than before. Hey, I'm sorry. Boruto started, honestly surprised that his father had apologized. Huh? Running a tired hand through the blonde mess atop his head, Naruto sighed and slumped forward a bit in obvious fatigue. I'm kind of a dick when I'm exhausted. It doesn't happen often, so I'm not used to it. So I'm sorry for snapping at you like that. The boy opened his mouth as if to say something, before releasing a small breath and letting it go. There was no sense in agitating his father more than he already had. Besides, Kami only knew who or what his father really was. And it was honestly terrifying him, just walking behind the man, now that he had gotten a slight taste of the legendary 7th Hokage's abilities. Boruto's eyes glazed over slightly in thought, as a lifetime of memories began to flicker past his line of sight. He remembered birthday parties when he was younger. Chasing his father around the backyard, barefoot, while his mother chided the two of them to put shoes on. Falling asleep in his arms after a long, long day. Boruto frowned again, his inner turmoil beginning to surface slightly. That was the same man? The one who just decimated an entire forest? The one who just screamed in his face at the slightest hint of agitation? The one who had practically turned into some sort of demon beast after they left his office? He jammed his eyes shut, trying hard not to think about it. The day had been too damn long, and he suddenly felt the weight of the world come crashing down on his shoulders, sapping at his energy like a sponge. He was exhausted. At least he knew that much. Maybe he mumbled to himself inside his mind, head beginning to droop as the day's events began to wear on his system. Maybe I can just take a quick "Hey, Boruto," the clone suddenly smiled softly, prodding him in the side with a gentle poke. Don't fall asleep on me, now. You're starting to drag on the ground. Sure enough, he turned a sleepy eye on where they had just been, and frowned at the deep trenches that his shinobi sandals were carving into the gravel path. Boruto stumbled a bit, regaining his footing, and wincing whenever a few loose rocks embedded themselves in the soles of his good foot. With a clumsy dance, he made an effort to jiggle them out through the holes in the front of his shoes, as the clone attempted mostly in vain to keep him upright and off of his bad leg. Eventually, however, he stumbled forwards, and began to flail his arms around in a last-ditched effort to right himself, before oof. Poof, Naruto blinked and turned around with a confused look on his face, only to see his son's face practically embedded in the ground, his rear end pointing to the sky as his limbs flayed in all directions in consternation. A small plume of smoke was the only remnant of the shadow clone. What the hell? Ow! Ow, ow, ow. Boruto hissed as his father pulled him back to his feet, wincing as he forgot about the state of his leg and tried to put weight on it. Naruto just gave him a small smile in return, his own dwindling energy very evident. Hee, sorry about that. Although I did warn you that my shadow clones are really weak right now. Something's still up with my chakra. Boruto just pouted at him. That's what you said when you made him. Still, that's pretty ridiculous. I barely touched him and he popped. Naruto scratched his neck in thought. Yeah, I know. Weird, right? Boruto just grumbled an affirmation, opting to simply lean against his father as they continued to walk. The soft sounds of 3 legs crunching on the gravel path bounced off of the shadow-cast forest around them, the quiet breathing of Naruto's slightly cinched form operating like clockwork beside him. It was strangely calming, despite the circumstances. Boruto felt his eyelids begin to droop yet again, and this time he couldn't fight it off. His head began to sag and loll, until it slumped completely into the side of his father's chest. He was out like a light. Naruto stopped walking quietly with a small smile, and looked down at his son and shook his head in amusement. With a ginger touch, he bent over and picked the sleeping boy up off of his feet and raised him to his own chest, bridal style. With a slight readjustment and a series of pained grunts from Naruto, the boy's face dipped down into the side, the cool metal of his forehead protector resting comfortably in the crook of his father's neck. You're getting a bit too big for this, kiddo, he whispered quietly with a tiny smile, and took a few deep breaths to steady himself, Boruto's weight almost uncomfortably egging at his upper body muscles. It was true Naruto couldn't believe how much his son had grown in the past few years. A small tinge of guilt began to silently eat away at the back of his mind, but he pushed it aside for the moment, instead opting to look down at his son. The boy's mouth opened a little, a small trail of drool running down his whiskered face. He fidgeted a little in his father's arms, mumbled something about kunai and began to snore lightly. It was a ridiculous sight, really. Naruto rolled his eyes in mock exasperation, and began to walk again, this time at a much more quickened pace. He steeled his gaze as his stride accelerated until they were screaming through the forest at a breakneck pace. Despite his fatigue, he had to keep going. The village was in trouble. Naruto could feel it. He had to get back and figure out what the hell was going on, and fast. White. Never-ending white. A sea of quartz, a horizon of snow, a sky of silver. Miles and miles, for as far as the eye could see, nothing but white. And it was driving Kushina Uzumaki crazy. It was like she was floating, drifting through a realm stuck somewhere between life and death, reality and insanity. There was no escape. A melancholy purgatory. Lucky me, she grumbled to herself, crossing her arms in a pout and twirling a little in place, trying to find anything worthy of note. Nothing but emptiness met her eye. The redhead scoffed. All she wanted was some tea, damn it. Why did she have to go and try to swim in it? Was that why she was here? Some sort of sick joke? Was tea some sort of forbidden vice that she wasn't aware of? Sure, sometimes she'd slip a little sake in to spike it when Minato wasn't looking, but she shook her head in frustration, eyes clenched shut to try and block out her overwhelmingly bright surroundings. Unfortunately for her, the whiteness permeated even her ironclad eyelids. Ugh! She screamed at the top of her lungs, tugging at her hair, this way and that, to and fro, over and under. Even though the strange world she was locked in seemed vast and almighty, her voice carried hardly any distance at all, much to her surprise. What the hell's going on, you know? Uncomfortable silence was her answer. With a pout, she plopped herself down on the white floor, opting to look at her green dress at least that wasn't blindingly blank, too. With a sad yawn, she smacked her lips together a few times amicably and laid down flat, resting her head in the palms of her hands, legs crossed over one another in a comfortable twist. Still, she was bored. What the hell did people do for fun when they were trapped in an infinitely expansive white void? It had to be a common occurrence, if she was this calm about it. The woman blinked. Now that she thought about it, she wasn't nervous or fearful of her surroundings at all. Agitated, sure, but not scared. No. It was almost like she had been here before, the place definitely seemed rather familiar. As a part of last-ditch effort to break free of the strange white world, Kushina scrunched her eyes shut in a form of deep concentration, her nose ruffled up on her face as she clenched every muscle in her body and then released them all, panting slightly at the exertion. Damn, she said to herself with a scowl, that usually does it. Wait, usually? What the hell was she talking about? She'd never been here before wherever here happened to be. This place is messing with my mind, she thought with a creeped-out chuckle, quickly jumping back up to a sitting position. Then, she felt a strange tingly feeling on the back of her neck, causing her to lurch completely upright and sit as still as a statue, eyes wide. With a nervous twitch in her movements, Kushina began to swivel her neck to the side, ever so slowly, until AHA. She screeched, jumping to her feet and pointing an accusing finger at the weight. What? She was still alone. Kushina's sweat dropped. Now I'm feeling shit, too, she groaned, flopping back down and banging her forehead on the ground. Then she did feel something. She was sure of it. And whatever it was now, rather embarrassingly, she might add, thank goodness no one else was around to laugh at her, adhered to her forehead, right where she had been slamming it into the floor in exasperation. What the hell? She mumbled tiredly, reaching up with her hand to grab at the strange presence on her face. Then, she blinked. It was orange fur, a small sliver of it, as if a stray kunai had trimmed it off of someone or something. That's weird, she thought, raising an eyebrow. The only thing I know of with hair like this is the 9 tails? Are you absolutely certain of this, Minato? A murmur of affirmation was the preoccupied Hokage's response, as Hiruzen Sarutobi stood tensely in the hallway outside of Minato's study, the sounds of rustling papers and hastily tossed aside books bouncing off the walls like an estranged toddler. There was a loud bang, and Minato cursed under his breath, the sound of more knocking and crashing rattling the Hiruzen's nerves. Finally, he had had enough. Minato, I'm coming in there. The third opened the door and gaped at what he saw. Mountains of books, scrolls, papers, the works all scribbled on hastily. The walls, covered from floor to ceiling in jutsu formula, one particular poster spanning most of the far wall of the very, very cluttered study. Somewhere towards the rear window was a large desk, not that Hiruzen could actually see it. The entire room looked like a tornado had swept through it. Things were strewn about in every direction, papers were dangling between books on the shelves lining the 2 side walls of the study, a stack of books were blocking the door somewhat, and there were even a few unraveled scrolls hanging off of the light fixtures. And Minato was in the middle of it all, adding to the chaos as he went around the room, grabbing books off his shelves, scrutinizing them, mumbling something incoherently, then tossing it over his shoulder in a blitzkrieg of panic. Minato? The Hokage paused only momentarily to look at his predecessor, before shaking his head rapidly to ease his frazzled nerves and digging back into the pile of his focus. Seriously? He muttered to himself in agitation, flinging a few more books and scrolls aside. Where the hell did then, he froze. Aha! Minato jumped, a good-sized smile on his face as he began to carefully bundle up several large scrolls and pieces of parchment under his arms, turning towards the door with a quickened pace. Minato, what on earth are you doing? Hiruzen said with a strange expression on his face, eyebrow raised slightly. We don't have time, we have got to get to Kushina, the fourth suddenly blurted, shifting quickly on his feet to grab his previously disregarded cloak from the top of his desk. Hiruzen hadn't even noticed it and began marching back towards the older man. I have a feeling that she might be able. Minato reached the third and carefully grabbed his shoulder, still talking. Before Hiruzen could mentally prepare himself, the two vanished in a bright yellow burst of light only to reappear the next instant across town. To help me determine what's going on if I give her the key to her seal. Maybe that can help us figure out what's wrong with her, as well as to. Minato trailed off as he watched the shaky form of the third Hokage try to elegantly regain his footing amidst the center of the hospital room they were now standing in, artificial light bathing the two in fluorescence. To the right of Minato was a table, already nearly completely smothered in the scrolls and diagrams that he had slung under his arm only moments prior. The table was propped up hastily against the side of a rather plain hospital bed upon which the red-hot habanero laid, clammy and pale, locked in unconsciousness. The crisp, baby blue hospital sheets she was wrapped in were completely straight and not wrinkled in the least, the only real sign that Kushina hadn't, in fact, moved an inch since being delivered here less than 10 minutes ago, something nearly unthinkable for an Uzumaki. Minato nervously ran a hand behind his neck as he watched the legendary professor trying not to lose his lunch. Oh, sorry. I thought you were ready that time. Hiruzen just gave a feeble smile and rubbed his forehead, still not entirely used to the sensation of using the flying thunder god to get around. And Minato does this dozens, sometimes hundreds of times a day. He blanched a little at the thought. Yes, that was a bit unexpected, I will admit, he smiled, and approached the woman in the bed. His expression steeled immediately. Minato, I'm sorry. The blond man just sighed quietly beside him, shifting through his notes in a rather obvious attempt to distract himself. We need to get started, was all he said, walking up to his wife and placing a gentle hand over hers. Then, he turned slightly, looking Hiruzen in the eye. Sarutobi-sama, you're one of the few people I'd ask this of, but Minato sighed again, looking out the window of the hospital, watching as dark shadows danced across the moonlit night. Would you be willing to stand guard over my wife? Make sure she's comfortable? He turned his attention back to the peacefully sleeping Jinchuriki before him. And let me know when she wakes up, okay? Hiruzen blinked. You mean to say you don't have a means of waking her? But I was under the assumption Kushina is an expert sealing master. At least, she thinks she is. Minato rolled his eyes, his mouth twitching up in the corners ever so slightly. Regardless, she'll know what these are for when she wakes up. He leaned back over the table again, and began to fumble with one scroll in particular. With a click from the clasp on the scroll's casing, Minato nonchalantly held it out in Hiruzen's general direction, already looking through the pile for something else. This is the key to Kushina's seal. Give it to her when she wakes up. She'll know what to do with it. Hiruzen just took the item gingerly, looking it over with his intellectual eye. He set it aside carefully, beside the sleeping woman before them. Minato continued rummaging until he found the rolled-up cylinder of paper he was looking for, quickly cramming it inside the confines of his green flak jacket. He narrowed his eyes, turning to his predecessor with a frown. I was hoping to not have to use this particular jutsu, but if the situation calls for it, I'll do what I have to for the village, he said curtly, talking to himself more than anyone else at this point. Hiruzen started. Minato, surely you don't mean to use that seal if it comes down to it. I may have no other choice, he stated quietly. But you just started to learn that technique a few weeks ago. We started at the same time, and I still have many months to go myself. Do you know what could happen if you tried to summon the death god without the proper contract? It's a risk I'm willing to take. Minato suddenly hissed, his blue eyes ablaze in something akin to rage. Hiruzen blinked at what he saw. He knew that deep down, the man was fighting an internal battle the likes of which had never been seen, but he had done a spectacular job of hiding it up until now. Realizing his outburst, Minato shrank back a bit in self-disappointment, running a feeble hand through his hair. I'm sorry. But you of all people should know what it means to hold this position. Hiruzen sighed, and gave a slight smile, turning to grab a chair from the far side of the small room. Yes, I do. And that is why I believe it should be me that goes on whatever suicide mission you're planning, Minato. My prime has come and gone. He frowned at the blonde man. You've been the leader of this village for less than a month. It simply isn't fair to the Leaf, or any of its citizens, if they lost their newest Hokage after 10 days. Minato sighed again, closing his eyes in deep concentration. I understand. But as long as the Leaf stands, I have an obligation to its people. Passing it off to my predecessor would just be cowardly. He turned again to look out the window, his eyes scanning the now empty village, as the dark blotches of his shinobi ran across the rooftops, orders having been given out. The darkened silhouettes of 4 faces, one freshly carved into the mountainside, loomed over the rooftops like the presence of a god, although now, in this state of emergency, they were a brazen sign of the pure arrogance of mankind, thinking it could tame beasts that were gods in everything but name. Speaking of which, he muttered to the glass pane, looking at his own face reflected off the glass, his breath fogging up a good portion of it as he spoke. How did our little extermination event go? Hiruzen frowned behind him, that much was quite evident from the reflection of the hospital room Minato was able to see. He began, chewing on his words delicately, we almost had him. But right when we were about to pull the trigger, this started happening. Minato froze completely in shock. Wait, are you saying Orochimaru escaped in this chaos? He turned on his heel and stared at the old man behind him, still slightly despondent from failing to accomplish his goal, and to put a stop to his students' heretical wrongdoings. Hiruzen, this is bad. Catastrophic, even. The third calmly reached into his clothing and procured his weathered old pipe, settling it between his teeth, once again in self-contemplation. Yes, I am aware, he stated with a small sigh, chewing a little on the wooden material. The implications behind this are quite dire. This means, Minato mumbled, beginning to pace the room slightly in deliberation, this means that there's a chance Orochimaru is behind all of this. He was the one that kidnapped the 9 tails, he was the one that caused that he narrowed his eyes in confusion, thing off in the distance. He's a monster, Hiruzen grumbled, anger beginning to bubble up behind his eyes. Rest assured, Minato, if I must make it my last act on this earth, then so help me Kami. I will put an end to his malevolence personally. Minato softened slightly at that, turning to look at his unconscious wife in the bed beside them. Thank you, Sarutobi-sama, he said softly, running a hand across Kushina's face. And I'm sure she'll thank you too, once she wakes up. If she wakes up, came the dejected voice of someone in the doorway to the room, wearing a white lab coat and brandishing a thick wooden clipboard, loaded with several inches of unruly paperwork. Minato raised an eyebrow and frowned at the doctor, stepping away from the incapacitated redhead for a moment to allow the physician to quickly jet in and check her vitals. I thought you told me she would be fine. The doctor sighed in exasperation, dipping his head slightly as he ran a flashlight across Kushina's pupils to check for any signs of consciousness. No, I didn't say that. I said that she was stable. He leaned up and away from the woman, scribbling a little on a few sheets of his unkempt ledgers. He tapped the pen on the underside of the clipboard in anxiety, frowning at whatever he had just written, before the prying glares of both Hokages finally unnerved him enough to start talking again. Look, that was 10 minutes ago. I gave you my best guess before you had to go running off, so please forgive me if my initial diagnosis was. He gulped as a cool rage began to build up behind harsh blue eyes, generous. Turning to look down at his patient, the doctor sighed shakily, realizing he'd just pissed off the one man capable of legally dismembering him. With a determined scowl, he began to methodically explain the situation. Honestly, we don't know what we're dealing with here. She should be awake, but it's like her chakra flow has collapsed in on itself in order to preserve her mind. Considering her condition, I can't make any promises. If she pulls through, she pulls through. I see, Minato replied calmly, his expressionless face and narrowed eyes locked onto the man like homing missiles. Please, doctor, do not hesitate to keep me informed of my wife's well-being at your earliest convenience. The Hokage turned to Hiruzen with a small frown as the panicked doctor fled the premises, his white lab coat tattering behind him as he did so. Please keep her safe, he muttered dolefully, eyes calculating and worried. Sarutobi only nodded once. Of course. I'll see to it that when she wakes up, his eyes flashed with honest-to-goodness determination, when she wakes up, because she will, you are informed immediately. Minato felt as though a 2-ton brick had been lifted off of his shoulders, as he gave a tired sigh. Thanks, was all he said, before walking back towards the pile of ceiling patterns and research scattered across the table. The rest of this is for Kushina. When she wakes up, he repeated with an eye smile. I'm going to go join Jiraiya on the walls, to watch for anything tonight. The monkey bowed his head slightly in respect. Good hunting, Minato-sama. Thank you, Hiruzen-sama. And then he was gone. Crack, shit. Naruto stumbled a bit in the air, trying to regain his balance after nearly blasting the limb off of a tree in the darkness. His son twitched a little in his arms at the outburst, but Boruto was, indeed, Naruto's son. He simply lolled his head to the other side and started to snore again. Slowing down slightly to pace himself, the man let out a small sigh. He was losing his grip on things, his exhaustion getting the better of him. His chakra control was already almost as bad as it had been when he'd barely been a fresh genin, and it was embarrassing, if he was honest with himself. He turned his attention to his son once again, shaking his head with a tinge of worry. He had genuinely no idea what was going on, why his son was with him, why someone was walking around henged as his late father, and why the hell all 9 of the most conceited beings in all of existence were crammed in his gut. I heard that, Kurama mumbled within his mind, although Naruto had a sneaking suspicion that even his trigger-happy-tailed beast companion was at his wits' end. Do you have any idea what's happening? Naruto asked mentally, still jumping from tree limb to tree limb in the faded darkness. I mean, there's a lot of weird shit going on. The last time this happened, no, we're not in some strange genjutsu, Kurama sighed in annoyance, predicting the words before they fell out of Naruto's mind. I would have sensed that, at least. This is different, that much is certain. What exactly is this anyways? He deadpanned, staring straight off towards the horizon dazedly. I mean, it could just be an elaborate prank, maybe. Konohamaru, do you really think that brat would be able to pull off cramming all of my siblings in here? The tailed beast said with what Naruto could only assume was an eye roll. Please. That monkey child has no more skill than that idiot child of yours. Oi. Naruto chided with a frown. He's not stupid, you know. Maybe a bit headstrong, but not stupid. I seem to remember another blonde that exhibited both of those character traits. Kurama trailed off in amusement, his foxy smirk manifesting itself in Naruto's mind. The blonde man just rolled his eyes. Yeah. Laugh it up, asshole. That headstrong idiot just so happened to become the 7th Hokage. And who do you think was responsible for that, you brat? Oh, I don't know, maybe me? I feel sorry for your village. Really, I do. Maybe I should have put it out of its misery when I had the chance. Seriously? Don't even joke about that. Relax, you whelp. I'm just making conversation. It beats everything those other fools are blabbering on about. Do you know how many times I've had to convince them not to just burst out of you like some sort of meaty balloon? Naruto gulped a little, his eyes widening. In that case, don't you think you should continue to stop them from doing that? I kinda want to live a little longer, Kurama sighed exasperatedly, and fell quiet. After a few minutes of silence, Naruto assumed that the Nine Tails had gone back off to do whatever it was he did when he was bored, probably sleep, if he remembered correctly, when the booming baritone voice of his companion echoed around his mind once again. Naruto, actually, there's something else I should tell you first. Naruto said nothing, prompting the beast to continue of his own accord. It would appear that part of the problem with your chakra over-encumbrance was caused by more than just the arrival of my fellow tailed beasts. What are you talking about? Naruto frowned confusedly, slowing down further, until he was simply hopping across the trees with the speed and haste of a child. I'm already confused enough as it is. What? Hummed a small voice from his arms, and a pair of electric blue eyes graced the world with their presence once again. Naruto looked down with a small smile as his son stretched a bit, grumbling as his arms were obstructed by something large and clothed and warm. Boruto's eyes shot completely open. WH. What the hell? He mumbled, frantically looking around to try and figure out what the hell was happening. One moment, he'd been dreaming about beating up a bear, and the next, the boy blinked. Wait, was he moving? That didn't make any sense. Then, his brain finally kicked into a higher gear, and he focused his foggy vision on the strange blonde blob that was hovering over him, the blackened treetops dazzling behind it in the night sky. Hey, his father simply said with a tiny smile, continuing to look ahead as he ran through the treetops. Sleep well? What followed was a struggle of epic proportions. Let go of me. What the hell do you think you're doing? I'm not a damned baby. Naruto gracelessly plopped his agitated son on the ground. He stretched his aching limbs to and fro, using his spine as a pivot. Tell that to the drool stain on my shirt, he grinned cheekily, pointing to his orange jacket, slightly in tatters from the previous day's events. A large, blotchy wet mark christened the space between the nape of his neck and his heart. Rubbing his backside and grumbling profanities, Boruto stood up once again, leaning his bad side against the tree trunk, glowering at his father. Yeah. Whatever. I would have slept on a landmine if I had to. Yesterday was awful. Then, he rubbed his eyes passively, smacking his lips in an effort to banish the sleepiness from his body once and for all. Where the hell are we? He muttered, turning around slightly on limb, looking out over the never-ending depths of the dark forest all around them. A low rustling roared over the treetops as the winds whipped leaves across one another, the waning moonlight peeking through the gaps. And what time is it? He reached into his kunai case with a practiced precision, whipping out a small black rectangle. Artificial light bathed the small swath of forest around the duo. Seriously? 5 in the morning? How long have you been running for, Dad? Pretty much all night, the man said with a bashful shrug. We'll be back in the village a little after sunrise. You carried me all the way back to the leaf? Naruto blinked. Yeah? What else was I supposed to do? Leave you here? His smile evaporated, and he narrowed his eyes. Did you already forget what I told you last night? Boruto rolled his eyes. What, that we can only trust each other bullshit? Can you please at least try not to swear so much? His father nearly whined, shaking his head in exasperation. Why should I? You do it all the time. But I'm the adult. Since when? Boruto. Okay, sorry. The boy turned away from his father, a scowl upon his lips, hands crossed over one another, right shoulder leaned against the tree trunk amicably. How much further to the village? Naruto just sighed in agitation. Why did he have to be me as a teenager? An angsty, Sasuke like me? An amused snort rattled around his brain. It's quite entertaining watching you try to tame your spawn like this. He can be quite articulate. I'm doing the best I can. I don't exactly have a point of reference here. You know, I kind of like the brat. Naruto grumbled internally. Of course you do, Ad? Hey, Dad? Dad? The Hokage blinked a few times to clear his mind of the fox's musings, before turning to face his son with another eye roll. What? For the love of Kami, couldn't you see I was thinking? Boruto just gave him a look. Yeah, you're always doing that zoning out and stuff. Thanks for saying stuff instead of well, you know. Whatever, the boy grumbled again. Then, he turned back to look up at his father, a questioning frown on his face. So Naruto blinked. So what? So, how much longer till we get back home? Oh, right, the Hokage nodded in remembrance. Well, we have about 15 minutes until sunrise, so until then, let's try to cover as much ground as possible. He began to move to make a shadow clone, but Boruto shook his head. Nah, I got this. Don't want your clone popping when I breathe too hard. Moments later, a pair of equally injured Uzumaki boys were bounding through the forest after their father, holding on to one another, sharing unwounded legs. Naruto shook his head in defeat, as he looked out onto the swiftly brightening horizon with an anxious glint in his eyes. You know, you're going to have to tell him eventually. Especially after what he saw. What do you think I've been thinking about the last few hours? Kurama paused for a moment and thought. When the time comes, do you want me to speak to him? The Hokage looked down at the swiftly moving forest floor in deep thought. Actually, that may not be such a bad idea. We'll see, though. We still have to figure out what the hell is going on here. He frowned again. Didn't you have something you were going to say to me? Silence was his answer, as the trio burst out into a small clearing amidst the trees, stopping for a moment in the grassy undergrowth. Are you all right? Do you need anything? How's the leg feeling? Fine. No. Fine. Yeesh, I'm just trying to help. Naruto sighed for what felt like the 1000th time that day, and the sun hadn't even risen completely yet. Look. I understand if you hate me, I really do. He stopped for a moment when he saw a flash of something. Was that guilt? Flitted across his face. But a moment later, it was replaced with the stoic disinterest that Naruto was familiar with. But that doesn't change the fact that we have to work together. Something could be seriously wrong with the village. Could be being the key words. He stood firm in front of his son, arms crossed across his orange-clad chest like a titan. I want to make sure that if the situation calls for it, you're willing to do what must be done. Boruto was honestly taken aback. He had never seen his dad this serious before, well, not before yesterday. And May now and then whenever he'd crack a snarky joke during mission assignments. Or whenever he'd deface the Hokage monument. Or whenever he'd Boruto? Are you listening to me? Blinking, the boy nodded. Yeah. I understand. Satisfied with the answer, Naruto simply nodded and turned back towards the horizon, watching as the sun began to slowly crest over the treetops in a harmonious symphony of clockwork and life. It's a new day, he muttered quietly to himself in reminiscence. It's the next day already? Jiraiya said in agitation, raising an eyebrow, surveying the slowly yellowing skyline with a casual eye. He turned slightly from his position atop the wall, locking eyes with his very twitchy pupil. Minato? What should we do? The blonde-haired man smiled ever so slightly, eyes mirroring his obvious exhaustion. You know, I don't think I'll ever get used to you coming to me for instructions. He turned and looked out at the rising sun peeking across the sky like a child awakening from its slumber. He coughed into his fist once to clear his throat, then turned to the side, where one of Shikaku's sensor Nin was sitting on the floor, legs crossed. Any updates? No, sir, the thin man announced, shaking his head apologetically. No signs of any activity for 2 miles. Minato shook his head, crossing his arms and walking back over to the toad sage. This is starting to get frustrating. Jiraiya just raised an eyebrow, still looking out over the rolling trees. Well, think of it this way, would you rather have a bunch of action? A bunch of death? The man frowned to himself slightly, before pulling a pen and paper out of his kimono and frantically scribbling away inside. A bunch of death? What am I, an academy student? No, I suppose not, Minato sighed in dejected agreement. Still, all this tension, it's starting to frazzle my nerves. He ran a shaky hand down his coat, smoothing the ceramic white fabric flat in what could only be described as an attempt to keep busy. I don't think that thing can get any smoother, Jiraiya quipped casually. He still hadn't moved. Besides, I know why you're doing this. Is it that painfully obvious? Minato, she's your wife. I'd be worried if it wasn't. The fourth just stood still for a few moments, letting the wind whip through his hair as it ran over the treetops, up the village wall. Go see her. You know you want to. He blinked. But sensei, I can't. I have to be here in case something happens. Jiraiya finally turned around to look his student in the eye. You're the fastest shinobi alive, brat. If something happens, you of all people should be able to get here just in time for the action to start. Minato sighed. I suppose you're right. But are you sure? Just go already. I'll send a toad the moment trouble arrives. That is, if trouble even does arrive. The Hokage reached into his thigh pouch and procured a set of tri-pronged kunai from within. He gracefully tossed one towards Jiraiya, who caught it with a light whap, and then proceeded to fan the others out in a large ring throughout the wooded clearing below. All right, he said finally, after leaning over and adhering one of his seals to the surface of the village walls. I'll be right back. Say hi to sensei for me, Jiraiya said nonchalantly, as he turned back to the wall with a small smirk. A yellow flash was Minato's response. Wait. I've got something. Contact. 2 clicks to the north. Chapter 6. Naruto paced the whitewashed halls of the Leaf Hospital in very visible worry, his hair pointing in every conceivable direction as he tugged at it. The sun had long since gone down, and the seat that had been procured for him by one of the nurses on staff remained untouched in the corner, shrouded in the shadows that stretched down the dark hallway. Heavy winds whipped at the exterior of the facility, eerily echoing across the building like the howling of some unmentionable beast. The summer months had begun to recede into the cold and dark expanse of wintertime, bringing with it massive storm fronts and windy days. But Naruto's mind was very much occupied on something else, something that his impatient, inherently male brain couldn't seem to parse properly. You're going to wear a hole in the floor if you keep pacing like that. Naruto jumped, his wide blue eyes turning towards the source of the intrusion, before he relaxed and slumped against the nearby wall. Oh. Sakura. Geez, you scared the crap out of me. The pink-haired medic Min only smiled and shook her head endearingly at him, walking to the light switch towards the end of the hall and giving it a swift flick. Honestly. Sitting here in the dark like this. What, were you trying to set the mood for the worst scenario possible? The blonde sighed meekly, running a hand yet again through his hair. Heh, yeah, I guess you could say that. I'm just nervous, you know? I mean, you guys have been in there for hours now. I can't do anything but sit and worry. Sit? Sakura nearly snorted, giving a pointed glance at the chair that seemed to be gathering dust in the corner. I don't think you've sat down for a solid 24 hours, Naruto. She took him by the shoulder and led him over to it, forcing him to take a seat for the first time in what even Naruto would admit felt like ages. Look, childbirth is a fairly common procedure. The odds of something going wrong are astronomically slim. He looked up at her imploringly, his blue eyes lit up in what could only be described as childlike worry. But what if relax? He blinked and gave a small, sheepish smile. Okay. Are you sure? Is there anything I can do? I can run down to the store and grab some. Naruto, Sakura pleaded, taking both of his shoulders in an endearing form of authority. Look. Hinata is a strong woman. She'll be fine. She gave a small laugh. Hell, she's had to put up with you for the past 4 years. I think if she can handle that, she can handle a kid. When the look on the man's face twisted back and forth from worry to understanding and back to worry again, she bent over and looked him right in the eye. Listen to me. The first one is always the hardest. Neither of you know what to do, or what's going on, and it's understandable. Really? It is. Heck, when Sarada was born a few weeks back, when we were all on that mission out of the village, I was terrified. Thank Cammy for Karen. I don't know what I would have done were it not for her. She scratched her cheek in thought, pausing for a moment, before shaking her head and rattling Naruto around a little in the process. But that's not the point. The point is, Sasuke was just as much at a loss as you are now, and it's totally normal to have the jitters. She glared at him. The real test begins when you get home. And if I hear even so much as a single murmur out of Hinata that you aren't doing your job as a father, I will personally drag you out of whatever hole you and Kakashi-sensei will be hiding in and pummel the living hell out of you. Naruto blinked. What, you mean my Hokage training? Sakura's sweat dropped. Yeah, sure. Whatever it is you two are calling it. You could be watching soap opera reruns for all I care. So long as you stay with Hinata and help her, you'll be fine, okay? She gave him one of those sickeningly sweet smiles that he just knew would mean pain should he break his word. When his eyes steeled and his face relaxed into a state of pure determination, Sakura only looked slightly taken aback. I will always be there for my son, Sakura. That's a promise. She gave a small, knowing smile in return, and patted him on the knee. Attaboy. As she began to stand, the door to the hospital room opened slightly into the hallway, and a smiling nurse poked her head out. Ah, Lady Sakura? She asked gently, after her eyes found the woman she was looking for. Could you please assist us for a moment? Sakura jumped a little, before smiling back. Oh. Of course. She turned back to Naruto, and winked at him. Don't worry. I'll call you when it's all over. I promise. He stood to follow her into the room, but she slammed the door in his face, leaving him in the empty, sterile hallway. Alone, again. Several immeasurable minutes, hours, days? Naruto couldn't tell any more passed, as he slowly knocked his forehead on the wall out of both boredom and anxiety. The small clock that had been hung on the other end of the hallway ticked mercilessly at his eardrums, nearly driving the last of his sanity out of his mind. As the world began to spin, do I have to keep babysitting you? For Cammy's sake, if you want to meet your son with as few brain cells as humanly possible, be my guest, although I think Hinata would kill me if I let you. 3 minutes. It had been 3 minutes. He turned slowly to look at Sakura, who was simply tapping her foot in the doorway, arms crossed in fake agitation. Naruto blinked. Wait, did it happen? He blurted out, eyes wide in increasing excitement. Can I see her now? Sakura just raised an almost patronizing eyebrow and smiled at him. Sure, you can see both of them. Come on in. Naruto's heart fluttered. Both of them. He was a father now. His limbs moved of their own accord, as he numbly began to tune out everything else in the world, save for the lone hospital bed that sat in the corner of the room, surrounded by a ring of cooing nurses. Ah, he looks just like his father. He's going to be so handsome when he grows up, I can tell you that much. When he grows up. Come now, just look at him. He's adorable. Shoo. He's coming. Make some space. The nurses shuffled out of the way with beaming smiles on their faces as Naruto approached. The first thing that caught his eye was his wife's dark violet hair, splayed out in all directions on the pillows that she was propped up against. Her brow was coated in sweat, her expression both exhausted and insurmountably happy. Settled in her arms was a small wrapping of blankets and clothing, and she was speaking to it gently. A sharp cry echoed throughout the room, and Naruto's heart stopped completely. His son. That was his son. Naruto simply stood there, several feet away from his wife and child, as they interacted with one another, absolutely entranced by the beauty and the magic of both the moment and Hinata herself. That was, of course, until a swift jab to his side broke him out of his reverie. Go on, Sakura whispered gently, pushing him along. Hey, guess who's here? Hinata said to the bundle in her arms with a smile. It's your daddy. Your daddy's here to see you. His heart was thundering in his chest, blocking out all sounds other than the soft murmurings of the child in her arms. Every fidget, every coo, every decibel of sound. He took it all in, almost as if it was he who was the newborn. For the first time that evening, Naruto and Hinata locked eyes with one another, as mother and father. It was almost as if something clicked inside of his mind, and a deeper bond was established, something much deeper than anything he had ever felt before. His heart ached. He wanted nothing more than to sit down on the hospital bed with her and just be with her and their child. Their son. So, he did. And Naruto, wait. Sakura called out from across the room as he gently eased himself onto the edge of his wife's bed, eyes shifting down towards the small blonde boy in her arms. She opened her mouth again to scold him, but when she saw the tears begin to drip down his face silently as he took sight of his son for the first time, she decided, just this once, to let them be. And she had to admit, they made an adorable family. Naruto, with his big, goofy orange hoodie, Hinata with her pale violet hospital gown, and the small baby in her arms. The three of them, together. Happy. A small ache in the back of her heart began to pulse again, not for the first time in recent months. But, instead of dwelling on could-have-beens, she decided to relish the moment of her best friends living. Naruto was completely awestruck at what he saw below him. Two large, wide, electric blue eyes met with his own, settled under a crop of messy, tangled blonde hair. His hair. Elements of his own physiology stuck out to him like a sore thumb now that he mentioned it. The boy's hands did look an awful lot like his, but looking more closely, he could definitely see elements of Hinata as well. His cheeks, his nose, the way he looked out at the world with a profound curiosity. But most surprisingly, at least to him, were the two small scar-like markings that ran across each of his cheeks. Just like his. He's beautiful, Hinata murmured gently, leaning forward and giving him a kiss on the forehead. The child fidgeted slightly under the attention, but quieted quickly when he locked his eyes on his father's own whisker marks. A strange look of confusion and curiosity burgeoned across his infant face, like the sun cresting over the horizon, as he began to squirm and fidget in his wrappings. I think he wants you to hold him, she whispered to Naruto with a smile, gently maneuvering the baby in her arms until the new father had the proper vantage point to grab hold. With precision that Sakura had honestly never seen the blonde man exhibit before, Naruto carefully lifted the boy up to his chest, eyes wide and lips shaky all the while. The child cooed a little in his father's arms. Naruto smiled his most treasured, prized smile. The one that could light up a pitch-black void. It was infectious, and it seemed the baby couldn't resist its charm either. He began to grin just as widely, mimicking his father to an adorable T. Tears began to build up behind the blonde man's eyes again. It was like he was looking in a mirror. With a gentle touch, he began to slowly stroke the baby's cheek endearingly, tracing out the scars as he went. His eyes sparkled with emotion as the baby reached up and grabbed his finger, his entire hand barely wrapping around it. Hello, Boruto. Are you feeling okay? Yeah, I'm fine. Naruto sighed as he and his son continued trekking onwards, towards the city walls. The great village hidden in the leaves was just up ahead. Naruto could already see the massive mountain-top plateau looming on the horizon, now magnificently lit by the steadily rising sun. He frowned and looked back at Boruto, who was jumping ahead of him ever so slightly, still clinging to his clone for support. Are you sure you don't need anything? Are you hungry? Thirsty? I think I've got. The boys landed on a tree branch for a moment to turn and glare at their father. I'm fine. Seriously. Just quit talking to me, okay? Naruto narrowed his eyes at the Boruto that spoke the original Boruto, although the clone was shooting him a nasty glare as he landed beside them. Okay. What's wrong? It wasn't a question. Nothing's wrong, I've already told you. Boruto's eyes widened when his father's hand clasped his shoulder, as he looked down at the boy sternly. Boruto. I know you. Better than you probably know yourself. You are my son, after all. He bent on his knees, a small, tiny smile blossoming on his face. Now please, please, just tell me what is wrong. That's the first step to fixing a problem, figuring out what it is. The boy simply stared into his father's calm, collected blue eyes, as they pierced his soul, seemingly dragging the answer out of him with their pleading, worried gaze. He scoffed. I can't believe you still don't know. Even now. Naruto raised his eyebrows. Huh? What are you talking about? What am I talking about? Boruto shouted, eyes flaming in childlike fury. It's been a week, Dad. You had a week to make up for it, and yet you still forgot. Even after all that time. His eyes softened a little as they shifted to the floor beneath him, unfocused absent-mindedly. Even Mom is mad. But she's too nice to say anything about it. The Hokage was genuinely confused. What? Too nice to say anything about what? To his surprise, his son started laughing. That's the worst thing, too. You still don't know. Like it's the furthest thing from your mind, isn't it, Naruto was still struggling to find words when Boruto steeled himself and glared at him, eyes a serious lightning blue hue. Himawari's birthday. You forgot Himawari's birthday. Naruto's heart stopped. He was right. He was right. The Chunin exams, the academy graduation, the treaty talks with the village hidden in the sea. Everything, all at once, thrown at his feet in a messy pile, demanding to be attended to at that very second. Except it was all the time. And now he'd done something unforgivable. Well, something more unforgivable than what he had already been doing, for damn near a decade now. A gaping hole was torn through his heart, and he just stood there, hands on his son's shoulders, shaking as the realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. He was a terrible father. Hinata was just saving face by not saying anything outright, the night he had approached her, nearly a month ago. She knew him better than he knew himself, sometimes. A small, impish smile spread across Boruto's face like a disease, as he scowled up at his father. Naruto simply stood there, quivering, eyes locked in a state of disbelief, as they darted every which way in a sense of unfocused panic. The boy gave a simple nod, satisfied that his father finally understood everything. And the reaction he got when he told him was just as priceless as he was hoping it would be. It had to be, considering how oblivious the man had been up until that point. Shaky hands let Boruto's shoulders go, and they immediately went up and into their owner's hair. I missed Boruto sighed, crossing his arms as he leaned against the tree trunk again, slowly starting to feel guilty for breaking the news so suddenly. Yeah. You did. She was heartbroken. But she knows how important your job is, and didn't say anything. Naruto just stood there, quietly, his mouth opening and closing. Then, he sighed dejectedly, and turned away, opting to look at the horizon instead. Hima, he said quietly, causing Boruto to blink at his father. Hima, I'm sorry. I promise to make it up to you somehow. Then, he turned around again, a fierce look of determination in his eyes, as he looked down at the boy in front of him. Boruto, I've been an awful father, but when we get back to the Leaf Village, things will change. I swear on my title that things will change. As heartwarming as this little family moment has been, echoed a voice through the forest, I'm afraid I can't just let you waltz back into the leaf. Not again, at least, after all the havoc you caused there. Naruto's determined expression shrank into one of surprise and genuine confusion. What? Then, his eyes narrowed as his anger began to rise. Wait a second, I know that voice. Oh, so you have heard of me, then. A large, burly figure leapt down out of the treetops to a limb several trees away from the blonde duo, arms crossed over his green and red kimono. That saves the introduction time, at least. Boruto watched in confusion as his father's face contorted into a dozen different palpable expressions, each trying to glean some sort of reason behind this newcomer's approach. At least, that's what he thought was going on. And he couldn't have been further from the truth. Naruto gaped at what he saw before him. A massive, tall, bear of a man stood proudly across the trees, his white mane of hair billowing ever so slightly in the windy morning air. A massive scroll was attached to his back horizontally, casting foreboding shadows onto the tree branches before him. His green clothing, opened slightly at the front to expose his armored chest, looked just as it did over 20 years ago. Jiraiya. And it was a spot-on impersonation, too. Naruto frowned at the toad Sannin less than amicably, his cold blue eyes cutting across the clearing like steel. I don't appreciate it when the dead aren't left to rest. A raised eyebrow was his response. What's that supposed to mean? Jiraiya said with a confused look on his face, otherwise not moving an inch. Boruto watched in tense anxiety as the two shinobi simply stared at one another for a few suspenseful moments, the sound of the morning winds whipping through the treetops doing nothing to soothe nerves. Who are you? Naruto suddenly stated emotionlessly, his voice holding none of its typical carefree mirth. Boruto couldn't help but shiver slightly at the palpable aura that was beginning to build in the atmosphere. His father was certainly a very different man than he had originally thought. Jiraiya's eyebrow grew more annoyed. I already told you. Do you have short-term memory loss or something? Need I remind you already? No. The eyebrow continued to raise. Oh. You are not Jiraiya, Naruto hissed out through clenched teeth, his eyes still completely unforgiving. Now this is just getting ridiculous, the toad sage said with an eye roll, shifting his weight ever so slightly across his feet. I think that I of all people should know who I am. Then, he matched Naruto's seriousness, pound for pound. And I, at the very least, know who you are. Another moment of silence echoed throughout the forests. Boruto slowly inched closer to his father almost subconsciously, looking for some sort of protection from the terrifying killing intent the strange white-haired man was exuding like a geyser. But Naruto didn't flinch, not in the slightest. Instead, he merrily frowned. And who, pray tell, do you think I am? An intruder, Jiraiya replied effortlessly, the oppressive atmosphere dissipating ever so slightly, just as quickly as it had appeared. An attacker. An assailant. An overall bad influence on society. Need I break out the thesaurus for you? I've had just about enough of this, Naruto spat out, clenching his fists at his sides. First, some idiot impersonates my father, and now you? You, of all people? Then, his eyes flickered in what could only be described as twisted understanding. Oh. I see. Then, to the surprise of Boruto, his father let out a chuckle. I see now. You are attempting to use emotional appeal to fight me. Is that the way it is? Take the form of my father, the form of my sensei. Try and get under my skin. He let out another single laugh. You know, I've experienced a lot worse. I doubt anything can faze me at this point. Naruto's eyes narrowed dangerously. And I'm having a really shitty day. So just try me. For not the first time that encounter, the entire forest seemed to stand completely still in the tenseness, as the two men stared each other down. The winds began to rustle through the tree branches again, whipping Boruto's hair around his face and around his forehead protector like the grain in an expansive field in the late summer months. Then, as if by some sudden signal unseen to the genin, both Naruto and Jiraiya leapt into action, each running through a series of hand seals with practiced ease. Summoning Jutsu. Summoning Jutsu. Two massive puffs of smoke proliferated within the clearing, blotching out the steadily rising sun. Dark, foreboding shadows cast across the trees like demons in the mist, deepening with each passing second. Boruto waved his hands in front of his face in an attempt to clear the plumes of white from his vision, to no avail. It was not long after, however, that the winds of the forest banished the smoke from the battle zone, revealing something rather surprising. Across the clearing, arms still crossed defiantly, stood the man called Jiraiya. What was genuinely jaw-dropping to the younger blonde, however, was what he was standing upon: a massive, 4-story-tall toad, armed with a colossal two-pronged blade of some sort, perched defensively among the treetops. Naruto blinked. He may have been a bit rusty, and his chakra control may have been out of whack, but still something should have happened. But nothing did. And when the dust settled, all he had to show for his summoning was a massive plume of smoke and an empty treetop, a place where a massive battle toad should have been standing. He frowned to himself at the thought. The blonde's first reaction had been to show the Jiraiya impersonator what a real toad sage could do by wiping the floor with the toads he so brazenly claimed to represent. But instead, they were eluding him. Strange. Yet another thing to add to the growing list of weird shit that's going on, Naruto thought to himself with a sigh, as he began to prepare for whatever came next. Lizards? Dogs? Weasels? Just what exactly would this Jiraiya impersonator summon? As the smoke cleared away, he got his answer. And his eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. There, standing across the treetops, ready for battle, was Gamaken, the legendary brother of the Toad Chief Gamabunta, and esteemed warrior from Mount Myaboku. He looked a little smaller than what Naruto had remembered, but Gamaken was Gamaken. Perhaps Jiraiya had summoned him with a little less chakra than normal. Naruto's brain suddenly lurched into gear, as question after question began to form in his mind. Who is this man? How can he have the summoning contract? And why are the toads willingly cooperating with him? For a sudden, sickening second, the Hokage paled at the thought that the man standing before them was, in fact, an Edo Tensei, a summon from beyond the grave. But reason caught up with the more rambunctious emotional side of him, and he rattled off, in quick succession, why that simply was not the case. For one, the man's eyes weren't blacker than coal. No. They were sharp and lively, just as Jiraiya's had been, all those years ago. Secondly, Naruto specifically remembered grilling Kabuto, the headmaster at the Leaf Orphanage and former conspirator of the Fourth Shinobi War, on the methods and merits of the Edo Tensei he had performed at the precipice of battle. Kabuto, at the time, had assured the recently inaugurated Hokage that Jiraiya's body had simply plunged too deep into the seas of rain to be of any veritable use. In fact, the snake apprentice had been quite adamant in his claims that he hadn't, actually, ever found the body. And yet, here he was in all his glory. Jiraiya. The Toad Sage Jiraiya. Just what the hell was going on? That settles it, then, came the slightly bored voice of the nine-tailed fox within Naruto's head. There's no other explanation. Wait, what? Naruto gaped internally, still staring at his opponent across the battlefield passively. You know what's going on? If Kurama had an answer, it was interrupted by the loud, barking laughter of the Toad Sannin from atop his toad mount. Bah ha ha. Did you really just go through all that show to try and size me up? He wiped a tear from his eye endearingly, shaking his head all the while. I bet you don't even have a summoning contract. What a joke. Naruto grit his teeth together at the taunting, but otherwise stood his ground. He had fought with Sasuke enough times that, finally, eventually, he had become accustomed to it. But he would be the first to admit that it certainly took a while. Fine. If he couldn't attack using the toads, he would attack as if he were one himself. He took a deep breath, and focused externally, grasping for something there. Poof! The shadow clone he had nonchalantly hidden among the trees after the summoning failed popped, sending all of its gathered nature energy to the original in a burst of pure energy. It never hurt to be too cautious, after all. Instantaneously, Naruto felt the torrent of foreign chakra invade his system like a raging river, fanning out across his extremities with a familiar warmth. He felt his vision warp momentarily as his pupils changed shape, and from the way his son was looking at him now, he could only assume that he had taken on the visual characteristics indicative of his sage mode. Boruto, he said quietly, eyes still locked with the smug-faced Sannin across the trees. When I give the word, henge into me. I don't know who this man is, but he is very dangerous. If he has the toad summoning contract, then there's little doubt about that. The toad summoning contract? The boy mouthed in surprise, turning to look at Jiraiya once again, this time with a much more analytical eye. Then, remembering his father's words, he nodded once, his own eyes narrowing in determination. Really? You're gonna have your son fight me too? Your injured son? That's either the sweetest or the stupidest thing I've ever seen, Jiraiya said, crossing his arms as he watched Boruto crack his knuckles. Then, he shifted his vision back to the man. And his mouth dropped. Wait a second, is that? Now it was Naruto's turn for posturing. Yeah. This is the real deal, buddy. I don't know how you got a hold of the toad summoning contract, or how you managed to scratch my name off the list without the old fart Fukasaku finding out, but I will always be able to do this. He moved his hands together into a familiar seal, eyes narrowing as they connected across his chest in a cross. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. A sea of white rippled through the clearing once again, and Boruto heard the voice of his father call out, "Do it now." From somewhere to his left. He blinked, realizing now what his father's plan was. Boruto concentrated on the form of his father, as he had been moments before, strange eye markings and everything. Is it just me, or does he have more kinds of eyes than an Uchiha? First those weird red ones, now these frog ones. Shaking his head of the thought, he executed the jutsu just as the last remnants of the fog dissipated once again, still no match for the morning winds that plagued that part of the land of fire certain times of the year. When the smoke cleared, dozens upon dozens, hundreds upon hundreds of Narutos stood atop the trees, all glaring at the toad and his jockey. Boruto gaped at the sight. He had never before seen so many shadow clones in his life. Maybe that's why his father seemed to prefer using them over pretty much everything else. Not that Boruto knew what everything else constituted. His father was still a locked chest in that regard. Maybe he'd get a chance to see the legendary Seventh Hokage in action, finally, after all these years of simply hearing hushed whispers about his might. Suddenly, Boruto realized that something was a bit off with his henge. After taking a glance at the sea of orange and black that ran across his line of sight in every direction, he realized why. None of them were wearing his father's white Hokage cloak. He blinked. He had never seen his father without it. It was strange, really. He now seemed almost more like a human being rather than some sort of omnipotent king. He could see the way his orange long-sleeved shirt hugged the curve of his back awkwardly, almost like it didn't exactly fit him properly. It was weird. He must have left it at the Valley of the End or something, Boruto thought to himself, observing the army of Narutos that were beginning to tense like coiled springs ready to strike at a moment's notice. He's gonna be mad when he realizes it's gone, that's for sure. When something began to nip at his heels, he looked down at himself, his father, currently, and realized his mistake. The point of his father's plan was to make him as inconspicuous as possible due to the fact that he was, understandably so, the weakest link in this fight. And the bright, beaming beacon of white hanging off of his shoulders was very counterintuitive. With a flick of his wrist, he re-executed the henge, sans cloak, and joined the huddled masses of clones. He knew that his position in this fight was merely to stay hidden amongst the crowd, herd immunity. His father would be doing most, if not all, the heavy lifting. Boruto looked up towards where the strange bear of a man was standing, still perched atop his toad. Whatever emotion he had splayed across his face was not immediately apparent to Boruto. Was it anger? Confusion? Dismay? Amusement? Nice trick, Jiraiya smirked, shaking his head. Sure, you may know what Sage Mode looks like, but it's a far cry from the real thing. And shadow clones? Give me a break. What are you, a newly promoted jounin? I bet half of these aren't even solid, just illusions. Boruto blinked. Sage Mode? Before his mind could process anything any further, however, the faux sage leapt into action. His hands blurred through a series of complicated hand seals, before he slammed them down atop the toad's head. Earth-style, mud wall. Boruto blinked as the wall was disintegrated in a blinding flash of bright blue light. He hadn't even seen his father prepare the Rasengan, but there he was, hand thrust through the barrier in an instant, then gone the next. It took him a while to realize he was using guerrilla tactics, something they had briefly gone over at the academy. Except his father was using clones for all of his attacks. As the wall collapsed, Boruto was shocked to see that both the Toad Sage and his mount had vanished, the latter in a reverse summoning cloud. What the hell? Had he not been paying attention, he would not have been able to swiftly dodge the flying kick aimed at his head, coming out of seemingly nowhere. Boruto was about to break the henge, thinking that the man had seen through it so easily. But when he turned again on his heels after jumping away, he saw the smoky remnants of an entire platoon of clones, gone in an instant. He gulped. That was close. Too close. As he heard another slew of clones cry out before being vaporized, Boruto immediately hid himself within his father's ranks once again. Why wasn't his father doing anything? All the clones seemed to be disorientated, either that, or they were focused on something else entirely. It took a second, but after a few moments, the blond boy realized that the clones were protecting him. As the white blur flashed through the forests, wiping out clone armies, Boruto watched as his father's army positioned themselves very carefully between him and the enemy, distracting him from his primary target. Jiraiya dispatched wave after wave of clone, seemingly moving through strange taijutsu stances as he weaved in and out of the forest of Naruto's. And he was approaching quickly, too quickly for the clones to redirect. He was going to fight. And he was gonna have to go up against that man. Boruto gulped subconsciously. This was not good. As the strange man rolled and parried through the clone's weak attempts to make contact, he began to edge closer and closer, until suddenly, Boruto was the only clone left in the vicinity. Jiraiya smirked in victory, reaching out his arm to aim a dispelling strike at the clone he thought stood before him. Boom! Without realizing it, Boruto flinched unwittingly, cowering slightly behind his hands as he did so. But when no strike came, he slowly opened his eyes. Standing right in front of him, blocking the blow, was his father, his real, flesh and blood, non-clone father. And he was not happy. So, he said calmly, obviously unfazed by the Sanin's fist he had caught nonchalantly with his hand, "You know his moves, too. I had to see it for myself. This is very well done, I have to say." Naruto narrowed his eyes. But this is over now. He stuck out his palm, ready to reciprocate with his own strike, but Jiraiya just smirked and dissolved into a puddle of mud. "You're not the only one with clones up his sleeve, brat," echoed an ethereal voice throughout the forest clearing. Boruto blinked. This is not good, he thought miserably. We have no idea where he is, or what he can do, and he's at least as strong as Dad. If not more. He frowned. I thought Dad was more powerful than this. He looked up at his father to see just how concerned he was, only to find a knowing smile plastered across the man's whiskered, toad-like face. You wanted to know if this sage mode was real or not? He called out with a smirk, turning slightly in a circle in order for his voice to carry. Then, he stopped suddenly and turned his head sharply to the side, staring directly at a felled log a few meters to his right. Naruto grinned mischievously. Found you. A pointed grumble echoed around the corner, and the white-haired man walked around the tree trunk, hands crossed in front of his chest. So, who did you learn Sage Mode from? Steal it from Minato when he was sleeping? Naruto scowled. Don't you dare speak his name like you knew him. For the first time, Jiraiya allowed a fluttering of negative emotion to blitz across his face, faster than a bolt of lightning. Oh. And you do? What are you, his cousin? Naruto and Jiraiya were now standing mere feet away from one another, each tenser than wrought iron. From what Boruto could see, neither man looked like they would be backing down anytime soon. Eyes locked with one another, they stood apart, arms at their sides, winds whipping at their hair. Boruto knew that all it would take would be a rustle of the leaves, or a blink of an eye. Then, they would be all over one another. But, surprisingly, Naruto spoke up first. Boruto, drop the henge. There's no sense to it now. He blinked, but then nodded and did as he was told. As the puff of smoke dissipated, it revealed that the two others were still locked in a tense game of chicken. Jiraiya suddenly smirked, so it's true, then. You two are the ones that broke into Minato's office yesterday. Naruto bunched his eyebrows in confusion. What? We didn't break into anything. As a matter of fact, it's more like you and your imposter Minato broke in there instead. Jiraiya let out an angry huff and narrowed his eyes at Naruto. Why do you keep saying that? You keep calling me and Minato imposters, or fakes, or something like that. If I'm not the real Jiraiya, then who is? Naruto's vision clouded over in a haze of pure, unadulterated hatred, his hands shaking at his sides as he clenched them into rough fists. The real Jiraiya, and the real Fourth Hokage are dead. Naruto couldn't believe it. This man, this imitation, actually fought like Jiraiya. He talked like Jiraiya. He acted like Jiraiya. Whoever had done this must have known the man inside and out. There was no doubt about it, he was good, that much was certain. He watched in irate silence as the fake Jiraiya's face contorted into confusion. What are you talking about? The real Jiraiya and Minato are dead. I sure as hell didn't get the memo. Naruto, don't you dare try to deny it. The Hokage roared, his eyes flashing dangerously between cold, calculating blue and blood-curdling red. With a burst of speed, he lashed out again, sending a jarring fist right at Jiraiya's face. The man caught it easily, but buckled slightly under the immense pressure of the attack. A shockwave of pure power ricocheted off the connection, sending a shockwave outwards, cracking the ground beneath their feet in a halo of dust and debris. Rocks were sent tumbling into the bushes, off of tree trunks, careening into the blue sky. Before either Boruto or Jiraiya could comment, Naruto immediately lashed out again, this time with a swirling kick. Jiraiya ducked behind it easily, leaping into his own attack as he aimed for the man's knees. Naruto simply took to the air, then, jumping above and over Jiraiya's pointed slash. He performed a corkscrew front flip as he came down behind the man, fist rapidly approaching his shoulder. To the blonde's surprise, he struck a solid wall of iron-white hair, hardened by some sort of jutsu. The sound of the collision reverberated around the clearing, sounding more like a gong than a mane of hair. Slightly surprised, Naruto leapt back a bit to distance himself a bit from Jiraiya. If he remembered anything from his training journey with the man, even if this wasn't necessarily him, Naruto could guess what was about to happen. Sure enough, the massive silver began to shimmer and gleam, flickering in the smoky haze that had overtaken most of the atmosphere around them. His eyes widened when the hair began to ripple and contort, sharp, spindly portions of it jutting out haphazardly in one fluid direction, As quick as a hummingbird's breath, the hair needles went ballistic. Naruto frantically ducked and swerved and careened around most of them, but even then, there were too many. With a flicker of concentration, Naruto sacrificed the last of his dwindling control over his dilapidated chakra control to summon forth a mere instant of Kurama's chakra, a golden beacon of light surrounding him like a warm blanket for a split second as the Senbon failed to pierce its pseudo-ethereal form. But then, it was gone again, and it looked like for good this fight, Naruto thought to himself with a frown. Instead of dwelling on himself, he decided to return to the offensive, his body blurring under the movement as he took off towards the sage once again, aiming a swiveling kick at his head. But Jiraiya was smarter than that. He twisted to the right, spinning so quickly on his wooden sandals that another cloud of dust was uprooted and sent swirling into the air. Naruto! The blond man was already spinning as well, hands flying out from his body like lightning bolts as he sent out a barrage of slashes and punches. It was all so fast, so powerful that the air around the pair began to sizzle under the immense pressure and friction, heat waves dancing off the duel like an ethereal being of pure energy. It was almost tangible. The blond boy standing outside of it, wide-eyed, was quaking slightly as he watched. Naruto flowed in and out of Jiraiya's well-articulated assaults, most of his blows being blocked at the last possible second by the occasional arm or palm. The seventh was slowly becoming more and more infuriated under normal circumstances. Were he not so fatigued from the chakra fluctuations, he'd wipe the floor with this man. He was having trouble landing the minuscule blows he could manage, and although numerous, it just wasn't doing it. Were it not for the frog kata he picked up when he was younger, he wasn't sure he would be getting anywhere. He was going to have to change strategies. After dipping to the ground and trying to sweep Jiraiya's feet out from underneath him, Naruto pushed off from the ground with a burst of chakra and flew back a few yards to get his bearings. As he traveled through the air, he summoned a pair of shadow clones, one of which immediately took to the trees to gather more nature energy once his current store ran out. It was the only thing he was able to rely on. Currently his normal chakra system was completely useless. Luckily, most of his arsenal was compatible with nature chakra. The second shadow clone used the plume of summoning smoke to sink into the earth, hiding until the moment was right. He always liked to have a bit of redundancy for his plans, considering most of them were ridiculous in nature. As the dust settled, Naruto wasted no time to leap back into action, forming a pair of bright blue Rasengan in his palms as he leapt back into the battle. He was out of the fight for less than a second. It was like the blink of an eye to Boruto, who stood off to the side, crouching behind a tree, in order to stay out of the fray. Jiraiya's eyes widened to unimaginable levels when he saw the two swirling orbs of chakra descend down on him, and he barely had the opportunity to duck off to the side as Naruto landed in the dirt, palms outstretched. For a moment, nothing happened. It just looked like Naruto froze in time, the swirling maelstrom of chakra in his hands notwithstanding. Then boom! The forest floor cracked, then shattered. Then exploded. A blinding orb of light expanded to the size of Naruto's body, then faded away, revealing a very angry man as he leapt out of the crater within which they were previously fighting. "I've had about enough of this," Naruto hissed, standing tall, as he glowered at Jiraiya's wide-eyed form. He didn't look tired, or fatigued, or otherwise indisposed at all. How in the hell do you know that jutsu?" Jiraiya muttered, his eyes narrowing to dangerous levels. "It seems I have to go all out." He smirked. "I haven't had to do this in a long time. You should be honored, whoever the hell you are." His hands began to work through hand seals as Naruto flung himself forwards again, a streak of orange on a backdrop of forest green. Just as Naruto was about to make connection, Jiraiya swiveled out of the way, planting his hands on the floor once more. Summoning jutsu. Two small poofs of smoke were the only indication that the technique had been successful. After a moment, the forms of two small cloaked toads appeared behind the smoke, each perched atop one of Jiraiya's shoulders. What? What the hell? Jiraiya boy? The male sputtered in surprise, looking around frantically as Naruto backed off once more, if not for just a moment. "Hey, Lord Fukasaku," Jiraiya greeted nonchalantly, giving a small wave. "What is it this time, Jiraiya?" muttered the other toad, crossing her arms in a frown. "Although, I will admit you haven't summoned both of us in nearly a decade." "Well, desperate times call for desperate measures, Jiraiya muttered, as he refocused his attention on the glaring orange-clad man across the damaged forest clearing from him. Fukasaku blinked as he focused on their opponent with curious eyes. Then, he started. "Wait, Jiraiya boy, why are you fighting Minato? Surely you don't need both of us to simply spar with him. Both Ma and I is taking it too far, don't you think?" The toad woman only grunted in affirmation. "This isn't Minato." From the way Jiraiya was speaking now, they both knew he was all business. A rarity for the toad Sannin. They both blinked in surprise, but it was Fukasaku who began first. "Wait, what? That's not Minato? He looks just like him." The old toad narrowed his eyes in scrutiny. "Well, apart from the hair. Although I suppose that if Minato boy ever did actually cut that wild mane of his, it'd look very similar to that." Regardless, Jiraiya cut in pointedly, redirecting their attention to the matter at hand. "He's wreaking havoc all across the village. I have to stop him. And he's a lot stronger than he looks." "Got it," Fukasaku said, smiling as he narrowed his eyes in concentration. "Ma, the usual?" "The usual," she affirmed with a nod, before the duo formed hand seals and adhered themselves atop their summoner. With a renewed vigor, Jiraiya leapt back into the fray, the toads doing their best to acquire as much nature chakra as they could before battle. Naruto gaped when the summoning smoke dissipated, revealing the form of his old master adorned with two of the most powerful toad sages of Mount Myaboku. How was this possible? How was this possible? Something wasn't right here at all. Naruto. Just as he was about to respond to his companion, Naruto was bombarded by a series of wind-enhanced fireballs, originating from the trio that stood across the slowly fracturing forest from him. He dodged quickly, leaping and twisting around each one as they made their way towards him. It would appear that the impersonator knew of Fukasaku and Shima that much was incredible enough as it was. Then, as suddenly as was expected of a battle between two respectable ninja, Jiraiya attacked again, his fists now slightly more agile for some reason than before. Naruto had to be honest with himself. This man, whoever he was, had an incredible talent for pulling off fakes like this or, at least, for faking it all entirely. There was always the incredibly minute chance that he was fighting someone with a genjutsu prowess higher than even the Uchiha. Stranger things had happened, after all. Regardless of the reasons, or the methods behind his deception, the man had tainted Jiraiya's honor. And, as he was a Kage-class ninja from the most respectable village in the known world, he suspected that there was a connection between the strange events of the previous day and the unknown assailant he was currently attacking now. He was an idiot if he couldn't see that much. "I just wish my chakra wasn't completely blown out of whack," he muttered to himself, teeth gritting under the pressure of the man's surprisingly powerful attacks. He was getting progressively stronger. And then, he felt it. It was just a trickle, but he felt it nonetheless. Nature chakra. Someone else, or something else, was stealing nature chakra from the surrounding forest. He could feel the tiny prickling at his skin signifying that his energy was being stolen. Nature chakra, while nearly limitless power, did have its drawbacks. For one, the user or gatherer, in both Naruto and Jiraiya's cases, had to remain perfectly still and one with nature as they gathered the necessary chakra to maintain a steady equilibrium within their bodies. This was a troublesome problem to have, but Naruto, being Naruto, had found a workaround through shadow clones pretty quickly. The second, and much less frequent problem one could have with fighting in Sage mode was that there was, inherently, only enough nature chakra to go around. It all depended on your range, your affinity towards gathering it, and how well you stored it within yourself once it was yours. And, of course, the surrounding environment had a recharge rate that was significantly less than the rate of retrieval most sages had. Traditionally, it was not a problem for many, because Sage mode was considered a trump card in most cases. Jiraiya may have had an imperfect grasp of the art of obtaining it within him, but he was always able to finish his fights quickly and effectively. Naruto had needed quite the quantity of natural chakra for his defeat of Pain over 20 years prior, but he had his clones gathering the energy from the high cliffs of Mount Myaboku itself, where nature chakra was nearly as pungent as the humidity that hung over the mountain range like a fog. But, most importantly, most sages never had to fight another sage. So, if one sage's abilities in the art could technically trump another, or for that sage to steal the nature chakra of the other once the surrounding forest was bled nearly dry. Naruto blinked in surprise as both the revelation and one of Jiraiya's supercharged fists struck him in the gut. He winced in pain, cursing to himself as he coughed up a bit of blood from the impact. For the seemingly 100th time that battle, Naruto attempted to enter his nine-tailed beast mode and finish the battle off in a flash, but for some reason he was unable to. The same could be said for his Sage mode, although he did still have some of the more basic functionality available to him. Damn chakra overloading, he frowned, refocusing his attention on the task at hand. He wasn't as skilled at battlefield logistics as Shikamaru, who could seemingly hold a steady conversation, read a book, battle an enemy, and still think about what was for dinner that night all at the same time. As such, he needed his full focus. Something that was becoming increasingly difficult, as he felt the nature chakra leaking out of his system like a sieve. With a massive blast of power, Naruto flung himself into the air once again, closely followed by Jiraiya and the two Toad sages. Upon closer inspection, Jiraiya had completely entered Sage mode as well. Interesting. Suddenly, the man weaved through a series of hand seals once more, pursing his lips in preparation for something particularly nasty. The two Toads appeared to be doing the same, although still completely adhered to his shoulders. Naruto had a pretty decent idea as to what it was. Sage art, bath of boiling oil. Almost instantaneously, the three sages began to spew chakra-infused toad oil, wind, and fire together in a fiery, burning sludge. The world around them slowly began to ignite and char, the cool, damp morning air replaced with smoldering hot ash and waves of heat that seemed to permeate everything for miles. As Naruto began to descend again, he desperately searched the trees below for any sign of his son. Sure enough, he spotted Boruto frantically climbing a tree, broken leg awkwardly clinging to the side of the trunk in desperation as the wave of lava quickly began to approach him. Damn it! he shouted, eyes blistering in rage. Just as he was about to plummet into the pool of molten oil beneath him, Naruto vanished in a swirl of leaves that were, almost instantly, incinerated by the incredible heat. The next instant, he was standing beside his son, eyes darting every which way in a frantic search for a solution to the rapidly approaching river of immensely bright, white-hot fluid. "Shit," he hissed, eyes glazing over in desperation, as he searched quickly through his memory banks for anything that would save both him and his son. Boruto's eyes widened as the wave continued to approach, eyes darting between his father and the oil, his father and the oil, his father. Naruto suddenly leapt into action, his hands blurring through a series of messy seals. Snake. Ram. Horse. Hare. Ram. Horse. Hare. A bead of sweat ran down his forehead as he completed the jutsu, eyes razor sharp as the wall of lava began to block out the sun, proximity now so close that it occupied the majority of Boruto's vision. Then, to the boy's surprise, his father turned and looked down at him. Naruto calmly raised his hands in front of him, palms out, between the two and spoke, a worryingly calm smile on his face. Water style, water prison jutsu. Boruto began to panic as water quickly encapsulated his entire body in several cubic meters of shimmering blue, buffering him with what, he hoped at least, would be enough to let them survive in their current state. He struggled to hold in his breath, eyes looking through the glimmering water surface at his father who was still standing outside of the bubble, right hand only slightly submerged. And he still had that smile on his face. Boruto's heart dropped when he realized what Naruto was doing. "No!" He screamed through the water, the bubbles rising to the surface, with the remainder of his lungs air within them. He began to struggle against the prison, but it was just that meant to hold someone in absolute certainty. His eyes were wide with terror, watching in abject resignation as the wave of boiling oil began to rush down around them. Naruto turned, then, finally, to look back at the wave that was steadily approaching, his face locked in seriousness. Then, the wall struck. "Daddy." Minato sat nervously in the chair beside his wife, gently stroking the back of her hand with his as he held it closely to him. To his left stood the third, still in his full battle gear, gazing out the window as the sun crested the treetops and began to illuminate the hospital's expansive eastern wall with a warm, endearing glow. "The fire's shadow will illuminate the village," he muttered to himself, pipe clenched between his teeth. "Pardon?" "Oh, nothing. Just an old man's musings." Minato raised a slight eyebrow at that. "Old? Hiruzen-sama, you're still in your mid-50s. The man only gave a sharp sigh, his breath fogging up the chilled window before him. "Yes, I am, but that is still quite old in shinobi terms. Most ninja do not live to see their 30th birthday. "Yes," Minato nodded in agreement, "you've made it this far because of your spectacular skill. There's a reason you've made it to 56. The Sarutobi man only muttered, neither in agreement nor in denial. The conversation died after that. Minato simply stared at the closed eyelids of his wife, praying to any god that'd listen for her to open them again, if only for him to gaze into her violet blue eyes just one more time. He clenched his jaw in worry both for his wife and his sensei. It had been nearly 15 minutes, and Minato had heard absolutely nothing from the Toad Sage in regards to his safety, the appearance of the Kyuubi, or those two blonde ninja that he had seen the previous day. All was quiet. Then, all of a sudden, he felt a twinge of something tugging away at the back of his mind. He started. "Hiruzen," he blurted suddenly, standing up so quickly that the chair he was situated in flew backwards, his wife's hand going limp at her side, as it was before. "Jiraiya needs me." "Go, then," the third uttered amicably, waving Minato off, without even averting his gaze from the horizon. "It's as I said last evening. I will make sure nothing happens to Kushina. You have my word." He turned and stared him in the eye, his pipe held dangerously between his canines. "Go." Minato froze for a moment, eyes steeled, before he nodded calmly and vanished in a flash of golden yellow. Hiruzen returned to the window, pipe shifting from side to side within his mouth as he looked back out onto the village he had sworn to protect for nearly 30 years ago as its Hokage, and then ever since. His eyes glimmered with respect as he looked out onto the magnificent portraits of his senseis and his successor, as the sun began to warm the rock. When the tree leaves dance, one shall find flames. Chapter 7. Boruto? Are you paying attention? He couldn't see straight. He couldn't think straight. He felt a strange calmness wash over him, as if he was content to just be, wherever it was exactly he was currently. Thousands of colors danced in front of his eyes, flickering from one to another in rapid succession, traipsing across the boundary between real and illusion. It was beautiful. Boruto never wanted to leave. Shino-sensei? A nagging hum began to poke away at the back of his mind, driving him out of his nirvana. He desperately sought out the warm embrace of the strange-colored land again, flailing his arms about in the quickly darkening abyss. You heard me, Mr. Uzumaki. Please, give the class a detailed description of the Fourth Hokage. Strange voices began to ricochet between his eardrums, exacerbating his headache to an almost mind-shattering degree. Light became pain, and pain became a memory as time seemed to pick up speed once again, his downward spiral quickening with every throbbing heartbeat. The voices were beginning to grow in intensity and vigor, rattling around his fragile mind as the blackness began to grow blacker, the euphoria from earlier completely sapped away by the deepening darkness. It was in the required reading, Mr. Uzumaki. More sounds became clearer as the black enveloped him like a cold blanket, its embrace unwelcoming. What was previously voices became the sound of a howling tornado, followed by a raging river, followed by I know. I read it. I'm just trying to remember, you know. The fourth Hokage was Minato Namikaze, the youngest Hokage that the leaf has ever had. Silence. Everlasting silence. Boruto let out a sigh he didn't know he was holding in, but no sound or air came out of his mouth, much to his surprise. It was like the world was a vacuum, completely and utterly devoid. He was known for being a hero in the Third Great Shinobi War for destroying an entire battalion of hidden stone shinobi. Suddenly, a small speck of bright white light appeared on the horizon, miles and miles away from where Boruto was currently falling. Still, without much of a second thought, he reached for it desperately, as if it was the essence of humanity itself. It called to him, beckoned him. He died in the attack of the nine-tailed fox almost 40 years ago. The light began to grow in size and intensity, now the size of a small dinner plate. His signature technique was the Rasengan. Right? A howling sound, like a hurricane, began to gnaw away at Boruto's thoughts as the orb of white light began to grow closer. Actually, Boruto, the fourth, was better known for his Hiraishin. You are correct in that he invented the Rasengan, but it was your father that properly brought it to fruition. Closer, wait, Hiraishin? What's Hiraishin? Boruto surged into the light, his entire body seemingly catching fire as it began to feel again, then hear again, then feel again, and, slowly, see again. His eyes began to fuzzily readjust to consciousness, the outlines of objects growing sharper and sharper with each throb of his head. Trees began to reform as trees, the bright and unblemished blue sky became more rigid and recognizable, the orange blob next to him began to grow more and more humanoid. With each passing second, Boruto jumped awake, shaking whatever confusion or doubt he'd had from his mind as he did so. He gagged and coughed on the water in his lungs for a moment, hacking up the liquid as quickly as he could, and drew in a series of frantic, desperate breaths. His father was lying next to him on the charred ground, seemingly unhurt and muttering profanities under his breath. The bubble he had been submerged in was nowhere to be seen, although both he and his father were completely drenched, leading him to believe that it had burst long after being struck by the oily cascade. Dad? For some reason, the phrase "good thing oil and water don't mix" kept rattling around his throbbing head, as Boruto leaned up into a sitting position with a groan. He looked back down at his father with a worried frown, giving him a more thorough observation now that he could see properly again. Naruto was surprisingly unscathed, which confused the blond boy thoroughly. The last thing he had remembered before being struck by the force of Jiraiya's attack was his father smiling sadly down at him from outside the water bubble, as if he was planning on sacrificing himself to save the day. But instead of being a charred lump of flesh on the ground, his father was pretty much fine. The same could not be said about his clothes. However, Naruto's once orange dress shirt was now mostly in tatters, hanging off of him like a bunch of rags more so than the dignified garment it was intended to be. The majority of it was now a charred black husk, at least, the majority of whatever was left. The entire right half of his body was open to the elements, exposing his equally battered white undershirt and plenty of skin. But that wasn't what was the most shocking to Boruto. As his eyes traveled from what used to be the neckline of his father's jacket down his arm, he almost jumped out of his skin in surprise. Halfway down his father's bicep was a visible line separating warm, tan skin from ghostly, cold white. Several strange tattoos ran down the sides of the arm, lacing together like one of the many sealing patterns he had studied in school. The charred remains of what little bandage was left after the incident at the Valley of the End clung to the flesh like glue, most likely burned into the surface indelibly. The rest of the strange hand didn't seem to fare much better, charred and burnt nearly everywhere across the surface. It was a sickening sight, really, one that nearly made Boruto gag. Or maybe that was just the smell. As if aware that his son was staring at him as if he were a summer snowstorm, Naruto shook his head and jumped to his feet, cringing a little as all the blood rushed out of his head. With a frown, he looked down at his completely destroyed outfit and growled. "Damn it, that was my favorite shirt," he mumbled to himself, cracking his neck as he did so. When he felt the tingling sensation of being watched tickle at the back of his mind, he immediately swiveled to the left to meet the gaze of his shell-shocked son. Immediately, Naruto began to rapidly fire questions at the boy, looking him over from head to toe. "Are you okay? Anything hurt? Broken?" Well, more broken than before?" The boy looked like he was trying to say something, but every time he opened his mouth, nothing came out. Instead, he just pointed a flabbergasted finger at the decrepit limb laying at Naruto's side, eyes wide in confusion and anxiety. "Dad, your arm." Naruto blinked once and glanced down at the singed appendage, sighing deeply when he noted the extent of the damage. "Shit, Tsunade's gonna kill me when she finds out I blew through another one. This damn thing's pretty much useless now." Without a second thought, he stretched his left hand to the strange fault line on his upper right arm and gave it a strong chakra-infused tug. Boruto watched in horror as his father ripped his own right arm clean off, the pale white skin separating from the rest like putty peeled from glass. Naruto nonchalantly took the hand in his left and began to move on from it almost immediately, as if this was totally normal to him. Just what kind of man was he? "Dad?" Boruto blurted out in disgusted surprise, taking a slight step back from what he could only assume was the biggest masochist on the planet. "Why your arm?" Naruto gave a confused frown, and looked back and forth from the white limb in his hand and the stump where it used to be. "What? Is there an infection or something? I try to clean under the prosthetic every few nights before bed to make sure that doesn't happen, but I've been pulling a lot of all-nighters at the office the past week or so." He waggled the stub in Boruto's direction worriedly, as if hoping the boy would give it a quick inspection. Instead, the boy nearly gagged and turned away when he realized what his father was currently holding like a bag of groceries was actually never his father's real hand to begin with. Surprisingly, though, there was no blood. He began to parse through his father's previous statement, eyes widening when he realized what Naruto had said. "A prosthetic?" he muttered, suddenly looking at the eggshell white appendage under a new light. No wonder his father kept it hidden beneath bandages all the time. Yeah? You didn't know that?" Naruto said in surprise. "I've been an amputee since before you were born." Here, he motioned to the boy that he was gonna toss the arm his way. "Hold this, will you? I don't know where that bastard that did this is, but I bet he's gonna make his grand reappearance any second now. I need my hand free." He blinked when he saw the disgusted expression on his son's face as he moved to toss it midair. "Relax, it's just a prosthetic. I swear. Nothing gross about it. I have some things sealed and storage seals on that thing that I need, so can you just hold it for me, okay?" Boruto grimaced, but finally nodded, catching the limb gingerly as it flew towards him. It was surprisingly light, and still a little warm to the touch, but definitely still unnerving to look at, especially up close. The boy opted to instead focus his attention on his father, who was looking around the charred battleground for any sign of Jiraiya or the man's new toad friends. Wait, he blurted out suddenly, a question popping into his head as he replayed recent events back in his mind. Why aren't you dead? I mean, you took that entire lava river thing right in the back just to save me. His voice cracked a little, much to his everlasting chagrin, and thanks, but why am I not burnt to a crisp like that arm? Naruto smirked, pointing at the prosthetic in Boruto's hands with a shrug. Honestly? I dunno. I think the strength of the impact forced me into the bubble with you, although the jutsu requires that at least one hand remains in contact with the outer surface of the water prison at all times. So I guess that explains why the prosthetic shot. He smiled almost reminiscently, reflecting on past experiences. It was a gamble, and I took it. I seem to have the strangest luck when it comes to things like that. He winked. Had a good feeling, though. Those are always good signs. Boruto just blinked in surprise, still reeling. His father took that time to frown dangerously at the horizon, cracking his neck again as he did so. All right, asshole, come out and play, he muttered to himself. You hurt me? Fine. But when you go after my son? He clenched his left fist into a harsh ball at his side, his eyes narrowed into slits. You won't be leaving here intact. Funny, but it seems like you're one to talk, came a sharp chuckle from seemingly everywhere at once, as the toad sage once more appeared in a swirl of leaves a few paces away from the two blondes. The remnants of the charred woods were just that, all that remained of the lush, teeming forest were smoldering stumps and the patches of singed grass that managed to evade most of the flaming oil. Naruto snarled at the man in fury, his eyes flickering blue and red as a small trickle of blood began to drip down from his clenched fist, fingernails having penetrated the skin long ago. Whoever the hell you are, he muttered out, I'm finishing this. Right here, right now. Naruto was moving again before Boruto could even finish processing his last words, his left hand held back behind him as the atmospheric density rose and rose. The ripples in the air became more and more tangible as they focused themselves above Naruto's outstretched hand, forming the basic Rasengan in a mere blink of the eye. But it kept going, kept spinning, kept swirling, kept hissing with some unknown power. A flicker of white began to blend in with the brightly glowing blue, and the air around the three shinobi began to howl and snarl as the barometric pressure fluctuated wildly under the influence of this new, much more powerful Rasengan. The churning mass of chakra began to glow a warm orange as it slowly spun faster and faster, before all that was visible to the naked eye was an occasional flash of a wind blade every moment or two. It was a fierce, screaming beacon of energy that manifested itself in less than a quarter of a second, not that Boruto was counting. He was too awestruck by its creation to do anything but clutch the prosthetic and watch what happened from the sidelines. Naruto's eyes narrowed as they locked on Jiraiya's shocked face, before he shouted out in declaration, sending the rippling orb of chakra sailing through the air. Wind style, Rasen Shuriken. Naruto smirked internally when the perfect execution of his most prized technique roared to life in his outstretched hand, just itching to inflict pain on whoever it was that dared to endanger himself, his village and his son. He watched in slight fascination as the orb of chakra went flying across his fingertips like a shot put, wondering just how, exactly, the Jiraiya imposter was going to escape this one. The short answer? He wasn't going to. Naruto's blood pressure dropped. Oh shit, he muttered inside his mind, I'm sorry, Kurama. I got kinda emotional back there. And I tend to block out everything when that happens. He winced in preparation for the fox's belligerent rebuttal, but froze when something caught his eye. Time seemed to slow down. His eyes had to be deceiving him. They had to be. He never thought he'd ever see what he was currently seeing ever again. Not since the war. A yellow flash of light enveloped the clearing, directly in front of the Rasen Shuriken as it careened across the earth on a collision course. Standing in its place as the light faded was Minato Namikaze, the late Fourth Hokage. Damn it, Naruto, you insolent brat. And it was then that his tailed beast reached out of his mind and yanked him down inwards, leaving him outwardly unconscious and absolutely confused. Jiraiya blinked as the raging, swirling, screaming ball of energy shaped suspiciously like his student's infamous Rasengan drew closer and closer. The two toads had long since left, not expecting anyone to have actually survived the last assault. To be honest, Jiraiya didn't expect anyone to have survived either. But then again, these two blondes were just full of surprises. His mind began to rattle off a few weak suggestions in the short span of time between when the orange-clad man across the clearing lobbed the so-called raisin shuriken at him, but everything led to one final, sad, determined fate. It was funny, thinking he would go out this way. There was no way he could dodge this. It was going to hit and hit hard. Jiraiya could already tell based purely on the condensed chakra alone. The raisin shuriken could level an entire forest if it had to. There was nothing left in the surrounding area for him to body swap with, considering he had just vaporized everything that wasn't bolted to the ground. He could shunshin away, but at this point, he still wouldn't be out of range in time to escape. All of his special toad-based barrier techniques required several hand seals, and he barely had the time to form one. With a hint of desperation, Jiraiya willed his hand to move to his chest anyways. If he was going to go down, he was going to do so while fighting. A shunshin might not be the best option, but it was all he had. Then, he remembered Minato's kunai, stored away in the front pocket of his kimono. Instead of moving his fingertips into a half-ram seal, he quickly dipped them inside his shirt, and dropped the special tri-pronged blade as quickly as he had dislodged it. Minato was there before Jiraiya could even blink, appearing in front of him in a flash of bright sunlight. Instantaneously, the man had a pair of Rasengan in his palms, stretched outwards in a defensive position, as the hissing raisin shuriken edged closer and closer and closer. Naruto blinked, as the dark glow of his mindscape came into focus. He was currently sprawled out on the waterlogged floor, staring up at the ceiling that seemed to stretch into eternity. And standing over him was the absolutely livid nine-tailed fox. Damn it, Naruto. I tried to respect our bond, and not force our connection. But I cannot stand being ignored a moment longer. The seventh Hokage grimaced as the fox shouted down at him, moving to stand once again. Okay. Look, I'm sorry. But why did you have to pull me in here, you know? I was in the middle of a fight. My son's still out there. Now that I'm out of the picture, who do you think they're going to go for next? It doesn't matter. Kurama snarled, his tails twitching behind him in fury. If I had half a mind, I would kill you where you stand. The other tailed beasts had moved off to the side, watching in both amusement and curiosity as the demon and its Jinchuriki interacted. What are you talking about? It doesn't matter. Now it was Naruto's turn to become livid. That's my son, damn it. How dare you call him an acceptable loss? Would you just listen to me? I've been trying to get your attention for the past 5 minutes. And you've been blowing me off. The fox's expression grew slightly sly as he turned to the side and began to walk away, back into the darkness. Now I know how your family feels. Naruto's heart skipped a beat. What? What did you just say, Kurama? I said, the fox suddenly roared, lunging forward until he was staring Naruto right in the eye, his hot breath rippling through the man's hair, that you're being a shitty father. And if you'd just listen to what I have to say, you'd be out of this mess. Sensing the fox's disparity, Naruto acquiesced. He slumped his shoulders in defeat and sighed. I know. I know I'm being a shitty father, and a shitty Jinchuriki. So I'm sorry. Okay? He looked back up and into the narrowed eyes of his partner. I've just been under a lot of stress the past few hours, you know? And having to deal with having all 9 of you in me is taking a toll on both my physical and mental state. I honestly am having trouble just thinking straight, let alone talk with you while fighting some asshole who thinks he can call himself my godfather and get away with it. The fox sighed slightly, his eyes softening as he did so. 18. Naruto blinked. Sorry? 18, the fox reaffirmed, leaning back and crossing his arms across his massive upper body. You said you have 9-tailed beasts in you right now. But you actually have 18. A confused heartbeat threatened to burst its way out of Naruto's chest. What are you talking about? There aren't any more than 9 in existence. Well, not including the 10 tails, but that was just all of you in one body, right? He gestured at the other beasts, who, up until this point, had remained silent. Brat. Do you seriously believe I didn't realize that myself? Kurama growled, his red eyes flickering in annoyance. I wouldn't be telling you this if I wasn't absolutely certain. You can't see them, because we merged together whatever this has happened. So we have the power of 2-tailed beasts instead of 1 currently. It's why you had to jettison so much chakra. Why are you telling me this now? Why not when we were walking? Instead of in the middle of a fucking battle? Because I wanted to be sure I was right first, you imbecile. The 9 tails roared back, baring his teeth imposingly. If you thought it was ridiculous, imagine how we felt. But it all makes sense. The fact we're all together in your body again, why you're so fatigued, why you have so much chakra. Kurama, what are you talking about? Naruto's voice was suddenly worried. What I'm saying is, brat, that whatever happened yesterday was much, much worse than either of us thought originally. He narrowed his eyes again. And it also means that you currently have the chakra capacity of almost 2 entire 10-tailed beasts inside of you right now. Naruto's eyes shot open, blue imploringly searching crimson for any signs of deception. When he found none, the man shivered slightly and shook his head in disbelief. He sighed in an effort to gather his thoughts. Are you serious, Kurama? 2 of the 10 tails? Is that even and not just that puny excuse for a jubi that you ran into during the Fourth War, either, the fox continued, figuring it'd be best to rip the band-aid off in one fell swoop. That pipsqueak was operating with only a droplet of my chakra. But now Kurama sighed heavily, shifting topics as he went. At your current levels, you have about 95% of the entire world's chakra capacity in your body right now, as we speak. The beast raised an eyebrow at that. Honestly, I'm impressed. Were it anyone else, they would have popped like a balloon and taken out half the continent immediately when it happened. Naruto gulped in surprise, before looking up into the eyes of his tailed beast with apprehension. Okay, so you're saying that I currently have more chakra than anyone else on Earth right now? And isn't that a good thing? Not just anyone on Earth, brat, everyone, the fox corrected. And no, of course it isn't, you idiot. Don't you see what it's doing to you right now? You can barely focus enough to make shadow clones, and you're fighting those puny weaklings as if it was a friendly spar. You should have been able to wipe them off the map at the bat of an eye. Wait, why is it bad? Haven't you heard of diminishing returns? What? What does that have to do with anything? That's economics, not chakra capacity. Kurama's tails twitched in growing agitation. The meat sack you humans call a body can only handle so much chakra at a time. After a certain point, it starts doing more harm than good. Almost all of your energy and concentration is being devoted to keeping yourself in balance. Naruto stood silent for a moment, before shaking his head and narrowing his eyes. So I just have to figure out a way of reducing my chakra amount until I'm back to the point where I can function normally, right? The fox blinked in surprise. Actually, yes, he ceded. But you're missing the problem entirely. Don't you see what's wrong with this picture? Well, for one, I have to deal with all 9 of you, all 18 of you, technically for the foreseeable future, Naruto mumbled, and I have to figure out what to do with all of your chakra until then. No, you idiot! The beast roared suddenly. The problem is that this should be impossible. You're currently carrying around more chakra than has ever existed, ever. All at once, in one place. It's not natural. You're a time bomb, Naruto. Naruto frowned, then nodded in agreement. Yeah, you're right. This is impossible. At least, it should be impossible. Kurama sighed, a low grumble of agitation echoing past his lips. Yes, it should be impossible. And yet here we are. He looked up from the ground and met Naruto's eyes once again, this time full of deliberation. But with recent developments, I have a feeling I know what's going on. What? What's going on? The fox grumbled something under his breath, as if he refused to believe it himself. Regardless, he narrowed his eyes and flared his nostrils. Time travel. Naruto's slightly anticipative expression flatlined in an instant. You can't be serious. It makes sense, brat. Two sets of each tailed beast, occupying the same realm at the same time, one overriding the other. You're continuously running into relics of your past. The pieces all fit, Naruto. The Hokage's skin began to pale as realization sunk into his bones. Wait, so you're saying that those two people you're fighting, the blonde brat that sealed me into you in the first place, and your ridiculous white-haired freak of a sensei, they're real, yes? All their skills, all their abilities. And they're angry. Naruto's heart leapt into his throat, his eyes wavering ever so slightly in the dimly lit hall. So that man that just appeared is my father? Is actually my father? He froze in realization. And he's going to try to kill me, and my son Minato wasn't exactly sure what he was getting into when he teleported into the battle. It was one of the bigger drawbacks of using his Hiraishin over such long distances. He was never truly sure what would await him on the other side. For several months, he had been working on a way to somehow channel a small bit of chakra from the blade back to his body, and he had actually succeeded in doing that much. It was what allowed him to sense when someone had thrown it. However, his further experiments to somehow allow himself to glean a bit of information from the area surrounding the kunai upon the chakra retrieval proved fruitless. So, Minato was forced to rely on his incredible reaction time to use the Flying Thunder God to its fullest effect. There was a reason why Hiraishin was considered an S-ranked forbidden technique, and it wasn't just because of how difficult it was to master. Although that was a large part of it. And so, when he saw the massive orb of strangely familiar swirling chakra heading straight for both him and Jiraiya, he did the only thing he knew how to do. He summoned forth two perfect Rasengan, and braced himself for the impact. Time slowed down. He knew that it was simply a result of the adrenaline coursing through his veins, but it was still rather annoying. Now the world was moving at a snail's pace, trickling along like a stubborn spring. He could watch the beads of sweat on his opponent's face manifest themselves into beads, each threatening to meander their way down his chin by the force of gravity. He could watch the smoke from the smoldering piles of ash that were once trees drift up into the sky like beacons. He could see each individual swirl of chakra in the oncoming projectile, make out each individual detail. Wait. Was that wind chakra? In a Rasengan? Minato floundered for a minute, caught up in his surprise as he continued to watch the enemy's jutsu careen towards him. Well, it felt like a minute. To most outsiders, the fourth's very obvious shock was evident for less than 1/100th of a second, simply a flash across his face. The moment the other Rasengan connected with his, he knew immediately that it would not withstand the incredible force. But he had already committed to it, he had no other options left. He could always try to reach behind him and grab Jiraiya in an attempt to Hiraishin them out of range, but not even he was that fast. He could always leave Jiraiya behind, but then he may as well turn in his coat and headband. He wasn't fit to be Hokage, or even a leaf ninja at that point. The wind-based Rasengan was already tunneling through his own, and he was very quickly reaching entropy. To drop the jutsus now was certain death. They were set to burst at any moment. And then, Minato caught the sight of the strange, orange-shrouded man toppling to the floor from his peripheral vision. The strange orb of offending chakra began to dwindle and fade as the man slipped into unconsciousness across the battlefield, until all it took was a very forced push of chakra from Minato's palms to disrupt its fragile balance. That didn't mean it didn't explode, however. Minato held his hand out in front of his face as the clearing lit up like the sun, vibrant beams of bright white light ricocheting off of his eyelids and burning into his retina. he quickly averted his gaze to avoid damaging his eyesight, before executing a quick seal-less shunshin, appearing behind Jiraiya, and whisking them off to a kunai he had left a few hundred feet away. Once the visible blast wave dispersed, Minato and Jiraiya returned to the scene. The strange blonde-haired man was still lying motionless on the compacted dirt, seemingly unharmed by the explosion. Minato immediately moved to secure the man. There was not a chance in hell he would not be taking advantage of his opponent's incapacitation. It was simply protocol, although Minato had no idea what it was specifically that had caused the man to slump over prematurely. An opportunity was an opportunity. As Minato began to walk towards his doppelganger, he subtly watched as the man's son, the one he had seen a little less than 24 hours prior in his office, came hobbling over from his previous hiding spot. He gingerly held his bandaged leg with one hand, a kunai tightly in the other, eyes blistering with determination. "Wait! Don't hurt him. Please don't hurt my dad." Minato blinked at the boy's plea. Was he seriously trying to bargain for this man's life? The man who had nearly single-handedly killed Jiraiya in less than 10 minutes? No. He was a liability. He had to be apprehended. Please, the boy named Boruto, if Minato remembered correctly, had a look of terror on his face as he walked up to the Fourth Hokage, trembling slightly as he did so. Minato had to admit that Boruto was being incredibly brave. He was only 12, maybe 13, and was blatantly standing up against the only man in the history of the 5 great nations known to have a flea-on-site addendum to his bingo book profile. "You know I can't allow that. This man, your father, I'm to understand, has committed crimes against the leaf. He needs to be detained and taken into custody." Boruto blinked in obvious surprise, taking a step back in confusion. "What? And no, he hasn't. I've been with him for the past 2 days straight. I would have known if he did something bad, you know." Minato narrowed his eyes, subtly filing away the fact that the child had a verbal tic very similar to his wife's for later digestion. "Your father, whoever he is clearly an S-ranked ninja. I can tell that much even without checking the bingo book. It is very likely that if he didn't want you to see something, you would have never known." The boy suddenly let out a scoff, averting his gaze. "Pshh, isn't that the truth?" Raising an eyebrow, Minato took a step forward, attempting to take advantage of Boruto's redirected attention to disarm him before he did something reckless. Minato moved slowly and deliberately, pausing briefly as Boruto jumped in alarm when the boy realized what was happening. When he made no move to act irrationally, Minato continued to inch his hand forward, before suddenly snagging the kunai from the boy's quaking hands. "There. See? No problem." Minato let a small smile grace his lips in reassurance, as the boy's eyes began to quiver. Then, they lit up in recognition. Hey, wait a second, I know you. You look really familiar." Minato let out a slight chuckle at that, his eyes turning upwards in mirth. "Honestly, I'd be surprised if you didn't. My face is probably smeared across wanted posters and bingo books all over the rest of the world. Wherever you're from, I've almost certainly got a bounty on my head there." The blond man could nearly see the gears in the boy's head turn as they stood there, before he jumped in realization and took a step back. Wait, no, that's not right. You can't be him." "How do you mean?" Now it was Minato's turn to be confused. These 2 blonde shinobi, whoever they were and wherever they yielded from, were certainly quite the enigma. Boruto shook his head again, pinching his eyelids shut briefly before slamming them open again. "I'm dreaming, right? I have to be." "Hey," Minato said softly, holding a hand out as a peaceful gesture. "Don't panic. We're not going to hurt you. I just need you to cooperate, okay? It's better for everyone if you do things our way." "And no." Boruto took a step back, looking up at Minato with fear in his eyes. I don't know who you are, but you're not the Fourth Hokage." "Yeah, and the other one kept saying that I wasn't the real Jiraiya either," came a gruff voice from Minato's right. When he looked up, he saw the imposing form of Jiraiya, arms crossed, standing beside him. The toad sage turned and met Minato's gaze, a slight hint of confusion hidden within. Well, what do you think we should do, Minato? Why do you think we're not who we say we are? The Hokage suddenly asked, turning back to look at the boy who shrunk back slightly on reflex. Sensing the child's fear, he gave a small smile and kneeled down to meet Boruto eye to eye. Minato wasn't a particularly tall man, but one's legacy seemed to amplify things like height and power in face-to-face meetings. Please don't be afraid. I'm not going to hurt you. I'm just curious. Why you can't be real, Boruto mumbled, eyebrows scrunching up in the middle of his forehead, because the real Minato Namikaze is dead. He turned to Jiraiya, then. I don't really know who you are, although I recognize your face from somewhere too. But I know you're not around anymore either. Jiraiya's sweat dropped. Of course. Everyone knows the venerable Fourth Hokage, but nobody bothers to remember the humble master who took the man under his wing and taught him everything he knew. Minato had to resist the urge to roll his eyes. They were still in a tense situation, after all. Regardless, he couldn't resist the urge to let out a small quip, a smile gracing his lips. You could have always taken the job instead of me, sensei. What? Are you crazy? Jiraiya gaped, taking a step back in recoil. You know I couldn't do that. I have things to do. Places to be. People to see. Naked people, Minato muttered under his breath, as he turned his attention back to the boy, who was simply watching the exchange with slight confusion. Now, you say I'm dead. But I, at least, know very well that that isn't the case. Well, not yet, anyways. He offered a tentative smile at that, as he rubbed at the back of his neck. Boruto tensed up suddenly, before his cold, electric blue eyes met Minato's in a determined glare. Then prove it. Minato blinked. Prove it? Yeah. If you're really the Fourth Hokage, then prove it. That took Minato by surprise. Jiraiya, however, was having none of it. Come on, brat. The Hokage's not a circus clown. Wait, sensei, Minato gently interrupted, holding a hand out to his side to silence the man. I'm curious. What would you have me do to prove I'm who I say I am? If it'll help you cooperate. Boruto narrowed his eyes in contemplation, before subtly smirking. All right. If you can prove you're real, I'll come quietly. I'll get my idiot dad to do it too, somehow when the asshole wakes up, anyways. As long as you promise not to hurt us. Consider it done, Minato nodded. All right then. Boruto took a hesitant step forward, shifting his weight off of his bad leg with a wince. The real Fourth Hokage is the only man on earth that can perform the Hiraishin technique flawlessly. Do that, and Boruto wasn't even done with his sentence before Minato vanished in a bright yellow flash, appearing across the clearing at a kunai he had thrown moments prior. He plucked the knife from the earth, before flicking it across the battlefield an instant later, rematerializing just in time to snatch it out of the sky before it cut through Boruto's hair. How's that? He smiled, not even out of breath in the slightest. Boruto couldn't help but gape, as the white-haired jounin beside the two blondes scoffed and wrinkled his nose. PSHH, show off. Minato smiled warmly over his shoulder. You're just disappointed because you still don't understand the Hiraishin, even after spending nearly a year on it. That's not true. It was more like 9 months, and I was working on other things. I couldn't have possibly figured it out in that little amount of time. Minato chose to ignore his sensei, instead focusing his attention on the boy in front of him. Well, is that proof enough for you? Boruto nodded dumbly, still visibly surprised that the Hiraishin was real, let alone just executed flawlessly in front of him. Why yeah. I'd ask you to do the Rasengan, too, but I saw you use that against my dad's, so I know it's real. He gave Minato a cheeky, tooth-filled grin at that. So I guess you are the Fourth Hokage. In that case, where have you been for the past 40 years? The village is gonna be super excited to see you. my dad's gonna have to step down, and we'll have to figure out what to do with all the extra heads on the monument, and then the village will throw a big party, and maybe Jiraiya rolled his eyes as Boruto began to ramble on about things that made no sense whatsoever, and quickly moved behind the boy to swiftly knock him out. It would be easier, at least in his mind, to transport the pair of unruly blondes if they were both unconscious. However, just as his hand was millimeters away from the back of Boruto's neck, a firm, tanned hand slapped around his wrist and pulled, painfully. "Touch him, and you die. I don't care who you are." "Please, I would rather not escalate this any further than necessary," Minato monotonously stated, face once more steeled and primed for whatever was soon to come. He watched as the recently reawakened blonde man's eyes softened at his voice, and Jiraiya was soon freed from the grasp. "Dad?" Boruto jumped back a bit from the scene, startled by the fact that Jiraiya had tried to render him unconscious. His father gave him a small smile and a subtle wink, which reassured him greatly, before turning back to the pair of legendary shinobi. Minato watched as the man reflexively took a position between them and his son, lone arm held in a hardened fist. To his surprise, the man spoke first. "Look, I'm sorry about what just happened earlier. It was just a big misunderstanding. I'm assuming you would like to take us in for questioning, but you'll have to understand that I cannot divulge too much information." Then, the man's son tugged at his arm, redirecting his attention. "Dad, I may have told them that we'd come quietly if they proved they were real. That guy's the Fourth Hokage, I think, and I still don't know who this asshole is." Boruto cast a killer glare at Jiraiya, who just put his hands up in a placating manner and stepped back a bit. "Yeah, I know." Naruto sighed and cracked his neck, shifting his gaze down to his son. "They're real. I didn't think they were at first, but they're real. It's a long story." Minato watched the small family interact, and a pang in his heart reminded him of his primary objective there. The slightly endearing look on his face evaporated almost instantly, and he narrowed his eyes at the blonde man in front of him. "What did you do to her?" Naruto jumped in surprise at the fact that Minato had asked him a question in that harsh, untrusting tone, and at the question itself. I'm sorry? My wife? What did you do to her?" Naruto just raised a confused eyebrow. "I'm sorry, Hokage-sama, but I have no idea what you're talking about." Minato's gaze turned furious, not that most people would know what that looked like. It was a side of the Namikaze that hardly ever came out, and even when it did, Minato's calm demeanor made it quite difficult to differentiate from his other moods. "Don't bother. I know you're lying to me. Now tell me what you did to Kushina, and we can put all this behind us." Naruto's eyes widened in shock as his father began to question him like a petty thief, his eyes boring into his own. It was incredibly surprising, especially from someone like Minato, but Naruto deduced that there was more behind his father's promotion to Hokage than just physical prowess. He knew that all too well himself, after all. "Tell me. No. Whatever you did to Kushina, is it reversible?" His heart leapt into his throat at the name of his mother. His mother. If they were really back in time, and his father was here, then it made sense that his mom would be as well. Out of both of his parents, Kushina was the one that he honestly wished he could speak more with. Their brief communication back at the very beginning of the Fourth War was something he replayed in his mind on an almost daily basis, and every time, he wished it could have been longer. It seemed that fate had deemed him worthy. What's wrong with her? That might help me figure out what you're talking about." Minato's eyes narrowed dangerously, before he sighed slightly and acquiesced. "She's in a coma. Has been for almost 12 hours. Now don't play dumb with me. Please." A small knot in Naruto's stomach twisted into place, as if his subconscious mind had figured something out and was refusing to tell him the rest. "A coma?" he murmured, eyebrows pursed together in thought. "Something was wrong here, brat," Kurama suddenly interjected, "tell me this. If I told you that we're back in time, and that you have the power of the tailed beasts from both our time and this one, what do you think happened to the originals?" Naruto's eyes nearly fell from their sockets. Oh no, yeah. Oh no. I was never a big fan of that habanero brat, but she's your kin. Out of respect for you, I advise you do something to save her, and fast. What can I even do? I guess I can split your chakra in two and give her half, but how are we to know that what happened when we got here, whenever we got here, won't just happen again? As painful as it is to suggest it, you can always perform a yin-yang split. That, at least, will maintain itself after the transference has been performed. Naruto blinked in surprise. Kurama? Are you sure? Are you sure you want to do that? Until we can figure something else out, it should be fine. A tender smile wormed its way onto Naruto's face. Thanks, Kurama. You're truly an amazing person. Humph, don't get used to it. And don't compare me to your ridiculous species. Does he always do this? Naruto jumped when he realized he had been staring off into space for a moment or two, and that Minato was giving him a strange look, one mixed with confusion, anger, and worry. The seventh Hokage rolled his shoulders and took a deep breath. Okay. I think I can fix this. He paused for a moment to think, then nodded. Two birds with one stone, actually. Take me to her, and I can reverse whatever it was, exactly, that happened to her. Minato's eyes narrowed. So you do know what happened to her? Naruto pinched the bridge of his nose as he began to walk towards the village, the others falling into line behind him. Look, I don't know what caused what happened, all I know is that the nine-tailed seal malfunctioned somehow. That's the extent. When he felt the cold blade of a kunai pressed against his jugular, Naruto froze. Minato's voice was rigid and calm in his ear, but still very much livid. How did you know that? Kushina's Jinchuriki status is an S-ranked secret. To speak of it so lightly is punishable by death. Naruto just smirked. It wouldn't hurt to tell some of the truth, he supposed. Relax, Hokage-sama. I know my kin when I see them. The kunai at his neck fell immediately. The seventh turned slightly on his heel to look back behind him, only to see Minato standing back a bit, eyeing him suspiciously, with a slight bit of surprise in his eyes. Followed by disbelief. Wait, you're a Jinchuriki too? Of which tailed beast? Naruto smiled sheepishly, reaching behind his neck with his hand and scratching his hair. It's a long story, a story I'm honestly not entirely sure of yet myself. He quickly changed the subject. Let's just get this over with. The sooner we get to her, the better her chances. He turned completely and looked at his son authoritatively. Boruto, do you have my arm? When the boy nodded in the affirmative and held it up for his father to see, Naruto smiled and turned back around. Why should we trust you? This time, Naruto's gaze hardened as he looked out onto the horizon, where the massive frame of the Hokage monument began to rise up from the earth like an obelisk. Right now, I'm the only chance you've got at saving your wife. He began to walk again, eyes narrowing fiercely. And I'm saving that woman's life. I promise you that much. Whether you trust me or not is irrelevant. You have got to be kidding me. The sound of her voice echoed through the white emptiness around her for a moment, before uncannily disappearing like a whisper. The stifling vastness of the blank, white void was driving Kushina insane. If something didn't happen, and quickly, then she was going to have to take drastic measures. Not that she knew what drastic measures she should take, if she was honest with herself. But whatever actions she did take would sure as hell be drastic, if she had anything to say about it. The redhead slouched back over again, lying down on the crystal white floor of what she could only assume was purgatory. This is useless. Then, she shot up again, eyes wide. Oh shit. I have work in the morning. Back down again. Oh well. I'm pretty sure Minato can get someone else to deliver that letter. And up again. But I'm the best qualified for that mission, damn it. And down. I guess it's better to give someone else the opportunity and up. But I can do it solo. They're gonna have to hire an entire team, and it's gonna be annoying, and back down again. Oh, whatever. It's just a stupid delivery mission. Although I would have liked to have seen the hidden sand again, it's pretty there. Yeesh, I haven't been to the sand in what, 4 years? Kushina froze. Wait, was that when she felt a gust of wind strike her face for the second time in what felt like 2 eternities? She nearly whooped in happiness. Yes. Something other than boring white. Not today, Cammy. Not today. A blurry outline manifested itself on the horizon as she strained to make out its shape. It wasn't too large, only about the size of a relatively tall man. It was the color of the man's hair that gave her tremendous hope. Minato? The specter chuckled and materialized completely in front of her, rubbing his hand through his blonde hair. No. Sorry. But he's here with me though. I'm here to try and fix whatever it was that happened to you. Are you okay? Kushina took a step back and frowned. Who are you? I've never seen you before. She could have sworn she heard the man whisper not yet underneath his breath, but he was already speaking properly by the time she was about to make her rebuttal. I'm a friend, I promise. Like I said, I'm here to help. He gave her a smile that could have melted even the iciest heart, and offered her his hand. Begrudgingly, she accepted it. It wasn't like she had much of a choice. As he helped her to her feet, she took a moment to observe her savior. He was an impressively tall man, that much was obvious. His hair was disheveled and looked like it had never come into contact with a comb in its entire life, as well as slightly singed at the edges. His clothes, if you could even call them that, were in tatters, barely hanging off of his slight frame like rags. To her surprise, she noted that he was an amputee. For what reason, she was unsure. From what was left of his right arm, she could guess that it was a wound from long ago. Perhaps a childhood ailment? Otherwise, most of his other notable features, save for his bright blue eyes, were blurred by whatever technique he was using to talk to her. It was slightly disconcerting, but she, strangely enough, felt a strong urge to trust the man. So she began tentatively, narrowing her eyes at him. Where exactly am I? And what's the plan? The blondie pursed his lips in thought, turning to the side and observing his surroundings. I'd say by the feel of this place, this is your mindscape. Well, what's left of it, anyway? Kushina nodded in acceptance. Yeah, that makes sense. I thought this place felt familiar. Any ideas as to why I'm trapped here? And why it looks like a wasteland? The man narrowed his eyebrows. From what I can tell, something went wrong with your seal. The 9 tails moved elsewhere, and left you here with nothing in the seal. In order to protect your mind from whatever side effects are involved with a tailed beast extraction of this type, it trapped your mind here in the process. Either that, or your mind did it itself. It's not really clear. He rubbed behind his head in that funny way that Minato always did, smiling slightly in embarrassment. Regardless, you're fine. Wait, did you say the 9 tails escaped? Kushina yelped in surprise, grabbing the man by the upper arms and rattling him slightly. What? Is everyone okay? Is Minato relax? The man stressed, placing his own hand on her shoulder, a feat that was easier for him to do than for her, considering he was a solid head taller than she was. Everything's fine. We were able to apprehend the 9 tails, and he's safe. Kushina raised an eyebrow. I don't give a damn if he's safe or not. As far as I'm concerned, he's not even a he. Just an obnoxiously hostile piece of crap that only cares about himself, you know? She couldn't be sure, but she thought she saw the man's eyes flash in indignation for a split second, but by the time she turned properly to look him in the eye, it was gone again. I suppose, was all he said in response. Well, all right then, so long as nothing's awry topside. She shrugged her shoulders and the two sat in awkward silence for a moment, before Kushina snapped her fingers and looked at Blondie questioningly. Wait a second, if the 9 tails left my body, how the hell am I still alive? I thought an extraction was a death sentence. Another knowing look from the man was her response at first, before he rattled his head for a moment and gave her a small smile. Actually, it's the breaking of the seal that kills the Jinchuriki. Not the extraction itself, although the two are typically one and the same, really. Kushina raised an eyebrow. So you're saying that the seal wasn't broken? But the 9 tails was extracted anyways. I didn't think that was even possible. Neither did I, until today, the other man muttered, shaking his head slightly. It's been a weird day, I'll tell you that much. Yeah, I'll say. Blondie clapped his hands together with a smile, then, finally tired of the awkward silences between the two of them. All right then. Hopefully this works. I've never done it for real before. Just in practice. Kushina narrowed her eyes at him. Wait, what are you saying? Why the hell are you the one doing this then, if you've never done this before? What even are you going to do? Where the hell's Minato? Easier this way, was all he said, as he moved his lone arm up to his chest and began to work his way through a series of one-handed hand seals. Kushina was impressed. It took a tremendous amount of willpower and chakra control to properly pull off one-handed seals, something that typically took years to master. Hell, her husband, a genius in his own right, wasn't able to get them down after a solid year. He could do them now, just not with any particular gusto. With a few more months of training, though, all right. Blondie exclaimed in preparation. I'm gonna give you back furball now. Be nice to each other, got it? Kushina opened her mouth and closed it a few times in surprise as the colloquial mention of her prisoner, before she felt the bland white edges of her mindscape begin to twist and melt away, revealing a harsh rocky surface. A tremendous pool of lava reappeared in a deep, cavernous ravine beneath her, above which floated a massive stone boulder, riddled with chains and broken restraints. And it was unoccupied. So it was true, then. The 9 tails had broken out somehow. Seal. It only took an instant, but Kushina was still startled at the feeling of having an entire entity of chakra shoved back into her gut like the stuffing to a toy. She squirmed a little in place as a wave or two of nausea washed over her, before everything settled into place once again. Her mind looked like hell, her sense of being had returned, she had a way out, and the 9-tailed fox was standing next to her, looking bored. And he was unrestrained. Gaia! She yelped, quickly moving through a few hand seals of her own on instinct. A moment later, a series of massive adamantine chains burst from the ground, flying through the air at breakneck speeds, beginning to surround and subdue the beast before he did anything reckless such as pop back out of her like a balloon. What the hell? Both Blondie and Kushina exclaimed simultaneously, each glaring at one another as the chains began to wrap around the increasingly agitated demon fox beside them. Naruto! The fox snarled in indignation. What is the meaning of this? Relax, Kurama. Blondie shot back, not breaking Kushina's eye contact in the slightest. Now, Kushina, I need you to relax. Let him go. What in the name of Kami are you on right now? Not a chance in hell. He's a friend. Don't chain him up like that. Kushina nearly snarled at him. And what, let him roam around my mind like some sort of vagrant? Let him pop out of me whenever he feels so inclined? No. Blondie sighed, and shook his head. Look, you only have a half of the fox. The other half is in me. He's not been locked up inside of me for the past, he paused for a second to think, 2 days. I trust him. You should too. But Kushina wasn't having any of it. Take him back, then. I'd rather die than let that monster free. Blondie sighed again, shaking his head slightly this time. Fine. I'll give him 1 chain. 1. He shot a glance at the fox, before it could make a rebuttal, all right. You'll be fine with just 1. Okay? He turned back to Kushina. Does that sound good? The seal will be just as strong as before, I promise. When Kushina sensed no malicious intent coming from the man, she begrudgingly agreed. Fine. As long as the seal's still intact. As the chains around the 9 tails began to retract, a simple ball and chain wrapped itself around the beast's rear paw, which he grumbled incoherently about for a moment before settling in for a nap. Humph, Blondie grumbled, lazy asshole. Kushina was inclined to agree. All right then, the man smiled, looking down at her with his hand on his hip. Shall we head back out again? Keeping this technique up for an extended period of time is seriously frazzling my chakra coils. With a small eye roll, coupled with a smile, Kushina nodded and vanished, returning to the land of the living.